Hello, my dear students. This is Ramesh Soni, and today I am here with the much awaited CA Intermediate exam ka revisionary for the November 22 attempt. Right, everyone? So, if you are a student writing your exam, CA Intermediate exam in the November 22 attempt, this revisionary is going to be very, very helpful for you. Right, sir? Sir, I am a CMA Inter student or I am a CS executive student. Then also, Baba, you can go ahead and take the help of this revisionary and complete your revision. Along with that, if any extra chapters are there which you want to revise, those chapters you can refer CA final ka revisionary. That will be helpful for you. Right, sir? Done. Now, sir, first thing first, remember one thing. I want to make it very clear for you that, sir, this is going to be a revision, and revision doesn't mean I will be going ahead and explaining the concept. No, Baba, no. I'll be going ahead and purely doing the revision. Revision means you should have gone ahead and already studied your GST portion, basically your CA Inter ka GST portions already once. Means you should have done your studies already once, either self-study or might be you have taken classes for someone else. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can go ahead and enjoy this revisionary. Taken class from someone else, done a self-study, no problem at all. You will love the revision. You will enjoy the revision. But provided you are done with your studies at least once. Second thing, sir, I want to go ahead and clear concept, but my concepts are not clear. I want to clear the concept. Baba, for conceptual clarity, you can go ahead and refer to our you can download our mobile app, Ramesh Soni classes ka mobile app, or you can visit our website rameshsoni.com and you can purchase the CA Intermediate ka classes which are there applicable for your November 22 exam. Beautiful classes. I've gone ahead and designed only in 50 hours. Unlimited views also we have it. That will be very helpful in solving your concept. But today we are going to do purely revision, and the revision is recap. What you have learned, we will be doing a quick recap. Right, everyone? Now, remember one thing, this revision is going to be with the help of the chart book version 3. Sir, I have the chart book version 3. Very good. Sir, I don't have the chart book version 3. No problem. Whatever summary material you have, old chart book you have, you can use that chart book, or old chart book along with a pen you keep wherever you want, you make the changes. Sir, I don't have the chart book. No problem. Keep any summary material which you have. Might be your teacher would have given, you would have prepared some summary material. If you have not prepared one, go ahead and prepare one. Right, everyone? Or with whatever summary material you have, sit in the class, enjoy the class. Right, everyone? So now, without going ahead and wasting any time, let's go ahead and get it started with our revision for the November 22 or December 22 attempt. All the best, guys. All right, students. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and revise the first chart which is there. The first chart is GST in India and introduction. Sir, what kind of a chapter it is? I've already told you it's a big graded chapter. How many marks in exam? 3 marks can be maximum expected. Okay, you get 4. It's a good luck. Chalo, sir, the first thing we went ahead and understood was article number 366 clause 12a, which gives the definition of GST. Sir, GST means any tax on supply of goods, services, or both, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption has been kept out of the definition of GST. Then I told you what is tax. Sir, what is tax? Tax is a compulsory payment under an act to the government so that government can provide you various public services like healthcare, infrastructure, education, etc. Right, everyone? Then we learned difference between direct tax and indirect tax. What is direct tax, everyone? Direct tax is imposed on taxpayer. Indirect tax is imposed on goods and services. Direct tax imposed on me, I am only going to bear the burden. Indirect tax, burden will be shifted. Direct tax, income tax. Indirect tax, GST and customs. Direct tax, progressive in nature. You progress, tax progresses. Indirect tax, regressive. Same for all income level group. Sir, then we learned about the deficiencies of in the existing tax system, means the earlier tax system, because of which GST came in. Number 1, cascading effect. Tax on tax was there. Number 2, sir, After the manufacturer sold the goods charging excise duty, there was no credit to the dealer or trader. So no send credit to trader or dealer. Then double taxation was there. There was no integration between VAT and service tax. Then, sir, several taxes like luxury tax, entertainment tax, all these were not subsumed. With the coming of GST, all these have been subsumed. Are we clear, everyone? What are the various features of GST? Sir, GST is a tax. It's a tax on supply of goods, services. Sir, it's a consumption tax. It's a destination based tax. And sir, VAT as a model has also been adopted in GST. It means your input tax credit, whatever you buy at the earlier stage, whatever tax you pay, you can use to set off against your output tax liability, and you just have to pay the remaining tax to the government. Okay, sir, point is clear. Then we had the benefits of GST. What are the various benefits, everyone? Creation of unified national market. One nation, one market, one tax. Sir, boost to make in India initiative. What will happen? Because now you will get input tax credit, cost of things will come down, cost of things coming down, boost to make in India initiative. Then we have enhanced investment and employment. What is enhanced investment and employment? Because cost of things are coming down, less taxes are there, people will invest. When people invest in the country, employment will also go up. Right, everyone? Next, mitigation of ill effects of cascading. Cascading is gone. That is, tax on tax is gone. The next is ease in doing business, because less compliance is ease in doing business. Less compliance, cost also. The next one was automated process. More automated processes are used with the help of basically information technology is being used. The next one was, sir, multiple taxes gone. Sir, double taxation is also gone. The last one was small traders are benefited, small entrepreneurs, because now the limit for registration is 20 lakh, 40 lakh, etc. People, can we go ahead? Yes, sir, let's do it. The next one was central taxes which are subsumed. Central excise duty, gone. Service tax, gone. CVD and special CVD, gone. Central sales tax, gone. And the last one was surcharges and cess are also gone. What are the taxes which are not subsumed? Which are the taxes which are not gone? Number one, state surcharge and cess is not gone. No, sorry. State surcharges which are gone. Number one, taxes, state surcharges and cess. Entertainment tax, gone. The third one, tax on lottery, betting, gambling, which was charged by the state, gone. Purchase tax, gone. Entry tax, gone. What is it? VAT and sales tax gone, and luxury tax which was charged by hotels etc. is also gone. This is also very important for exam. What are the taxes which are not gone? Number one, basic custom duty. Number two, everyone, entertainment tax levied by local body. Number three, property tax, stamp duty. Number four, electricity duty. Number five, state excise duty. SED means state excise duty on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and central excise duty on HP man, high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. Can we go ahead, everyone? Dual model of GST is adopted in India. It means central government will go ahead and charge CGST, state government will go ahead and charge SGST. Whenever a transaction will happen in India, both the government will go ahead and charge their respective GST. State government charging is SGST or UT, then UT Central government charging is CGST. Right, everyone? Next. Sir, what is a GSP and ASP? GSPs are GST Subida provider. They are ITS companies who are appointed by whom? Goods and Service Tax Network. Basically, whenever a taxpayer wants to file a return, he wants to interact with the gst.gov.in. If he wants, he can take the help of GSP, who will develop a software and give it to him so that his system's data can be pulled and pushed to the GST portal. Are we clear? Sometimes GSPs can't develop a software, so they take the help of application service provider. GSPs act as a link between taxpayer and GST, and ASPs act as a link between taxpayer and GSP. Right, everyone? Let's come to the right side. I went ahead and told you trade and commerce. Trade and commerce, intrastate and interstate. Intrastate means within the same state, within the same union territory, which are CGST, SGST, CGST, UTGST. Interstate means different state, different UT, one state, one UT. We go ahead and charge IGST. Even if it is import export, it is interstate and it is IGST. Next, sir, I went ahead and told you India is divided into 28 states and 8 union territories. Out of 8, Delhi, Puducherry, and Jammu and Kashmir are union territories with legislature, and hence they were classified as state. How many states we have? 31 states and 5 union territories. States may will always go ahead and charge CGST plus SGST. Union territory will always go ahead and charge CGST plus UTGST. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead. Now the various goods and service on which various taxes are charged. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Central state excise duty plus VAT or CST. Sir, HP man, high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. You have to repeat with me, but otherwise in the exam you will remember HP man, not the full form. Can we go ahead, everyone? Sir, what will be charged? Central excise duty when it is sold, VAT or CST. Now, next is tobacco. Tobacco, central excise duty and GST. Opium, narcotic substances, state excise duty and GST. Any other product, everyone, GST, GST and GST. Then we had constitutional provision. The first article which we learned, article number 265. No tax shall be levied or collected except without the authority of law. Now, article number 245, Parliament, if it makes law, it will be applicable to the whole of India, state legislature, then whole of the state. Parliament can make it applicable to the whole of India or any part of India. But state legislature will make the law, then it is applicable only to the state. Now, so that there is no fight where they go ahead and make a law on a common topic, both of them, they went ahead and divided the power, and article number 246, 7 schedule came where they divided the power between three lists: union list, state list and concurrent list. Union list में Parliament will make the law. State list में state government, state legislature will make the law, and the last one, both the government together will make the law. But sir, article number 254 was there, which told the law made by the Parliament will prevail, or it will be always supreme, and hence they did not go ahead and put GST in the concurrent list, and they got what? Separate article, article number 246A, which went ahead and told that GST ka law will be made by Parliament and the state legislature simultaneously, means together they will go ahead and make the law. Right, everyone? But they told whenever it is interstate, who will make the law, everyone? Parliament will make the law, means IGST ka law will be made by whom? Parliament. Then we had article number 269, which went ahead and told IGST shall be levied and collected by whom? Central government. Central government will go ahead and then apportion it between themselves and the destination state. Right, everyone? Then we had article number 279A, very, very important for the exam, GST Council. When was the GST Council constituted? 15 September 2016. Right, everyone? How many members are there in the GST Council? 33 members. 2 union ministers, 31 state finance minister or taxation minister or minister nominated by state. Right, everyone? Sir, how much is the quorum? Half of the number of members. Majority is achieved when 3/4 are voting in favor, means 75% is required for majority. Center का votes का weight is 33.33%. States का vote का 66.67%, that is 2/3. Right, everyone? What is the function of the GST Council? GST Council will make recommendation to union and state on the taxes such which are to be subsumed. Right, sir? Sir, rate of GST, goods or service which are subject to or exempted from GST, special provision with respect to special category state. What is special category state, everyone? Humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir. H for Himachal Pradesh, U for Uttarakhand, M for Meghalaya, Mizoram, Manipur, A for Assam, Arunachal, N for Nagaland, S for Sikkim, T for Tripura, and Jammu and Kashmir. Right, everyone? So, special provision with respect to special category state will be made by GST Council, and then date on which GST shall be levied on HP man, HP diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. On this, when the GST will be levied, that will be decided by GST Council. And the last one, threshold limit of turnover for registration. For which state, how much limit will be there for registration? All those things will be decided by GST Council. The last thing over here is the common portal. Sir, common portal. What are the three common portal, everyone? gst.gov.in, e-way-bill gst.gov.in, e-invoice 1, 2, 3, 4, like that 10 gst.gov.in. Sir, who is managing the gst.gov.in? GST and Goods and Service Tax Network. E-way bill and e-invoicing portals are managed by National Informatics Center. Very important to remember the function. GSTN का function is what? Number one, facilitating registration. Number two, IGST का computation and settlement between center and state. Number three, everyone, whatever payment you did, they are matching with their bank ka networks. Then matching of tax payment detail with banking network, providing MIS report, forwarding return to center and state authorities, and also providing analysis about your profile, basically taxpayers profile. Right, everyone? Here we are done with a quick revision of your chapter number 1. This point can be asked for 1 mark. That is why I have told you article number 279 becomes very important for your exam. Article number 246A is also important for your exam. What are the taxes which are subsumed? What are the taxes which are not subsumed? Can also be a question. 3 marks ka C graded question can be what are the benefits of GST? These are some of the important points which I feel from exam point of view. Right, everyone? Chalo, I'll stop my revision on chapter number 1 over here. All right, students, please come to your chart now. In the chart book, the next chart which we are going to revise is the chart of goods and service. Everyone, goods ka definition is given in section number 252. Services ka definition 2102. Goods ka definition. Goods means every kind of movable property. It means immovable properties are not goods. Immovable property means land, benefit arising out of land, things attached to the land, things permanently attached to anything attached. Are we clear? Land, benefit, things attached to the land, and anything attached to or permanently fastened to anything attached is also immovable. What is immovable is not goods. Goods means only movable property other than money. Money is not goods. But money held for numismatic value is goods. Securities are also not goods like shares, bond, debentures, etc. So goods means every kind of movable property other than money and other than securities, but includes actionable claim, a claim for which an action can be basically taken in the court of law. Betting, gambling, lottery, right, everyone? Insurance claim, arrears of rent, all these are actionable claim, and actionable claim is goods. But then it says growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land. So growing crops, grass, things attached to or forming part of the land are immovable. But as soon as you cut them and supply, it becomes goods. Are we clear, everyone? So this was the definition of goods. Goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claim, growing crops, grass, things attached to the land which are agreed to be severed before supplying or under a contract of supply is goods. Services means anything other than goods. It means immovable property becomes service. Anything other than goods, money, and securities is a service, but includes activity relating to the use of money. When you give someone money to use and you are taking interest, your giving of money to use is a service, but includes activity relating to use of money, its conversion by cash or by any other mode from one form to another. One form to another means cash to DD. For an example, from one currency to another, dollars to INR, one denomination to another. 2000 rupees ka note converted into 100 rupees ka 20 notes, for which separate consideration is charged. Only when there is a separate consideration charge, it's a service. Here, one explanation is there. Services include facilitating or arranging transaction in securities when shared brokers, etc., charge what? Portfolio charges, demat charges, brokerage, commission. They are giving a service. Are we clear? Some examples I told you: sale of debentures, securities, neither goods nor service. Sale of plot of land. Sir, land is a service, but plot of land selling in supply chapter will learn that it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Sir, cash, it's a transaction in money. Money is neither goods nor service. Housing loan, loan is money. Again, transaction in money, neither goods nor service. But interest on the loan is basically got bank is giving you money to use. Giving money to use to someone, bank is giving you a service. Yes, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my discussion on goods and service over here. Alright, people, let's go ahead and now revise the chapter of supply. Everyone over here now. Supply, we had started learning with goods or services. Goods definition section number 252. Services definition 2102. Goods and service has to be supplied. Only then GST will be levied. Now supply ka section number is 7 and section number 8. Section number 7 when you learn section number 71A, section number 71AA, section number 71B and section number 71C. If you are falling in section number 71A, AA, B and C, then your activity is a supply. Then they are going ahead and telling in section number 71 capital A, we will see whether it is supply of goods or supply of service. Now, even if your activity is falling in section number 7.1 and it is a supply, but they have gone ahead and told in section number 7.2a and B that if your activity is mentioned in section number 7.2, then your activity is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Let's go ahead and now revise the chapter of supply. Supply section number 7. Section number 7.1a went ahead and told what? Before we learn section number 7.1a, what is supply, everyone? Supply is that taxable event because of which GST get levied. Okay, everyone? Because of happening of which GST gets levied. Section number 7.1a went ahead and told all forms of supply of goods, services, or both. All forms are included, whether you call it sale, whether you call it transfer, barter, exchange, lease, rental, license, disposal. All forms are included. Are we clear, everyone? Now, these are only for an example. Any other form, any other name you give it, that is also included. It has to be an activity or transaction. Then made or agreed to be made for a consideration. Consideration can be in cash, consideration can be in kind, consideration can be monetary, consideration can be non-monetary. Might be you are going ahead and doing some act for me, that is also a consideration. It has to be done in the course or furtherance of business. Only then it will be considered as supply. So supply section number 718 told all forms for a consideration in the course of furtherance of business will be considered as supply. Now, the next one is importation of service. There is section number 71AA. We'll talk about it little later. Importation of service. Sir, importation of service. Our supplier is outside India. Recipient is in India. Place of supply is in India. Then it is known as importation of service. If you import any service from outside India, might be consultancy service, legal service, any service, they are going ahead and telling if it is for your business, then also it is a supply. Non-business also, it will be a supply. Right, everyone? Business will be a supply and the business person will pay the GST under RCM.
Non-business purpose is also supply, but it has been exempted in public interest. That was the extra knowledge which I'm telling you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Sir, for your exam, you have to remember section number 7.1b, business, non-business, both are supply. That's all. Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 7.1c says those activities which are told in schedule 1 made or agreed to be made even without consideration will be considered as supply. There are 4 activities which are told in schedule 1. Number 1, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed on such asset. I gave you the example. I bought a shirt, gave shirt for free, then it will be a permanent transfer of business asset where ITC was availed on shirt. Hence, it's a supply and ITC will be available. I bought clothes. From the cloth, I made a shirt, gave shirt for free. Then it is not a supply because on what you take ITC, that should be given free. Only then it is a supply. When you give the shirt free, it is not a supply, and cloth pay proportionate ITC will be disallowed. Can I go ahead, everyone? Disallowed means it will be blocked. Next, the next one over here is supply between related person. Can you tell me related person, everyone? We had gone ahead and learned related person means scope plus family plus sole agent. As for shares greater than 25% or equal to 25% in both of them. So if I am holding in 2 companies, shares greater than or equal to 25%, then both of them will become related. C for control. I hope you guys remember, if supposingly there is one person, there is one company is holding another company or another company is holding this company, then both of them will become related. Sir, there is one company, they are going ahead and holding both of them, then also these two will become related. These two are going ahead and holding someone else, then also these two will become related. I had told you, Papa holding Mama or Mama holding Papa, Papa Mama are related. Grandpa is holding Papa and Mama, still Papa and Mama are related. Papa and Mama holding you, then also they are related. I hope you guys remember that. Yes, sir, we remember. And sir, are these people also related? Yes, sir. Next, the next was supply between related person or distinct. Okay, C done. O for officer or director of each other's business. I am a director in your business. You are an officer in my business. We both become related. P for partners in business are also related person. E for employer and employee are related person. F for family. Family has spouse and children. And PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother, sister. Always remember your spouse and children will be related only if they are dependent, or if they are independent also they are related. But PGBS, parents, grandparents, brother, sister will be related only if they are dependent. But spouse and children, dependent, independent, both are related. Scope plus family plus sole agent. Sole agent means if I have only one sole trading right holder or one agent across India, that person also becomes my related person. Supply between related person in the course of furtherance of business is always a supply. Or supply between distinct person. Can you tell me distinct person, everyone? Same state, separate registration, distinct person. Different state, different registration, distinct person. One state registered, one state not registered, distinct person. So, if there is a supply which is happening from between related person or distinct person, it will be what? Even without consideration, it will be considered as supply. Here, there was an exception. Even though your employee is your related person, but for going ahead and giving any gift to employee up to 50,000 per annum per employee will not be a supply. My question is, if it is not a supply, ITC also will not be available. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, but sir, if I gave a gift to my employee more than 50,000, that will be a supply and ITC also will be available. There was a circular went ahead and told interstate movement of conveyance between distinct person. So for an example, there is a travel company ka truck bus is going from one distinct person to another, one state to another. Is the bus supplied? No, Baba, bus is not supplied. For an example, I have one truck in my company. The truck what we do? We use the truck whenever our distinct person. For an example, I tell you, I am SRS Travel Karnataka. We have one what? Truck, truck, okay, and there is one SRS Travel Tamil Nadu. What happens whenever their bus etc falls sick? We go repair and we come back. Baba, on the truck there will be no GST, but on the repair and maintenance work GST will come. So that is what is being told. On conveyance no GST, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Then on repair and maintenance work, GST will come. Sir, for an example, Tata ka factory says showroom make truck is going or bus is going, then Baba, those things are goods. And on movement, when it is for further supply, when it is for further sale, etc., then it will be a supply and GST will be levied. The next one over here is third paragraph. Supply between principal and agent, where agent is a procuring selling agent or a agent is a procuring agent. Principal gave me the goods. I am going ahead and selling in my name. Then, Baba, I am an agent as per section number 71C, and you giving me the goods will be a supply. If I am a procuring agent, I will buy the goods in my name, and then I will further give it to you. Giving my goods to you will be considered a supply, even without consideration, because I have gone ahead and taken the goods in my name, invoice in my name. So invoice for further supply in your name or invoice for procurement is in your name, then you are an agent as per section number 71C. I hope everyone is clear. Agent is further supplying in his name or procuring in his name, then the agent is a agent as per section number 71C. Principal sending him the goods or he sending the goods to the principal without consideration also will be considered as supply. Fourth one is importation of service from related person or own establishment in the course of business without consideration also will be considered as supply. Importation of services, related person or own establishment for the course of business without consideration also will be considered as supply. We are done with section number 71A, 71B, and section number 71C. Section number 71 capital A goes ahead and says supply of goods versus supply of service. Sir, section number 71A says if your activity is a supply under section number 71, then whether it is supply of goods or supply of service, they have gone ahead and told in 71A, they told you refer schedule 2. Schedule 2, paragraph number 1 goes ahead and says transfer of title in goods is supply of goods. So if I am transferring the ownership to you, then it is always supply of goods. If I am giving you right in goods or undivided share in goods, then it is always supply of service. Sir, if I am going ahead and doing hire purchase transaction wherein property will be transferred to in future, I am going ahead and supplying goods. Then they went ahead and told lease, tenancy, easement to occupy land is always a supply of service. Lease, letting out of building is always a supply of service. Here there was a tenancy right ka transfer. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and gave you tenancy right. You went ahead and gave me tenancy premium. It is always a supply of service. But remember, giving of tenancy right for residential property, there will be no GST. Now you, when you were leaving the property and going, you transferred the tenancy right further to someone or you sold it back to me, you are doing business in tenancy right and that will never be exempted. GST will always come on that. Are we clear, everyone? Remember always, I gave you the tenancy right, you gave me tenancy premium. If giving of tenancy right was for residential property, then it will be exempt. Commercial property, always taxable. Now, you went ahead and further gave it to someone else, or you surrendered it back to me for a consideration that will always be considered as supply. And Baba, GST will come. It is not exempted. Even if for residential property you are surrendering it back or selling it to someone, it is always taxable because you are going ahead and doing business in the tenancy right. Transfer of tenancy right against tenancy premium is a supply of service that is called Pagdi system. Exempt if granted for residential property. However, when you are leaving and surrendering by the outgoing tenant against consideration is always taxable. Third one is treatment of process on another person's Good is always a supply of service. Baba, whenever I am doing job work on your goods, I am giving you a service. Example was there, rethreading of tire is always a supply of service, and bus bodybuilding is always a supply of service. Fourth one over here is transfer of business asset, permanent transfer, goods, temporary transfer, service, transfer on closure, supply of goods. Here there was an exception. If I go ahead and transfer you the business as going concern, you will have to take registration. So me going ahead and transferring the assets and liabilities to you, it is not supply. Or if I go ahead and transfer it to a representative who is a taxable person, then also it will not be considered as supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Supply of service means all these things which are told in paragraph number 5 are supply of service. Everyone over here, renting of immovable property, supply of service. Construction, if even 1 rupee is received before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, even 1 rupee received before this, the whole contract becomes construction contract and GST will come. So consideration received before completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier. Third one is temporary transfer or use of IPR is always supply of service. If I give you patent, copyright, etc. for temporary use, it is always supply of service. So development, upgradation of IT software is always supply of service. Refrain, tolerate, or to do an act, RTA, refrain, tolerate, or to do an act is always a supply of service. Transfer of right to use goods is always a supply of goods. Supply of service. If I go ahead and allow you to use the goods, it is always supply of service. The sixth one is that these composite supplies will always be supply of service. Number one, works contract in relation to immovable property. So if I am going ahead and doing any works contract service, that will always be a supply of service. Restaurant and catering is always a supply of service. Now, schedule to paragraph number 7 always says association of person or body of individual when they give goods to their member, it is supply of goods. There was a circular also which told association of person or body of individual giving services to the member is always supply of service. However, now they have gone ahead and deleted paragraph number 7. So for your November 22 exam, means November 22 onwards, you have to be very careful what they have told. Paragraph number 7 has been deleted, and what they have gone ahead and told, this thing they have gone ahead and inserted over here in section number 7(1)AA, but the wordings have been made little different. What they have gone ahead and told over here, that sir, the activity or transaction undertaken by a person other than an individual. Basically, they are going ahead and talking about club, associations, etc. Whenever there is a club or association, they are going ahead and giving services to their members or constituents. They are going ahead and giving services to whom? There is a activity or transaction between their members or constituents. Basically, club ka members are there, between the club and the members. If there is any transaction which is happening, club is giving any goods or service, or they are going ahead and giving any goods or service, they are telling for cash, means might be the club is going ahead and collecting. So club is going ahead and doing an activity for them. Club is collecting what? Cash or any deferred payment or any other valuable consideration. Then always remember, this will be considered as what? Supply. If it is supply, if it is goods which is supplied, supply of goods. If it is service, then it is supply of service. Always remember, this activity or transaction will be considered as supply. They further told that for the purpose of this clause, it is hereby clarified that notwithstanding anything contained in any law for the time being in force, or any judgment, decree of any court or tribunal or authority, the person, means these people, members or the constituents of a club, and means the person means the club, and its member or constituents will always be what? Shall always be deemed to be two separate person, and the supply of activity or transaction inter se shall be deemed to have taken place from one person to another. Simple. What they went ahead and told, club association giving services to its member, always club is different and members are different, it will be considered as supply. If it is goods, it will be a supply of goods. If it is service, it's a supply of service. Right, everyone? I told you section number 71AA has been inserted, and from here, paragraph number 7 has been deleted. Then we learned section number 7.2. Section number 7.2 had those 7.2 A went ahead and told those activities which are told in Schedule 3, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Here we learned camel. G. C for court or tribunal ka services. Tribunal established under law. Court or tribunal established under law. Their services neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Sir, here. CDRCs, Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, are like tribunal and their services also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. A for actionable claim other than lottery, betting, gambling. M for mortuary, funeral, burial ka service, including transportation of deceased. E for employee to employer service in the course or in relation to employment. L for land and completed building ka sale. So whenever consideration is received for a building after completion certificate or first occupancy, whichever is earlier, if entire consideration is received after this, then it will be sale of completed building, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. See Baba, sale of land to neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Sale of completed building also neither supply of goods nor supply of service. G for government officials ka services like MP, MLA, MLCs, etc. Constitutional post holder like president, prime minister, etc. And CMD, chairperson, member or director of a government body where there is that guy is not a employee. Okay, everyone. See here, everyone. Whenever there is a chairperson, member or director giving services to a body established by the government where he is not a employee. The next one over here is whenever central government, state government, local authority is doing some activity as public authority. If that activity is notified, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. The first activity is activity under 243G or W. Yes, everyone. Done by Panchayat and municipality. The second is grant of alcoholic liquor license. Also, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now, people went ahead and asked, government going ahead and giving other licenses, privileges, etc. Also, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Government clarified whenever grant of privileges, license, mining right, etc. is happening against a consideration in the form of royalty or fees, it will always be taxable. Then we went ahead and learned section number 7.3, which told government just has the power that government can go ahead and tell something is supply of goods and not supply of service, or supply of service and not supply of goods. Government has that power to notify. Then we learned section number 8, composite supply and mixed supply. Composite supply means two or more taxable supply, naturally bundled, sir, supplied together in the ordinary course of business. One is a principal supply. Always remember, composite supply, section number 8A says it shall be taxable at the rate of principal supply. It will be treated as if supply of that supply, which is principal supply. Then, sir, big supply means two or more individual supply. Very important. It is supplied for a single price and it is not a composite supply. Mixed supply shall be treated as supply of that supply which attracts highest rate. Clear, everyone? Next. Now here we had some circular. Circular number 1. Servicing of car involving spare parts and labor, where they have billed labor separate and spare parts separate. Respective rates will apply. It is neither mixed nor composite. What they are going ahead and telling, servicing of car involving supply of goods and labor, value of goods and service shown separately, liable to GST at the rate as applicable to such goods or service separately. The second is printing of books, envelopes, etc. Listen to me very carefully. I gave the content, you did the printing and gave it to me. Paper and ink was yours. Here, principally, you are giving me printing service. Paper, ink, etc. is ancillary. Hence, it will be taxable at the rate of principal supply. Basically, it will be a supply of service. Can I go ahead, everyone? I went ahead and told you, give me 1,000 carton boxes. On that, just print my logo and give it. Over there, the principal supply is the supply of goods. Logo printing becomes ancillary and it will be a supply of goods. Yes, everyone. The next one is services of display of name of the donor. You gave 10 lakh rupees to the temple premises or to a trust. The trust went ahead and put your name in the temple. Baba, as a gratitude towards you, they are just placing your name in the temple premise. There is no advertisement service given. There is no quid pro quo. However, if you give some money to the temple and temple goes in and advertises your business by saying, for an example, Ramesh Soni and Co. Chartered Accountants Bangalore. In that scenario, temple has gone ahead and given me a service and it shall be taxable as advertisement service. So whenever you are going ahead and giving services of display of name in the premises of charitable organization receiving gift or donation from individual, the purpose is philanthropic and not advertisement, then it is not a supply and no GST. The next one over here is goods services supplied free of cost or as gift. I went ahead and supplied some gift which I bought some thermometer, gave thermometer as gift. It will be a supply under section number 71C. ITC also will be available. But if I go ahead and supposedly buy clothes, make shirts and give shirts for free, then it is not a supply. If it is not supply, ITC also will not be available. The same thing has been told over here. ITC will be blocked. Buy one, get one free. Always remember, buy one, get one free. It is like two supplied at the price of one. And ITC, with respect to all the input service, and capital goods shall be available. Yes, everyone. Here we are done with a quick revision of your chapter of supply. Very important for your exam. Paragraph number 7 has been deleted. Section number 71A has been introduced. Section number 71A says what? If there is a club or association, etc., basically person other than individual. Person other than individual. So if there is a person other than individual, mainly like clubs, association, etc., they are doing an activity for their members or member doing any activity for them, it will always be a supply. If it is goods, then supply of goods. If it is service, then supply of service. Yes, sir. We are done with the chapter of supply over here. All right, people, let's go ahead and revise the next chapter. The next chapter is your charge of GST, levy and collection. Section number 9. Sir, can you give us a quick linking? Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or intrastate. Interstate supply, I GST is levied. Intrastate, C GST is levied. Everyone listen to me very carefully. GST is imposed under section number 5 of the IGST Act and section number 9 of the IGST Act. I have told you section number 9 subsection 3 is the most important part. Reverse charge mechanism, A graded topic. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead and learn section number 9. Section number 9.1 goes ahead and says, Baba, goods and service supplied, GST got levy. Oh no, correct, everyone? So, whenever goods and service will be supplied intrastate, CGST will be levied. Levied will not be on goods on alcoholic liquor for human consumption. It has to be collected and paid by whom? Taxable person. He will have to go ahead and multiply value with the rate of tax. Rate of tax will be notified by the government on recommendation of council. Okay, everyone. HP man, HP man, high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. GST will be levied from date notified by government on recommendation of council. Section number 9.3 went ahead and told about reverse charge mechanism. First of all, what are the things on which reverse charge mechanism is applicable? You have to remember diagrams. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead. D for direct selling agent if he is an individual. Development right or floor space index or long-term lease of 30 years or more. If you are going ahead and giving your land to a promoter, then also RCM. Correct, everyone? The next one, D for director. Yes, everyone? Always remember, director, Baba, direct selling agent, individual, if he is giving services to banking company, reverse charge mechanism. Correct, everyone? Development right, floor space index, or long-term lease pay if you are giving land to promoter, reverse charge mechanism. Director का services to a body corporate or company, reverse charge mechanism. Director is independent director. Director is independent director, then RCF. Director is a whole-time director and he is a salaried. Then Baba, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Director is a professional giving professional service. Old-time director is giving professional service. Company is deducting TDS under 194J. Then the company has to go ahead and pay GST under RCM. I for insurance agents. If insurance agent is going ahead and giving services to insurance company will pay the GST under RCM. A for agent of business correspondent or a business facilitator. Always remember, a business facilitator. Facilitator. Okay, business facilitator giving services to the bank. Bank pays under reverse charge. Agent giving to business correspondent. Who will pay? No, no, no. I'm talking only about business facilitator. Always remember, business facilitator to bank. Bank will pay. Business correspondent ka agent giving to business correspondent. Who will pay? Business correspondent will pay. Are we clear? Always remember, business facilitator is free. When he is giving to the bank, bank pays. When his agent gives him the service, agent collects and pay under forward charge. Business correspondent giving to bank, business correspondent collects and pay under forward charge. Agent of business correspondent giving to business correspondent pays under RCM. Remember always. Then Baba G for Goods Transport Agency. GTA. Who is with GTA? Opting for 5%. Giving to factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society, partnership firm which are registered under their respective law. Partnership firm can be registered, unregistered, including AOP. These people have to pay GST under RCM. If GTA is going ahead and giving to a registered person under GST, then also RCM. But if registered person is a TDS deductor, then exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? R for recovery, Baba, recovery. Recovery agent ka services to banking company, financial institution, RCM. R for renting of motor vehicle. Yes, everyone. Renting of motor vehicle for transportation of passenger. Also, RCM will come. A for advocate ka service or arbitral tribunal ka services or senior advocate ka services. Always remember to whom? Business entity which is big, whose last year ka turnover was greater than registration limit. Only then RCM. M for members of overseeing committee. What will happen? RCM will of the RBI will pay. Then M for music composer, author, artist, or like ka services may also will what will happen, everyone? RCM will come. But author has been given one option. If author wants, author can go for forward charge mechanism also. In that scenario, will have to take registration, tell his jurisdictional officer, and also inform to the publisher in the invoice that he is going to pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. As for sponsorship services provided to body corporate or partnership firm, as for security services, in that scenario also reverse charge mechanism, and S is securities lending. Securities lending ka case may also borrower has to go ahead and pay the GST under RCM. Very, very important, everyone. See over here. GTA का services to FB scope, factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society and partnership firm. They are registered under their law. Partnership firm can be registered, unregistered, including AOP plus including LLP. And to registered person and registered CTP, RCM will come. Sir, if TDS deductor, then exempt. Advocate, senior advocate and arbitral tribunal to whom? Body corp to business entity whose aggregate turnover in the last year was more than registration limit, only then RCM. Sponsorship service to body corporate or partnership firm, RCM. Government ka services other than port, airport, immovable property and transportation services, if they are provided to a business entity whose last year ka turnover was more than registration limit, then In the current year, they have to pay under RCM. Government going ahead and giving you renting of immovable property. You are registered person, RCM. If you are unregistered, government will charge under forward charge mechanism. If anyone is giving his development right, development transfer of development right or floor space index to a promoter or long-term lease of land 30 years or more to a promoter, promoter pays the GST under RCM. Director का service, company pays under RCM. Independent director, always company will pay. Whole-time director, salaried, Baba is an employee or is not an employee. If he is an employee, paid salary. If he is not an employee, paid professional fees. If he is a salary, TDS under 192 of Income Tax Act is done. If he is a professional, TDS under 194 J is done. If he is a salary, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Professional, then RCM will come. Insurance agent to insurance company, RCM. Recovery agent to banking company, or financial institution or NBFC in the TT taxable territory always RCM. Music composer to music company RCM. Photographer artist to producer or like RCM when they allow what to use or enjoy their copyright. Author, always remember publisher will pay, but author has been given option to pay under forward charge also. For that, what the author has to do? He has to take registration, file a declaration that he exercises to pay GST under forward charge, and he'll comply with all the provision of the GST Act. And also, he has to make a declaration on the invoice issued to the publisher that, sir, you don't have to pay GST under RCM. I will collect and I will pay. Overseeing committee ka members giving to RBI service, RBI will go ahead and pay GST under RCM. Direct selling agent going ahead and giving to bank or NBFC in the taxable territory, bank will pay under RCM. Business facilitator giving to banking company RCM. Agent of business correspondent to business correspondent RCM. Security services by any person but not a body corporate to a registered person RCM will come. But remember, if registered person is a TDS deductor or composition dealer, then RCM will not come. It is under forward charge mechanism. Sir, renting a motor vehicle by any person but not a body corporate who is not going ahead and issuing an invoice charging 12% and he is giving the services to a body corporate, then body corporate will pay under RCM. And the last one is whenever one person is lending his securities to a borrower, on the lending fees, the borrower pays the GST under RCM. Is my point clear to all? You just have to remember what? Diagrams. The next one was section number 9.4. Whenever unregistered person is going ahead and supplying what? Specified category of services or goods to specified class of registered person, what happens? Specified class of registered person has to pay under RCM. Everyone over here, input and input services which are bought by a promoter, if it doesn't buy 80% of it from a registered person, then whatever is the shortfall, for an example, 10 lakh rupees ka goods he has bought, 8 lakh should be GST paid. Supposingly he bought only 7 lakh ka goods, GST paid, then on the 1 lakh he has to pay GST under RCM. Cement, if you buy from unregistered person and you are a promoter, real estate developer, you have to pay GST under RCM. Capital goods, if you buy, you are a promoter. If you buy and the front party is unregistered, you have to pay GST under RCM. Section number 9.5 goes ahead and says when the supplier also will not be liable, recipient also will not be liable, government will catch the neck of e-commerce operator, and e-commerce operator pay all the provision of the GST law will apply. For an example, Ola, Uber, Zomato, Swiggy, etc. But for your exam, not applicable. Can I go ahead, everyone, at intermediate level? Not applicable. Sir, section number 5 of the IGST Act and section number 9, what is the difference? Section number 9.1 was talking about intrastate supply. Section number 9.1 was talking about intra. Section number 5.1 talks about interstate. Here maximum was 20%. IGST maximum will be 40%. 5.2 goes ahead and talks about interstate supply of HPM and pay. IGST will come, but from a date to be notified by government on recommendation of council. Section number 5.3 goes ahead and talks about all those services which we learned here. Reverse charge may same services, but interstate supply pay IGST will come. That is told by what? 5.3. I gave you an example. For an example, you are taking services from outside India. Supplier is outside India. Recipient is in India. It's an import of service. IGST has to be paid by you under RCM, that is told by section number 5.3. 5.4 and 5.5 are same as 9.4 and 9.5. The only difference is intra becomes inter. Here we are done with your revision of section number 9.3. I will tell you again, it's a 4 marks question which will come at least from section number 9.3. Right, everyone? We'll close our revision on section number 9 over here. All right, students, let's go ahead and revise the next chapter. The next chapter is composition levy. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be interstate supply or inter or intra. GST will be levied. Once GST was levied, now either IGST or CGST. Once GST was levied, people went ahead and told, sir, can you give us a simpler levy? And government went ahead and told, okay, we will give you composition levy. Composition levy is given under section number 10. Let's go ahead and now do composition levy. Section number 10, read with rule number 3 to 7 will come over here. So for an example, there is one person, his turnover in the preceding financial year. You have to see his turnover in the preceding financial year is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh. Sir, 1.5 crore in the state of Oja, Himachal Pradesh, other state, Jammu and Kashmir and Assam, Mantas, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Arunachal, Nagaland, Tripura, Uttarakhand and Sikkim. How will you remember that this is Arunachal and this is Assam? See Baba, Arunachal, the name is long, and Assam, the name is short. Arunachal long will go in long wala shortcut. Short wala will go in the short wala. Okay, everyone. The name is short and Hoja is also small, right, everyone? So that you don't get confused in the exam. Sir, Mantas ke liye limit is 75 lakh. Hoja ke liye limit is 1.5 crore. Then what will happen, everyone? If your turnover in the last year is up to 1.5 or 75 lakh, excluding interest or discount ka income, then current financial year you will be given an option. Option is you can opt for composition levy up to a turnover of 1.5 lakh or 75 lakh. Sir, if you are going ahead and opting for this option, pan-wise all India to opt together means when you are going ahead and coming inside composition, all your registrations have to come in composition together. If you are going out of composition, all have to go out together. Yes, everyone. Next, sir, now who are the people who are eligible? A person who is eligible is MTR, manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Manufacturer pays 0.5% and 0.5% of his turnover. 0.5%, 0.5% of his turnover, and turnover can include taxable supplies and exempt supplies. Trader pays only of his taxable turnover. They don't pay on their exempt supply. They pay 0.5 and 0.5. Restaurant pays 2.5% CGST, 2.5% SGST of their turnover. And this has to be paid by you out of your own pocket, and you can't go ahead and collect it from your customer. If you are a person who is eligible, don't take any input tax credit when you are buying from registered supplier. If you are taking section number 9.3 and 9.4 ka supplies, you have to pay GST under RCM. Normal rate of GST, not 1%, 1%. For an example, you took advocate ka service, you have to pay 18% GST under reverse charge, and that ITC also you will not get. Sir, when you are going ahead and selling, don't collect any tax from your customer. Give them a bill of supply and don't give tax invoice, and they will also not get ITC. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Sir, who are the people who are ineligible? Ineligible people are, sir, manufacturer of pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, and tobacco. And so, who are the people who are ineligible? First of all, manufacturer, not trader. Manufacturer of PAIT, pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, and tobacco. Is it clear till here? Now, if you are a person who is a manufacturer of, there is an amendment for your number 22 exam, right, everyone? If you are a person who is Supposingly, 1 minute, everyone. What is the amendment for your November 22 exam? You have to remember manufacturer of fly ash brakes, fly ash aggregate with 90% or more, fly ash content or fly ash block. Basically, all those fly ash brakes which are gray color ka. For that, they are telling that you are also not eligible for composition scheme. If you are a person who is manufacture of bricks of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth. Are we clear, everyone? Or you are building bricks, you are manufacture of building bricks or earthen or roofing tile, then also you are not eligible for composition scheme. Clear, everyone? Next, sir, if you are an interstate outward supplier of goods or service, then also you're not eligible. You can't do taxable supply, exempt supply, not even branch transfer. But sir, can I buy from other state? Yes, Baba, but you can't supply in other state or other country, then also you'll become ineligible. Supplier of non-taxable goods and services plus NRTP or CTP is also ineligible. Sir, supplying goods or service through e-commerce, who is going to deduct TCS, then also you will become ineligible. Note, you can supply through your own portal. There is no restriction. Service providers are also ineligible except restaurant. But they also went ahead and told if you are a manufacturer, trader, or restaurant, along with your manufacturing, trading, or restaurant ka turnover, you can provide little services. How much services you can provide? 10% of the turnover in the last year, or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Always remember there is no limit on interstate procurement, means you can buy from other state. Sir, how much is the service allowed to supplier of service? They are allowed 10% of the turnover in the UT, state or UT, excluding interest. So last year ka turnover you see, exclude the interest, and of that 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Whatever it comes. For an example, your last year ka turnover was 1 crore rupees. Of that 10% means 10 lakh or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So 10 lakh rupees service you can provide. In that 10 lakh also don't include any interest or discount in the current year. Then, sir, whenever you are a composition dealer, you have to go ahead and pay your tax quarterly. Every quarter ka tax has to be paid by 18th of the next month after the quarter. And sir, return has to be filed annually by 30th April, which is GSTR 4, and your annual return, which is GSTR 9A, by 31st of December. If you are a composition person, on your bill you should write composition taxable person, not eligible to collect tax on supply. Also, you should mention on the notice board and signboard that, sir, you are a composition taxable person. You should not give this intimation. Baba, tell me one thing. When you are getting into composition, how to get inside composition? Always remember, whenever you are getting into composition, new registration, then whenever you are taking registration, just tick in the part B of GST REC01 that you want composition registration, and your registration will come as composition. If you are a person who is switching to composition, then you have to go online and you have to file CMP02 to get into composition. And this CMP02 has to be filed at the beginning of the year. And one intimation pan wise, you are not required to file every state may CMP02 wherever you have registration. One intimation if you give, all registration will come under composition. CMP02 which you are filing is not required to be filed every year to stay under composition. Once filed, you will be always under composition unless you do any violation. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is if you file a declaration in GST, see, once you come under composition from normal person, you have to file ITC03 within how many days? 60 days of the commencement of financial year. Sir, whenever we are checking applicability, whether we are eligible under composition or not, we have to check last year aggregate turnover. Whenever you are making the payment, you have to see state-wise turnover. In that state, whatever the turnover is there, in that state, you will pay 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST. Compliance like record maintenance and return filing, you'll have to do in every state. Sir, whenever I'm going ahead and determining how much tax I should pay, 1st April, this is my year where I am not registered. 1st April, up to the date I am not liable for registration, that turnover has to be excluded. Only on the remaining turnover, excluding interest, I have to go ahead and pay composition tax. Sir, if I'm going ahead and checking whether I'm eligible or not under composition this year, I have to see the last year ka turnover. Last year ka turnover from 1st of April up to the year end, complete turnover will be taken excluding interest or discount. I have always told in your turnover or aggregate turnover, always exclude interest or discount. Now, sir, for an example, I am ineligible under section number 10.1 or I am ineligible over here. Government went ahead and told you can go ahead and take what? 10 to A. Section number 10 to A, option to registered person with aggregate turnover up to less than equal to 50 lakh in the preceding financial year. So if your turnover in the last year was up to 50 lakh rupees, then in the current financial year, Baba, if your turnover in the last year was up to 50 lakh rupees, then in the current financial year, you will become ineligible. Correct, everyone? And 1 minute. If your turnover in the last year was up to 50 lakh, then in the current financial year, if you are ineligible under 10.1 and 10.2, then you can come to 10.2A, where you just have to go ahead and pay how much? 6% of your turnover in state or union territory, excluding interest or discount. Condition is last year turnover should be up to 50 lakh, then in the current year up to 50 lakh, you will be eligible for composition scheme, and you should be ineligible as manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Are we clear? Other condition remains same. You have to remember MINE. Here it was what, everyone? MINES. Here it was manufacturer, interstate supplier, NRTP, CTP, non-taxable goods ka supplier, person supplying through e-commerce who is liable to deduct, TCS, and S for service provider. Here, because this scheme was mainly made for service provider, they went ahead and told who are the people who are ineligible? MINE. Right, everyone? Now, I went ahead and told, for an example, in the current financial year, you went ahead and crossed the threshold limit, or voluntarily you want to withdraw, or might be you became ineligible. Can you continue with your composition till year end? No, Baba. If between the year you go ahead and cross the threshold, or you want to withdraw, or you violate the condition, till year end you can't be under composition. The next day onwards, you will become what? Normal taxable person. Take ITC and charge GST. Take ITC and charge GST. Also, you have to file what? CMP 04 within how many days? 7 days. Are we clear? And also, you have to go ahead and take the ITC of your stock. How will you take it? File ITC 01 within how many days? 30 days from the date when the option was withdrawn. Now, sir, for an example, I went ahead and took registration under composition, and the registered person and the proper officer has a doubt on me that I should not be under composition. Then he will give me a show cause notice. I'll have to reply him in CMP 06, and then he will go ahead and issue me an order whether he will allow me or he will deny me composition. If he allows me, I will continue. If he denies me, then I'll have to pay the differential tax along with penalty. I have told over here what is the difference between normal scheme and composition scheme. Normal scheme is levied under section number 9. Composition is levied under section number 10. Normal scheme rate of GST is 5%, 5%. 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%. Composition is 1%, 1%, 5%, and 6%. Payment you will do monthly. Composition may you do quarterly by 18th of next month. Return GSTR 3B and GSTR 9 is the annual return. Here, GSTR 4, which was a quarterly return, has been made annual. So you have to file by 30th April, and the annual return by composition dealer is GSTR 9A. What is the document you issue? You issue a tax invoice. If you are a normal person, composition person issues bill of supply. You can go ahead and take ITC, but composition person cannot take ITC. He has to go ahead and pay in cash. Clear, everyone? Here we are done with your composition scheme. One thing which you have to remember very carefully for your November 22 exam is Baba manufacturers ke liye I have told you, if you are a manufacturer of what? Pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, tobacco, and bricks. Baba, I have told you, fly ash brick ho, or it is brick of fossil meal, or it is building brick, or roofing tile. Then, Baba, you will be ineligible under composition scheme. Right, everyone? I'll go ahead and stop my discussion on composition scheme over here. Take care, everyone. Bye, guys. Have a great day. All right, students, let's go ahead and start the next chapter ka revision. The next chapter is registration. Sir, can you give us a quick linking? Let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply will be interstate supply or supply can be intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate supply, CGST is levied. One GST is levied. GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay everyone? He will have to go ahead and calculate. That is okay. Sir, what do you mean by a taxable person? Here comes the chapter of registration. Sir, section number 22 told us people who are liable. 23, people who are not liable. 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedures. 26, deemed registration. 27, sir, special provision for CTP and RTP. 28, everyone, amendment. 29, cancellation. 30, revocation of cancellation. A graded topic, everyone. Let's start. Section number 22 has section number 22 subsection 1, which goes ahead and says supplier shall be liable for registration in the state or UT from where he makes taxable supply when his aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh. Sir, what do you mean by aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover. Sir, turnover means taxable supply, interstate supply, exempt, and export tied to taxable, interstate, exempt, export. Are we clear? Inward supplies under RCM to be excluded and GST to be excluded. Whenever you take turnover, please take aggregate turnover means pan wise all India basis ka turnover will be seen. Note, include supplies made on behalf of principal. So if I am an agent supplying on behalf of principal, those supplies are to be included in my turnover. Secondly, supply of goods by registered job worker, it will be included in the turnover of the principal. Whenever you are sending goods for job work, job worker has made the goods ready. Now you sold it from his premises only. It will be your sale, not job worker ka sale. Next, outward supply. I have sold some goods. You are going to pay tax and reverse charge. It is not your turnover. It is still my turnover to be included in my aggregate turnover. Next, sir, whenever we are reading section number 22, it says proviso is there. Taxable supplies from special category state, you will be liable if aggregate turnover crosses 10 lakh rupees. Yes, everyone. But then government went ahead and issued an exemption under section number 23(2), and government told if you are an exclusive supplier of goods, then the limit applicable is 40 lakh. But this 40 lakh ka limit is not there. If you are a person who is supplying from Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Manipur, Arunachal, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, Telangana, and Puducherry. Now you will tell me, sir, can you tell me a shortcut? Where 20 lakh, where 10 lakh, where 40 lakh? So I went ahead and told you, sir, always remember one thing, registration limit which is there. Registration limit, number one, you have to see, are you from MMNT, M square NT, or are you from Pumas of Telangana, or you are from Oak of Himachal Pradesh, M for Manipur, or you are from Mizoram, or you are from Nagaland or Tripura. Okay, everyone? Then, if you are a supplier of goods or you are a supplier of service or supplier of goods plus service, limit will be always 10 lakh. Okay, everyone? If you are a supplier of goods, also limit 10 lakh. Supplier of service also limit 10 lakh. Supplier of goods plus service also limit 10 lakh. Sir, if I am from the state of Puducherry or Uttarakhand, Meghalaya or Arunachal or Sikkim, okay, everyone. and Telangana. Can you tell me, everyone? The limit will be what? Sir, if you are a supplier of goods, 20 lakh, supplier of service, also 20 lakh, or goods plus service also 20 lakh rupees. Are we clear? Sir, if I am from any other state, or I am from Assam, or I am from Jammu and Kashmir, or Himachal Pradesh, you have to be careful over here. Government went ahead and told, if you are an exclusive supplier of goods, if you are an exclusive supplier of goods, the limit will be 40 lakhs. If you are a supplier of service or goods plus service, the limit will be 20 lakh. This 40 lakh limit is subject to the condition that you are not required compulsory registration, because if you are required compulsory registration, you have to compulsorily take registration. What 40 lakh, what 20 lakh, what 10 lakh. Can I go ahead, everyone? This 40 lakh is again subject to the condition that you are not required you have not taken voluntary registration, or you are not continuing with your registration. Are we clear, everyone? Because if you want to continue with your registration, you don't want 40 lakh, who is stopping you? Can I go ahead, everyone? In this scenario, you can go ahead. In this scenario, what will happen? What 40 lakh? Voluntarily, you are taking registration, up to you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then the last one is, if you are a supplier of pan masala, ice cream, and tobacco. If you are a supplier of pan masala, ice cream, and tobacco, then also 40 lakh limit is not applicable to you. What is the limit applicable, everyone? 20 lakh limit. Now, everyone listen. One small change has come wherein they have gone ahead and told, if you are a supplier of what? Sir, flying ash brakes for November 22. This is the fresh amendment which you have to take care, everyone. What is the amendment? If you are a supplier, means from November 22 onwards. What is it telling, everyone? If you are a supplier of flying ash brake, you have to be very careful. It's an amendment, everyone. Flying ash brake, flying ash aggregate with 90% or more flying ash content, flying ash block. Basically, that ash color blocks, etc., will be there. No, for that they are telling. Means that bricks which are ash color, or brick of fossil meal, or similar siliceous earth, or building bricks, basically bricks, or earthen or roofing tile, then for you the limit applicable will be again 20 lakh rupees. Are we clear over here, everyone? So, is the point clear to all? Yes, sir. Now, everyone over here, they have gone ahead and told, sir, government may, on the request of a special category state and recommendation of council, enhance the limit from 10 lakh to 20 lakh rupees. How much, everyone? From 10 lakh to 20 lakh rupees. Listen to me very carefully. From 10 lakh, they can increase to 20 lakh. And hence, if you remember, special category state actually is humans of Tripura and Jammu and Kashmir, but the government increased the limit for the special category state. Only some state like Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura, it is still 10 lakh rupees. Are we clear, everyone? Next, government may, on the request of a state and recommendation of council, enhance the limit from 20 to 40 also. Okay, everyone. Now, in case of only exclusive supplier of goods, now there is an explanation which is there that, sir, exclusive supplier of goods are given 40 lakh, but if you have interest income also, interest although is a supply of service, but still you will be allowed a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. You will still be considered as a supplier of goods, and you will be eligible for a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. Are we clear, everyone? Next, sir, if you are an existing registered person who was registered under VAT, service tax, etc., with the coming of GST, from the appointment date, you will be liable to register under GST. Sir, if you are a transferee or a successor, from the date of transfer, basically your transferor was registered, he transferred you the business as going concern, that from the date of transfer or succession, you will be liable to register. Sir, if you are a transferee in case of amalgamation or demerger pursuant to court or tribunal order, everyone, basically transfer has happened because of a basically amalgamation has happened, demerger has happened because of a court order. Now once the court order comes, you can go to the ROC will give certificate of incorporation. Once your certificate of incorporation comes, then you become liable for registration. Are we clear, everyone? Section number 21, you become liable when you cross 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Second, existing registered person becomes liable on the appointment date. Third, transferee becomes liable on the date of transfer or succession. Fourth, transferee in case of court order will become liable the day ROC issues certificate of incorporation. Next, section number 23 talks about people who are not liable. Section number 23 has section number 23 1A, which says if you are a person, everyone, if you are a person exclusively engaged in supplying of those goods which are not liable or wholly exempted, why will you take registration? B point says if you are a agriculturist, you are doing cultivation of land and supplying, you are not required registration. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, who is an agriculturist? Agriculturist means an individual or a HUF who does what? Cultivation of land, either through own labor or family labor, or he and family is watching, people are working. So he is an agriculturist, and agriculturist is not required to take registration if he does cultivation of land and he supplies. The next one over here is compulsory registration. What is compulsory registration? Sir, you are not required to take, you are not given any limit. You have to take compulsory registration if you are NRICA. N for NRTP, making taxable supply. IR for if you are liable to pay tax under RCM. Listen, everyone. If you are liable to pay tax under reverse charge, you have to take compulsory registration. But the person who is giving you the service or the person who is making you the supplies, that person is exempted from registration. But because you are going to pay tax under reverse charge, he is exempted. I for interstate supplier is required compulsory registration. But if you are an interstate supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods, your limit of 20 lakh or 10 lakh shall be applicable. You don't have to compulsorily take registration. Secondly, if you are an interstate supplier of services, then also 20 lakh, 10 lakh a limit shall be applicable. C for casual taxable person, making taxable supply also has to take compulsory registration. A for agent of a taxable person also has to take compulsory registration. Interstate supplier, casual taxable person. But Baba, casual taxable person is also exempted up to 20. Casual taxable person who is making handicraft supply is exempted up to 20 lakhs or 10 lakh. Sir, person required to pay tax under reverse charge, NRTP, or A for agent, CA, A for agent of a taxable person is also required compulsory registration. Means your boss is registered, you have to go ahead and take compulsory registration. Besides this, others will be discussed at CA final. And the last one is any other person who is notified by the government will also be required compulsory registration. Now listen, agent of a taxable person is required compulsory registration. I am an agent, agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent. I am supplying on behalf of agriculturist. Is agriculturist a registered person? No. Am I required compulsory registration? No. Next question. I am earning commission by selling agricultural produce. Agricultural produce, when you are selling and earning commission, that is exempt supply. Am I required registration even if I cross 20 lakh? No. The same thing has been told over here, circular. Commission agent under APMC Act making supplies on behalf of agriculturist is not liable for compulsory registration. Yes, everyone. Here we are done with section number 22, 23, and section number 24. Now, everyone, listen. What is the amendment I told you over here? Earlier, supplier of Pan masala, ice cream and tobacco was not allowed 40 lakh. It means they had to take registration on crossing 20 lakh. Now, who are added? Please be careful. People who are supplying fly ash brick of fossil meal, or building brick, or roofing tiles, they are also not given a higher limit of 40 lakh. For them also, limit applicable will be 20 lakh rupees. Yes, everyone, please be careful. Pan masara, ice cream, tobacco, and bricks. Bricks and roofing tiles ka supplier, they are not allowed 40 lakh rupees. They are allowed how much? 20 lakh rupees ka limit only. Here I will close my discussion on section number 22, 23, 24. A graded is section number 22, 23 and 24. Right, everyone? Let's close our discussion on 22, 23 and 24 over here. All right, people, having done with section number 22, 23, and 24, now we'll move to the next section number 25. Section number 25 goes ahead and talks about procedure of for registration. Sir, you became liable under section number 22 or 24. Section number 25, subsection 1 goes ahead and says, whenever you become liable for registration, please apply for registration within how many days? 30 days. If you are a CTP or an RTP, apply 5 days prior. Sir, SEZ unit or developer will take separate registration, and explanation says if you are in the territorial water, take in the nearest coastal state. Sir, how to take registration? Always remember, whenever you become a taxable person, the day you become a taxable person, don't cry, Baba. Within the next 30 days, you have to go ahead and submit your form. So it goes ahead and says, how will you go ahead and submit your form? Rule number 8 talks about application. Rule number 9 talks about verification. Rule number 10 says registration certificate shall be granted. Rule number 8 goes ahead and says, if you are a person other than NRTP, TDS deductor, TCS collector, or OIDAR, but TDS collector, TCS collector, and OIDR are not part of CA intermediate. ठीक है? So if you are a person who is other than these people who is liable for registering within 30 days, do one thing. Means you became liable for registration under 22 or 24. You have to take registration within 30 days. How will you take it? Rule number 8 goes ahead and says, please go online and fill GST REG01 ka part A. When you are filling part A, you have to declare PMS. Everyone, what do you have to declare? PMS. P for PAN number. PAN will be validated through CBDT database, Central Board of Direct Tax का database से it will be checked. Then mobile number and email ID verified through OTP. Write your state. Now after you go ahead and submit, temporary reference number will be generated. Use your temporary reference number. Fill the part B of GST REG01 and Baba sign it or e-verify along with documents you have to submit. Whenever you go ahead and fill your form, you have a tab of Aadhaar authentication. If you go ahead and submit the form and tell that, sir, I will do Aadhaar authentication, in that scenario, what will happen? One link will come in your mail. You have to click the link, put your Aadhaar number, put the OTP, only then your Aadhaar is verified. Everyone who is required to do Aadhaar authentication, 6A says, if you are a person who is already registered before 1st of April 2020, you will be required to do Aadhaar authentication from a date notified by the government. 6B says, if you are an individual, you have to undergo Aadhaar authentication from when? 1st of April 2020. This is basically for new registration starting from 1st April 2020. 6C says, if you are AMK, individual was here, AMK is here, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner, and Karta, you have to undergo Aadhaar authentication from 1st April 2020. Now, they went ahead and told in 6D, who are the people who are not required? Aadhaar authentication. Who are the people who are not required? NDL, PSU. Sir, if you are not an Indian citizen, D for Department of Central Government, State Government, Local Authority, public sector undertaking, so statutory body, or UIN holder, you are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Now listen to me very carefully. If you are a person who is individual, authorized signatory, managing authorized partner, or Karta, then you are required to do Aadhaar authentication. If you go ahead and tell, yes, I will do my Aadhaar authentication, then one email may link will come. You have to click the link, put your Aadhaar number, put your OTP, and your Aadhaar verification is done. They are going ahead and telling if you opt for Aadhaar authentication means you told a yes over here, then what is the date of submission of the form? The date of submission of the form is not the day when you submit part B. It is when you actually go ahead and do the Aadhaar authentication, or once 15 days gets over, then only it will be deemed that you have submitted the form. It says date of submission of the application will be the date of Aadhaar authentication or 15 days from the submission of part B. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, once you go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication or 15 days gets over, you will be given an acknowledgement in GST REC 02. Sir, if you are going ahead and not opting for Aadhaar authentication, the day you actually submit your form, that day is the date of submission of the form. Okay, sir. Once I go ahead and submit my form, the next is rule number 9, where officer will start checking your form and document. Now, if the officer in the first stage sees that you are a person who is New Delhi PSU, you are not required to do Aadhaar authentication and your form is complete, then he will go ahead within 7 days approve the grant of registration. And rule number 10 says registration certificate showing your principal place and additional place of business along with the GSTN number will be issued to you. Sir, next case, I went in and filled the application. Application went to the officer. Of application is in order. Aadhaar authentication is required. I have opted and Aadhaar authentication successful also. See Baba, application is also fine. Aadhaar authentication is also done. Very good. Within 7 days, they will approve and grant you the registration certificate. Let's go to the next case. What is the next case, everyone? Application is in order. Aadhaar authentication is required. You opted also, but you failed. Or Aadhaar authentication is required, but you did not opt also. Or Aadhaar authentication is required, opted, Aadhaar authentication successful. Still, officer wants to do physical premises ka verification. See, PO deems it fit to carry out physical premises ka verification. Then he will come to your place of business, do the physical premises ka verification, and any other document he will verify, and then within 30 days of the date of submission, he will go ahead and approve the grant of registration and give you the registration certificate. It means whenever application is fine, but Aadhaar authentication is not done, or even after you have done Aadhaar authentication, if the officer wants to do physical verification of place of business, 7 days will become 30 days. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Sir, I went ahead and submitted my application. Officer was doing verification. Application may there is problem. Aadhaar authentication required, opted and is successful. Then they are going ahead and telling because your application may there is a problem, we will give you a notice in GST REC 03 within how many days? 7 working days. Either 7 days may they approve or they give you a notice in GST REC 03. You have to go ahead and reply within the next 7 working days if he is satisfied. So your application went, Aadhaar authentication is fine, application may there is a problem, he will give you GST REC 03 within 7 working days. You have to reply within 7 working days. Once you give the reply, if everything is fine, he will approve within 7 working days, or he will reject and you will pass in. If PO is not satisfied or you did not reply, PO may record the reason and reject the application and inform you in GST REC 05. Sir, for an example, I went ahead and filed the application. He was doing the verification. He found if application is also problem, plus Aadhaar authentication was required, you did not opt, or you failed to authenticate Aadhaar, or Aadhaar authentication was done, but still proper officer is telling, I want to do physical premises ka verification, then first he will do physical premises ka verification. Then because the application there was a problem, he will give you a notice. But now the time limit to give the notice will be 30 days from the date of submission of application. See, Baba, he will do physical premise verification, give you a notice within 30 days. You reply within 7 working days. He likes it, he will approve. He doesn't like it, he will. So you went ahead and gave him clarification information document. He likes it. He will go ahead within 7 days, approve the grant of registration, and he will issue you registration certificate. He doesn't like it, then sir, or you did not reply, he will go ahead and reject the application and pass an order in GST REC 05. Sir, supposingly, if I go ahead and submitted the form, PO did not take any action within 30 days, or Aadhaar authentication was not done by me, and physical premises ka verification had to be done, and he had to take action within 30 days, or sir, I replied, he had to go, he asked me some questions, I replied, he had to go ahead and give me the registration within 7 working days. He did not go ahead and take some action. After me giving clarification information document, if PO fails to take action within the time limits, then application will be deemed to have been approved. GSTN number and registration certificate signed to be made up available to you within the next 3 days after the expiry of 7, 30, or 7 working days. Means if the proper officer is not following the time limit, then the portal will go ahead and automatically approve the registration. Yes, sir. Point is clear. Now listen. Once you get your registration certificate, you become a registered person. A registered person has to go online and he has to put his bank account detail within how many days? First monthly return ka due date or 45 days, whichever is earlier. That is told by rule number 10A. Rule number 25 over here goes ahead and says proper officer can get the physical premises ka verification done before granting you registration or even after granting you registration of also. Whenever he comes, he will take photographs, etc. And after going back, he will upload a verification report along with documents including photograph in GST REG 30. Sir, within how many days? 15 working days. If verification is done before grant of registration certificate, why will he do verification? Because you have failed Aadhaar authentication. Due to failure of Aadhaar authentication or not opting for Aadhaar authentication. Can he do verification after grant also? Yes, Baba, due to any other reason. Rule number 10A, I have already told you, bank account details ka case mein. You are not required to fund his bank. You are required to fund his bank account detail within first monthly return or 45 days, whichever is earlier. Remember one thing, registered person except TDS deductor, TCS collector and suo moto registered person. For these people, everyone, you have to furnish bank account detail at the time of registration. Later furnishing wala option is not there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, rule number 18 goes ahead and says, once you get your registration certificate, put it at the prominent location. Means in your shop, you should stick it at the entrance basically so that everyone can see. And also you should put your GSTN number on the name board of your shop, which is basically of your additional place of business or your principal place of business. One thing over here which is very important, sir, if you go ahead and submit, you become liable. If you submit your application within 30 days, registration certificate is granted, it will valid from the day you become liable. Sir, I became liable, I did not submit my application within 30 days. If you don't submit your application within 30 days, after 30 days you submit and registration is granted, it is valid from the day of becoming, from the day of grant. Are we clear? Because you did not submit the certificate within 30 days, sorry, because you did not go ahead and apply within 30 days, if you apply after 30 days, here registration certificate is granted, it is valid from the date of grant. But you apply within 30 days and it is granted, it is valid from the day of becoming liable. See everyone, application submitted within 30 days, yes sir, then it is valid from the day of becoming liable, otherwise from the date of grant. Very, very important point. Dear everyone, one thing you have to remember, rule number 10B also has been introduced. What is rule number 10B telling everyone? Rule number 10B says that rule number 10B is the amendment for November 22. What is the amendment, everyone? If you are a person who is registered other than the people under 25(6)D means New Delhi, PSU, if you are a person who is required to do Aadhaar authentication, might be you are granted registration without doing your Aadhaar authentication. If you are a registered person who might be under 6A, 6B, 6C, doesn't matter. Whoever is a person who is registered under GST, for them, they are going ahead and telling who have been issued certificate of registration under rule number 10, you have to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Of whom? Of the proprietor in case of proprietorship firm, in case of any partner in case of partnership firm, or Karta in case of Hindu undivided family, managing director or any whole-time director in case of company, or any of the member of the managing committee of association of person or body of individual or society, or trustee in the board of trustee in case of a trust. And so all these people plus the authorized signatory ka Aadhaar authentication has to be done. Means once you are granted registration, after that, if you want to go ahead and do this thing, what? Sir, if you want to file your revocation application, cancellation of registration is done. You want to file your revocation application, then you have to do Aadhaar authentication. Only then they will admit your revocation application. They are telling for you to be eligible for the purpose of filing application for revocation in form 21, REC 21 under rule number 23, and for claiming refund under rule number 89 or refund under rule number 96. For you guys, you just have to know for claiming of refund or filing of revocation application, you have to go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication, because might be registration was granted to you by just doing physical premises ka verification. But if you've not done Aadhaar authentication, they will not go ahead and they are telling you will not be eligible for revocation application and refund. Sir, I don't have a Aadhaar card. Then what to do? Do one thing. Sir, go for enrollment of the Aadhaar. So they are telling, provided that if Aadhaar has not been assigned, the registered person may undergo authentication of Aadhaar. Such everyone here. Provided that if Aadhaar has not been assigned to the person required to undergo Aadhaar number, means if Aadhaar is not assigned to you, then what you can do, you can furnish the following identification document. What? Sir, his Aadhaar enrollment slip plus any one of them, bank passbook, voter ID, passport, or driving license. Now, they are going ahead and telling if we go ahead and tell you that you can give your Aadhaar slip plus any one of them, after you get your Aadhaar number, provided that the such person shall undergo Aadhaar authentication within 30 days of the allotment of Aadhaar number. Means we went ahead and took your application on the basis of your Aadhaar enrollment slip plus bank passbook or voter ID or driving license. Then once you are given Aadhaar number, within 30 days you have to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Yes, everyone, this was rule number 10B, which was an amendment. Here. Now, everyone over here, section number 25, if you read section number 25 too, what does it say? Sir, if you have multiple place of business in a state, can I take multiple registration? Yes, Baba. Rule number 11 says separate registration, separate verification, separate registration certificate shall be granted. Basically, rule number 9 and 10 will be applicable mutatis mutandis. Then it says 25(3). Sir, if I want voluntary registration, can I take voluntary registration? Yes, Baba. You can go ahead and get yourself voluntary registered. But always remember, if you go ahead and take registration voluntarily, you will become a registered person. You have to go ahead. All the provisions will be applicable. You have to take ITC. You have to charge GST. You have to file your return. Basically, all provision as applicable to a registered person will become applicable to you. Section number 25, 4 and 5 says, sir, same state, separate registration is a distinct person. One state registered, one state not registered is a distinct person. Sir, same state, separate registration, distinct person. One state registered, one state not registered, distinct person. One state registered, one state Separate state, separate registration, distinct person. One state registered, one state not registered, also distinct person. Clear everyone? 25(6) says PAN is mandatory for registration. But be careful, NRTP is given registration with passport also. Next, but his authorized signatory has to be a person holding a valid PAN and a resident of India. 25 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, I've told you. 25 7 says NRTP, he will apply in GST 09 along with a self-attested copy of passport. 5 days prior to starting his business, he has to apply. Sir, he has to pay advance pay tax. Once he pays the tax on the basis of temporary reference number, then only verification and registration certificate shall be granted. Always remember, whenever NRTP is applying, his registration shall be signed or e-verified by an authorized signatory who is a resident in India and has a PAN number. Sir, I failed to take registration. Can the proper officer do my registration? Yes, Baba. If you fail to obtain registration, proper officer may register you suo moto. Rule number 16 says, for an example, you become liable for registration. In an investigation, proper officer caught you. He will go ahead and issue you a GST REG 12 and register you on temporary basis. Once he registers you on temporary basis, you get 90 days. Either within 90 days, you go ahead and submit your registration. Rule number 8, rule number 9 and 10 will apply. The registration which is granted will be effective from the date of GST REG 12. Sir, can I go ahead and file an appeal? Yes, Baba. If the appellate authority goes ahead and sets aside the order of the proper officer, then don't take registration. But if they go ahead and uphold the order of the officer, then within the next 30 days, you have to take registration. Okay, everyone. If you take registration over here, registration will be effective from the date of GST REG 12. Okay, everyone. The next one over here is section number 25(9), which says specialized agency of United Nations, any multilateral financial organization, then organization notified under the UN Act, consulate, embassies, etc. They will be given what? UIN for the purpose of refund of taxes. How will they go ahead and apply? They will apply in GST REG 13. Verification will happen and then they will be given UIN number, unique identification number. UN number is valid across India. I've drawn over here that whenever they supply, UN holders ka supply pe there is no GST. So whatever they buy, they will go ahead and pay GST. That GST ka refund they want to claim. So they have to take UIN number. Are we clear, everyone? Section number 25 we went ahead and learned. Section number 25(1), 30 days may you should take registration. CTP and RTP 5 days prior. SEZ separate registration. Tidal waters of India, take in the nearest coastal state. Section number 25(2), multiple place of business, multiple registration you can take. Section number 25(3), voluntary registration. Section number 25(4) and 5, distinct person. 25(6), PAN is mandatory. 6A says already registered person will be required Aadhaar authentication, but that is from a date to be notified. 6B says individual has to undergo Aadhaar authentication from 1st April 2020. 6B, AMK, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner and Karta has to undergo Aadhaar authentication from 1st April 2020. 6D, New Delhi, PSU does not have to undergo Aadhaar authentication. 7 told about NRTP, 8 told about Suomoto, 9 told about UIN holder. Section number 26 over here talks about deemed registration. Sir, registration certificate or UIN granted under SGST Act, deemed registration granted or rejected under CGST Act. Here we are done with section number 25 and section number 26. Chalo Baba, the next section which is there is section number 27. Everyone over here, what did we learn till now? We went ahead and learned registration में section number 22, people who are liable. 23, people who are not liable. 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedure. 26, deemed registration. 27, CTP and NRTP. 28, amendment. 29, cancellation. 30. Revocation of cancellation. Let's do the first 27 now. 27 talks about, what does 27 talk, everyone? It talks about CTP and NRTP. If you are a casual taxable person or a non-resident taxable person, before you go ahead and commence your business, 5 days prior, you have to apply for registration. When you apply as a CTP, you have to fill GST REC 01. NRTP fills REC 09. Along with that, he gives a passport, self-attested copy of the passport, and they will pay net estimated tax liability in advance, and the amount will be deposited to the e-cash ledger. Always remember, after doing this, verification happens and the registration is granted. Basically, rule number 9 and 10 applies, mutatis mutandis. Now, once the business is commenced, you will go ahead and make taxable supply only after the registration certificate is given. Registration certificate is valid for period which is specified. Might be you ask 15 days, 15 or 90, whichever is earlier. So for an example, you took it for 90 days. They are telling sorry, it will be valid for how many days? 90 days. You took it for 15 days, then it will be valid for 15 days. Before the original expires, you can go ahead and ask for extension. If you go ahead and ask for extension, they are telling rule number 15 is applicable, where you have to fill GST REC 11. Along with that, net estimated tax liability in advance for the additional period also has to be paid. They will go ahead and grant you the extension. Always remember, total period you can be a CTP in a state is 180 days. 90 days plus 90. Can it be 15, 20, 30? Yes, but the maximum time period can be 180 days. Now, after 180 days, can I go ahead and ask for more extension? However, more than 180 days, extension is not possible. Government told one circular that if you want more than 180 days to stay in a state, Baba, you will not be a casual taxable person. Take normal registration. Don't pay GST in advance. Pay once the month gets over by 20th of the next month. Normal person. When you go from the state, cancel your registration and get lost. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is 28, amendment. Amendment can be of three types. What are the three types amendment, everyone? Core field का amendment, non-core field का amendment, and pan change. Baba, pan change to change registration. Cancel old one, take new one. Sir, if core field is changed, means might be legal name or address of the principal place, additional place of business, addition, deletion, retirement of partner, director, karta, managing committee, board of trustees, CEO, who are responsible for day-to-day affairs of the business, which do not need cancellation, which do not need a cancellation. Amendment is enough, then you can get the amendment done, but proper officer will verify. What will happen over here? Whenever the change in particulars of registration or UIN there is a change, within 15 days, apply in GST REG 14. Along with that, give your supporting document. Officer will do verification. If officer feels that the amendment is warranted, document is complete and correct, he will go ahead and approve the amendment within 15 working days and issue a GST REG 15. If officer feels amendment is not warranted, then he will go ahead and give you a show cause notice within 15 working days, and you are going to reply within 7 working days why application should not be rejected. Once he receives your reply, if he likes it, then within 7 days he will go ahead and approve and give you a order. Within how many days? 7 working days. If reply is not satisfactory, he'll reject the application within 7 working days and issue what? REG 05. Now, sir, if the amendment is not core field, then gone core field might be bank account detail, etc. You have to change. They are telling that's a non-core amendment. Officer ka approval is not required. Just go online, apply in REG 14. Upon submission, registration certificate will be amended automatically. There is no requirement of proper officer to go ahead and give you what? Approval. Next. Now section number 29 is there. Can you see section number 29? Section number 29 talks about cancellation or suspension of registration. First of all, very important part in this is when your registration can be cancelled by the proper officer. So here When can your registration be cancelled? By the proper officer, suo motu, or on an application by the registered person. When the registered person is gone, the legal hire can cancel. There are three scenarios where number one, business is discontinued or transferred. If business is discontinued or you transfer to someone else, transferee will go ahead and take registration. You have to go ahead and cancel your registration. You discontinue your business, then also you have to cancel your registration. Change in constitution of business. Proprietorship became partnership. Proprietorship became partnership. Then proprietorship will have to cancel the registration. Partnership will have to take the registration whenever there is a change in constitution. Or taxable person no longer liable under section number 22 or 24, or he intends to opt out of voluntary registration. Means you want to go out of voluntary registration, then also you can cancel your registration. Next, if proper officer wants to cancel, proper officer can cancel where you go ahead and contravene the provision of the act or rules. Which provisions of the act or rules? As told in rule number 21. If you go ahead and don't do business from the declared place of business. Number two, you issue an invoice or bill of supply without supply of goods, services, or both, you are going ahead and violating the provision of section number 171. Basically, you are doing profiteering. You should not do profiteering. If you do profiteering, anti-profiteering authority will go ahead and will go ahead and issue an order, and then your registration will be cancelled. Violating the provision of 10A, you did not go ahead and furnish your bank account detail after taking registration, then also your registration will be cancelled. Avails ITC in violation of section number 16. Section number 16, for an example, says you should take ITC only on the receipt of goods. You did not receive the goods, you did not receive the invoice, you took the ITC, your registration will be cancelled. Don't do it. Next, sir, if you go ahead and furnish GSTR 1 may more outward supply, but outward supplies in a valid return in section number 39. Section number 39 may, when you are paying the tax, you are showing only 1 lakh ka sale, outward supply. GSTR 1 may you are showing 10 lakh. They are telling in this scenario also we can cancel your registration. Sir, you are violating the provision of 86B of your payment of taxes chapter. Basically, 86B ka violation, also they can cancel your registration. Very important part, when can your registration be cancelled? Next, if you are a composition person, you did not go ahead and furnish return for 3 consecutive tax period, then also a registration can be cancelled. Normal person, he did not furnish return for 6 months, continuous 6 months, then also registration cancelled. Voluntary registered person, Baba, who took registration voluntarily, if he does not go ahead and commence business for 6 months, then also registration cancelled. Registration was taken by fraud, willful misstatement, or suppressing fact, then also registration will be cancelled. The next one over here says, sir, if registration is cancelled, that does not mean that you are not liable to pay the tax, etc. Even after registration is cancelled, you are still liable to pay whatever is your tax liability, interest liability, etc. Next, so section number 29(4) says cancellation under the SGST Act, deemed your registration is cancelled under the CGST Act also. Section number 29(5) says when your registration is cancelled, what are you liable to pay? Section number 29(5) says when your registration is cancelled, you are liable to pay on your input in stock, input in semi-finished goods, input in finished goods, and capital goods. Whatever the credit you took or the output tax liability, whichever is higher. Sir, ITC or the output tax liability, whichever is higher. Here also reduced ITC or tax on transaction value, basically the output tax liability, whichever is higher. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? Next, everyone over here now. The next one over here, I went ahead and told you the process. What will happen whenever a legal hire or a registered person wants to cancel? Always remember, once the event happens, within 30 days, you have to go ahead and apply for cancellation of registration. When you are applying, you have to apply in GST 16. For an example, one person died and registration has to be cancelled by the legal hire. Once the event happens, within 30 days, he should go online and file GST 16. Along with that, application for that is application for the cancellation. In that, he should go ahead and tell what is the details of stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, and capital goods, because on that the tax liability has to be paid. ITC taken or the output tax liability, whichever is higher, you go ahead and make the payment, and you also have to say from which date you want to cancel. Are we clear? And then you have to pay the liability, payment details along with supporting document has to be provided. Then the cancellation proceedings will go on for 30 days and the officer will give you cancellation order and he'll tell you please pay the tax interest penalty, that is the amount as per section number 29(5). You make the payment within 3 months and file a bye-bye return, which is your final return after making the payment of the taxes. Sir, if registered person, if proper officer wants to cancel my registration, then he will give me a show cause notice in GST REG 17. I will have to go ahead and reply to him within how many days? 7 days. Once I reply to him, if he likes the reply, satisfactory, he will go ahead and drop the proceeding. He does not like my reply, then he will go ahead and start the cancellation proceedings. Once the cancellation is done, order is come, he will tell me, please go ahead and pay whatever tax liability is there. I will have to pay and file one bye-bye return, which is my final return. For an example, you did not go ahead and file your returns over here. If you don't file your return, proper officer will give you a show cause notice that I will cancel. Do one thing, get scared and file your returns. If you file your returns and pay all the tax, interest, fine, etc., then also he will drop the proceedings. Are we clear over here? Now listen, when the cancellation proceedings are going on, they are going ahead and telling during the cancellation proceeding, we can go ahead and suspend your registration. So the rule number 21A comes, which goes ahead and talks about suspension of registration. Number one, if you go ahead and apply for cancellation, I am applying on 15th of March and I'm telling I want cancellation from 1st of April. Then from 1st of April, your registration will be suspended. Are we clear, everyone? Till the date the cancellation order comes, that time your registration will be suspended. Sir, pending the cancellation, registration will be suspended from the date of submission of application or the date you are asking for cancellation, whichever is later. Then, if proper officer has reason to believe that your registration is liable to be cancelled, then he will give you a show cause notice. You will reply him. Once you reply him, if he doesn't like your reply, he will decide the date from which he will start the cancellation proceeding, and during the cancellation proceeding, your registration will be suspended. It says over here, he may suspend registration with effect from the date to be determined by him pending the completion of cancellation proceeding. If you go ahead and you are going ahead and showing your GSTR1 may sales more, but GSTR3B may you are showing your sales less. Officer is going ahead and doing all this comparison and he sees that you are going ahead and doing something wrong, then in that scenario also he can go ahead and suspend your registration immediately. Yes, everyone. See, where a comparison of the return furnished by the registered person under section number 39, your GSTR 3B, that is the details of the outward supply. GSTR 3B, he will compare with what? The details of outward supply in GSTR 1, or he will go ahead and compare the details of basically supplier will file GSTR 1, it will come in your GSTR 2A. That details he will also go ahead and compare with your GSTR 3B, or such other analysis carried out on recommendation of council if it shows that there are significant differences or anomalies indicating contravention leading to cancellation of registration, then also the proper officer will suspend the registration. He will issue GST REG 31 highlighting the differences. You have to go ahead and reply within how many days? 30 days as to why registration should not be cancelled. Are we clear, everyone? Once you go ahead and reply, he will decide whether to cancel or not to cancel. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Registered person, everyone over here. Registered person whose registration has been suspended, you don't have to file a return also. You don't have to make any taxable supply also. Not to make taxable supply means you cannot issue tax invoice. Can I make supply? Yes, but I cannot make taxable supply. Means I cannot issue tax invoice. Now, sir, later if the registration is revoked, suspension is revoked, then for all this period, when your registration was suspended, you did not go ahead and issue tax invoice. For all the supply, you can go ahead and issue revised tax invoice. All the revised tax invoice to be shown in first return. See over here, everyone. Registered person whose registration has been suspended shall not furnish return under section number 39 and also not make any taxable supply, means he shall not issue tax invoice and not charge tax on supply during suspension. Are we clear, everyone? Also, if you are a person whose registration has been suspended, you will not be given refund. Any GST refund will not be given during the period of suspension. Sir, for an example, suspension. Tell me one thing. Once the cancellation proceedings are done, your registration was suspended here, cancellation proceedings got over here, and your registration is cancelled. So Baba, when suspension is revoked, it will be revoked from which date? From the day it had come into effect, and it will be like you were thrown out. Your cancellation was done from here only. See, it says the suspension under rule 122A shall be deemed to be revoked upon completion of cancellation proceeding. Once cancellation proceedings are done, your registration which was suspended, it will be suspension is revoked from the day the suspension had started. See everyone, shall be deemed to be revoked upon the completion of cancellation proceeding, revocation effective from the date when suspension had come into effect, and so PO can go ahead and revoke suspension any time. The last one over here is, sir, supposingly my registration was suspended by the proper officer. Here officer saw that he should not have suspended my registration. He revoked the suspension. He told, sorry sir, then during this time, whatever sales I did, for that I will go ahead and issue what? Revised tax invoice. And also those revised tax invoice I will show in my first return. That is with respect to the supplies during suspension. Is my point clear to all? The last one over here is, once your registration is cancelled, you will start crying. Baba, don't cry. Do one thing. Within 30 days, apply to the proper officer for what? Revocation. You have to give revocation application. If you don't give within 30 days, further 30 days plus 30 days, 30 days, another 30 days ka time can be given by whom? Assistant Commissioner, Joint Commissioner, or Commissioner. So I have to apply. Once registration is cancelled, I have to apply for revocation within 30 days. If I don't apply within 30 days, additional Commissioner, Joint Commissioner can give me further 30 days, or Commissioner can give me even more 30 days. Once I go ahead and apply, if PO is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation and issue an order. If PO is not satisfied, he will give me a show cause notice. I'll have to reply him within 7 working days. And then, if I have to give him what? CID means clarification information document. If he is satisfied, he will revoke the cancellation, issue an order. If he is not satisfied, he will reject the application and pass an order. One thing I want you guys to correct over here, this will also be 7 working days. Quickly correct that, everyone. Yes, that will also be 7 working days. Now listen, whenever you are filing your revocation application, no, tell me one thing. If your registration was cancelled because you did not file your return, then first file your return and then apply for revocation. If registration was cancelled due to non-filing of return, before applying, file your return, pay tax, interest, penalty and late fee. Right everyone? Here we are done with your chapter of registration. This chart is not required at intermediate level. I'll go ahead and stop my discussion. Basically, I'll stop my revision on the chapter of registration over here. People, one quick thing which I want to tell you. In the chapter of registration, what is your amendment for November 22? Number one, here they have told supplier of pan masala, ice cream, tobacco, bricks and roofing tiles also have come. Yes, everyone. What is the amendment? Here, bricks and roofing tiles basically fly as bricks. Then fly as bricks, siliceous earth ka bricks, then building bricks, roofing tiles, and roofing tiles also. These people are also ineligible for 40 lakh rupees ka limit. Correct, everyone? This is one amendment. The next amendment is 10B has been introduced. If you want to file your revocation application and refund application, your Aadhaar authentication has to be done by you. If you don't have the Aadhaar card, then you have to apply along with the application slip. You have to give bank passbook or driving license or voter ID. Yes, everyone. And then you can go ahead and apply. But once you get your Aadhaar number, within 30 days, you have to do Aadhaar authentication. 10B done. Correct, everyone? What else was the amendment? Here. Rule number 23, rule number 30 may, you have to remember, section number 30 may you have to remember, revocation application when you are filing. Before that, 10B says, basically it is subject to 10B, means your other authentication that shall be done, only then you can go ahead and file your revocation application. Here we are done with your registration ka quick revision, everyone. Congratulations, people. Chalo, can we go ahead, everyone? Let's go ahead and get it started now. We are learning the chapter of exemption. Exemption as a chapter, I have told you it's a A graded chapter. 6 to 8 marks is the expected. Let's go ahead and start with the first exemption. Before we go ahead and start with the exemption, I would like to give you a quick linking first of all. We started learning GST with goods or service. Whenever goods or services are being supplied, supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate supply. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST and HGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, some people ask for composition levy also. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid if you are a taxable person. A taxable person is a person who is registered or liable to be registered under 22 or 24. Now, everyone over here, government went ahead and imposed GST and you are going to collect GST and pay. Government imposed GST on the goods and service, you are going to collect and pay. Between your collection and payment, there comes a chapter of exemption. If government has imposed GST on your goods and services, but then government went ahead and introduced one exemption notification in public interest saying that Ramesh, even though I have GST imposed on this item, even though I have imposed GST on this item, you don't collect and you don't pay. Are we clear, everyone? And that exemption is given with the help of notification under section number 11. So whenever you have to collect and pay CGST and SGST, government goes in and issues a notification under section number 11. You will not collect and pay. Now, and section number 6 of the IGST Act says you don't have to collect and pay IGST if government issues a notification. So whatever things are told in the notification, for that you will not collect any GST and pay to the government. Now, IGST ka exemptions are not applicable for you at intermediate level. Now, section number 11 gives the power to government to go ahead and exempt something from CGST and SGST. SGST will not talk. So we'll go ahead and talk now that government has been given the power. If I am the government, I have been given the power by section number 11 to go ahead and exempt anything in public interest. Are we clear, everyone? Now I can go ahead and exempt something saying that okay, 12% is payable, 6% you don't pay, 6% exemption given, remaining 6 you have to pay. Or I can give a full exemption also that complete amount of GST you don't have to collect and pay. Clear, everyone? Let's go ahead and understand section number 11. Section number 11 of the CGST Act and section number 6 of the IGST Act grants the power to government to exempt. Now, whenever the government is exempting, government will go ahead and exempt with the help of a notification. Now, then notification which government is issuing, that is issued with the power which is given by 11 and 6. Otherwise, who gave government the power? Power has to be given, and government by using this power has issued notification number 12 bar 2017. 12 bar 2017. Now that 12 bar 2017 may whatever entries are told, whatever items are told, those goods, those items where GST will not be there. Now, government using the power has exempted goods also and services also. Goods ka exemption they will not ask you, sir, this item is it exempted by the government? No, they will not go ahead and ask you. But services ka exemption, approximately 100 exemptions are given to services. 100 services are exempted, and government has exempted them in public interest. Am I clear to all? Yes, sir. We are all clear. Now, I want to go ahead and ask you one thing. Sir, you think and tell me. Baba, tell me one thing. Till now, whatever chapters I have told, is it very easy, everyone? Nothing was there, no. In GST, actually, nothing is there. Now, you tell me one thing. When I am going ahead and telling exemption under section number 11, what things will government go ahead and exempt? Baba, health, public के लिए, education, public के लिए, transportation for the public, government department ka services government will exempt. Then agriculture being the backbone of the country, government will exempt. Then some security, police, etc. which government is basically government related service, government will exempt. Healthcare, government will exempt. Education, government will exempt. Then public necessity item, government will go ahead and exempt, like public toilets, public libraries, whatever they are going ahead and public toilet may will pay 1 rupee. Did they charge 1 rupee plus GST? Why? Baba, it's a service. They will not charge you because government has exempted. You went to the public library. Public library, they will give you book. Government is selling anyways, internet world. Nobody is taking the books from the library. If they are giving on lending the books and you are charging any amount, don't charge any GST. All these things have been exempted by the government in public interest by using the power under section number 11. Let's get it started with section number 11.1. Section number 11.1 says government in public interest on the recommendation of the council. Are you people able to read the law now? People who are reading textbooks at home will be very benefited because you will learn to read the law and you will understand it. See, one method is reading the law and trying to learn it. One is learning in a simpler manner and then reading the law that is simpler in life. What I do in the class, I make it simple for you. When you read at home, you'll feel, sir has already told this. People who are reading it actually realize it. People who are not reading it, anyways, my condolences. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, everyone over here. Government in public interest on the recommendation of council by notification means government will issue a notification and there the government will exempt generally. Government will exempt something generally, either absolutely means without any condition or conditionally means subject to you doing this, the item will be exempted. Subject to condition from the whole of GST or part of the GST means it can be a partial exemption, it can be a full exemption, it can be an unconditional exemption, it can be a conditional exemption, and it will be with effect from a date specified in the exemption notification. For services, notification number 12 bar 2017 has been issued where government have gone ahead and told approximately 80-85 services. Government kept on adding it and it's approximately 100 services which are there now which are exempted from CGST and SGST, and the same is also exempted under IGST. Yes, everyone. But additionally, in IGST, import etc. is also exempted. Some services ka, but we'll not talk about IGST. Not a level for CA final. Can I go ahead, everyone? Not applicable for CA final. Next, section number 11.2. For an example, Sachin Tendulkar went ahead and imported his Ferrari. On the Ferrari, because Sachin was a public figure, government went ahead and told for Sachin Tendulkar there will be no custom duty import pay. That was a special case. Whenever government sees a special case in GST also, I gave you an example of a special case. Just the way if now import is in your CA final, not applicable intermediate. What I am telling is, for an example, I went ahead and got something and government feels that in public interest this is a special case and we should exempt. Special order is given in section number 11.2. Government on the recommendation of council by notification by special order in each case means it is case to case basis under exceptional circumstance exempt goods services or both from GST. Number one was general exemption. Number two is what? Special exemption in special case. 11.3. Everyone listen to me very carefully. For an example, government went ahead on 1st of April, government went ahead and gave one exemption notification and told bottles will be exempted. Government told what will be exempted from GST? Bottles. Now, what people started interpreting that bottles pay there will be no GST. It means people interpreted that these bottles which are made of steel and which are basically uh, thermal bottles which are there. Correct, everyone? For thermal bottle also exemption will apply. Are we clear? And people started no charging GST on this also, no GST on this also. So if I am selling, I will not charge GST because exempted by the government. But then government, if it wants, government is selling, no, I was telling glass bottle, Baba, you interpreted wrong. On this bottle, GST will come. If government has to give any clarification, then government can give clarification within 1 year. If supposingly government inserts an explanation in the notification, government had issued the notification saying bottles may no GST. In that, if government wants to insert an explanation, it can insert within 1 year. Are we clear? And this explanation will be valid retrospectively from here. It means from here to here, whatever these bottles ka sale you made on that you did not charge GST, you have to pay GST because government is clarifying, saying what I meant was not this bottle, I meant glass bottle. So if government ever sees that government has gone ahead and told something and people are getting confused, government can clarify by inserting an explanation within 1 year. Who gave the power to insert an explanation? Section number 11.3. Section number 11.3 says government may, if it considers expedient necessary, insert an explanation in notification or order. Orders are given in special exemption. within 1 year from the date of issue of notification or order, such explanation shall have retrospective effect. Are we clear, everyone? So if government inserted explain gave a notification here, and here government inserted an explanation, that explanation will have retrospective effect. Are we clear? As a result, during this time, if you sold bottles and you did not charge GST, thermal bottles pay, you have to pay GST to the government. Government is clarifying that if we give an explanation within 1 year, it will always have retrospective effect. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Please come to now using this power which is given under section number 11, government issued notification number 12 bar 2017. In that 12 bar 2017, you will see entry number 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Serially entries are going. What I have gone ahead and done, all the entries which are told in your exemption. If I go to your chapter of exemption, everyone. Exemption. 1 minute. If I go to a chapter of exemption, in in the exemption ka chapter, you will see entry number 1 is there. Can you guys see over here? Entry number 90, 80. Sir, why have entries been shuffled up? What I have gone ahead and done, all the entries which are relating to charitable institution and religious activities, I put them together so that you can read all of them together and it becomes simple for you. Are we clear, everyone? Now, let's go ahead and understand the first one, charitable and religious activity. If you see over here, I have given government related all entries over here, transportation services ka all entry over here, admission related service over here, agriculture related all entries over here. So what I have done is I put together all the entries relating to a chapter. Let's go ahead and start with the first entry, which is relating to what? Charitable institution. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. For a person to get income tax exemption, so if I am an entity which is a charitable institution, if I want all my income to be exempt under income tax, under income tax, there is a section called 12AA, or a new section has also been inserted which is known as 12AB. So if I want that I don't have to pay GST, if I don't have to pay income tax under the Income Tax Act, then I have to register myself under Section 12AA or Section number 12AB of the Income Tax Act. Earlier it was Section number 12AA. Now they have gone ahead and introduced 12AB in income tax and told if you are a charitable institution and you don't want to pay income tax, then you can take exemption under Section number 12AB. Means you have to be an entity which is registered under 12AB. Then you don't have to pay income tax under Income Tax Act. Now, I am a charitable institution and I am registered under the 12AA or AB of the Income Tax Act, and I am going ahead and doing charitable activity. Then my charitable activity where there will be no GST. Now, you tell me one thing. For according to me, though, charitable activity is teaching you only for example. According to me, I am telling teaching you is a charitable activity, no GST. Government is telling, wait, Baba. I will tell you what is charity. Only on that GST will not come. Otherwise, everyone's thought of charity is different. Can I go ahead, everyone? So government went ahead and told charitable activity pay GST will not come. But charitable activity means what? If you are going ahead and taking care of public health, if you are doing an activity which is relating to what? Public health by way of care or counseling. So you are doing care or counseling of terminally ill people. Terminally ill means who are about to go. Okay, everyone? Baba, everything told in class is only for classroom purpose, nothing serious. Okay? Anyone who is about to go, what you are doing is you are taking care of a person who is about to go. You are a charitable institution. Care or counseling you are doing of people who are about to go, and might be you are charging their family a small amount. Government is telling, anyways, the person is about to go, we will let him go in peace, we will not charge GST. Baba, only for classroom understanding so that you remember in the exam. After one person is gone, neither supply of goods nor supply of service. About to go also, government is telling we will not charge any GST, but it is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, if a person is having severely physical or mental disability, then government is going ahead and telling, for an example, there is a charitable institution doing care and counseling of a person who is mentally or physically disabled, then Baba, whatever amount might be the charitable institution is charging. Baba, there are NGOs who are there, no, who take care of these people. Now the NGO might go ahead and charge a small amount from the family, but on that the NGO will not charge any GST. HIV or AIDS infected, again about to go. Government is selling again HIV AIDS infected about to go. If you are going ahead and providing any service and you are charging an amount, don't go ahead and charge any GST. Next, drug, alcohol addict. Baba will draw someone. This is Ronak. ठीक है Ronak went in bad path. What is he doing nowadays? One bottle in the hand. ठीक है everyone. Now Ronak, her father, went ahead and told this guy he's gone wrong track. We have to do something. He went to an institution. Institution is registered under 12AA. They went ahead and gave what? Care and counseling to him because he was a drug addict. Now you tell me one thing, his father will pay a small amount. They will not go ahead and charge any GST. ठीक है बाबा? Real life में Ronak is a very good boy. Can we go ahead? This is milk ka bottle. Now, next. Everyone over here now. The next one. The next one is, listen to me very carefully. Number one is care and counseling if you are doing. ठीक है? By number two, public awareness if you are doing. Public health by way of what? Public awareness. You are going ahead and doing what? Public awareness. Or preventive health. Preventive health. Baba, take care of your health. You are doing public awareness and public awareness programs के लिए might be you are charging some amount. Family planning. Are we clear? You are doing awareness about family planning. Then prevention of HIV or AIDS infection so that you don't become about to go. Somebody is going ahead and doing what? Public awareness. Are we clear? Baba, you'll see in all these programs will be there. So all these public awareness program, if they are falling over here, then there'll be no GST. Might be they charge you an entry fees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees. On that, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Whatever they are charging, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga. Listen, there's a charitable institution doing charitable activity which is relating to religion, spirituality, and yoga. Baba Ramdev. Okay, they have they go ahead and teach yoga. Everyone, they go ahead and teach yoga and they charge a small amount. Might be tomorrow they are told, I will also become Baba. I will also give yoga classes. She also started yoga classes. Government is telling anyone doing anything for advancement of yoga. Government is telling very good. You are anyways taking care of the health of the people. Whatever services you give, don't charge any GST. For an example, you organize a yoga camp. For that, you are charging 50 rupees every day from the people. No GST because it's for advancement of yoga. For an example, Sri Ravi Shankar ji is there. He is going ahead and giving what? Spirituality. People, you come, getting close to yourself means you are enlightening yourself. Correct? I don't know more about spirituality. Now, what I'm going ahead and telling, if somebody is going ahead and giving services for spirituality, again, no GST. Advancement of religion related, if somebody is going ahead and doing some services. Okay, everyone over here, religion, spirituality, and yoga. I am telling, government is telling, yoga, spirituality, and religion we will not touch. Anyone going ahead and providing any services for that will not go ahead and charge any GST. Next, advancement of educational program or skill development program if you are doing relating to. So if I am a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is what? Advancement of educational program. I am doing educational program or skill development program for whom? Abandoned, orphan, homeless children. For an example, Dia found one small kid who was abandoned, orphan. She got him to me, and I am going ahead and giving him what? Education. And I am charging a small amount. Government is selling, sir, you are giving education to a orphan children or homeless children. If we government is selling noble cause, Ramesh, don't collect and pay. Otherwise, that will become expensive for the front party. Are we clear? Next, sir, educational program or skill development program relating to physically, mentally abused or traumatized person. Again, government is telling don't go ahead and charge any GST. Again, skill development program. If I am going ahead and doing prisoner, for an example, prisoners who are there, so that when they come out of the jail, they become good people. I am teaching them GST. First of all, so I should be a charitable institution doing charitable activity which is relating to what? Educational program for prisoner. First of all, I have to be a charitable institution doing charitable activity which is what? education to the prisoner. Government is telling, Ramesh, very good, you are trying a good thing, so we'll not go ahead and don't go ahead and charge any GST. Next, I am going ahead and trying to give educational program or skill program to person greater than 65 residing in rural area. So there is a uncle who is there, correct? And okay, Baba, grandpa who is there. You tell whatever. Greater than 65 years. Everyone here, greater than 65 years, and I am trying to give educational program or skill development program to them. Government is telling, anyways, if you are going ahead and doing it for them, don't go ahead and charge any GST. They will ask you in the exam for person going ahead and doing educational program or skill development program for person residing in urban area. I had always told my CA final students saying you are intermediate, but final I had told that they will ask you in the exam urban area. Last two attempts before, they had gone ahead and told over here urban area. I had already marked this when I was making the chart saying that they will one day ask for urban area. They asked it, please be very careful. Intermediate, next time you guys are the target. Can I go ahead, everyone? In the exam, you will see rural area, then be very careful. Only then it is exempt. Urban area is not exempt. If you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is for preservation of environment, watershed, forest, wildlife. Now Sadhguru is there. His institution is a charitable institution doing charitable activity which is relating to saving the environment. He is telling save the soil now. Correct? And he is going ahead and collecting some amount. Might be he's going ahead and collecting. He says save the river. Might be he's going ahead and collecting any amount. Baba, government is going ahead and telling if you are doing anything for preservation of environment, watershed, forest, wildlife, then you don't go ahead and charge any GST. Always remember one thing. If you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is PAPE activity, PAPE. Okay, everyone. P for what? E for educational program. A for advanced. See, E for I told you educational program. A for advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga. P for public health by way of care counseling and public awareness. And P for preservation of environment, watershed, etc. Number one P is what? Public health by way of care and counseling or public awareness you are doing. For public health, you are taking care basically. Second is advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga. Third is P for preservation of environment, watershed, etc. E for educational program or skill development program for all the people who are residing in rural area greater than people residing in rural area greater than 65. Take everyone, prisoners, traumatized people, etc. Then your activity is a charitable activity. So charitable institution doing charitable activity which is PAPI activity only shall be exempted. The next over here is, for an example, there is an entity registered under 12AA, and what is it going ahead and doing? Running an old age home. For an example, everyone, for an example, one son is there, he is not able to take care of the parents. Now he had to go ahead and leave them to the orphanage. Orphanage is going, sorry, not orphanage, old age home. Old age home is going ahead and charging a small amount from him. Whatever it is being charged, on that there will be no GST. Up to 25,000 per annum per member if it is charging. Per annum per member means father ke liye 25, might be mother also 25. Then it is 50,000, 25,000 you have to remember. So running of old age home. So supposedly I am an entity registered under 12A and I am running an old age home for residents, not for non-resident. Be careful, they will tell you non-resident in the exam. They have not asked this yet. Greater than equal to how much? 60 years. And consideration charge up to 25,000 per month per member. Why are they charging 25,000? For boarding, lodging and maintenance. Are we clear, everyone? Can we clear? Can we go ahead? So if there is a charitable institution running a old age home, correct everyone, and 25,000 per month per member, then it shall be exempted. Now sir, what if the old age home is run by the central government, state government? Then also it is exempted if they are charging up to 25,000. Are we clear everyone? Up to 25,000 if they are charging, it will exempt it. If supposingly they are charging 30,000, the complete amount goes taxable. Are we clear everyone? Up to 25 means they are going ahead and charging a small amount. Higher than that, the complete amount goes taxable. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. Now you would have seen everyone. Okay, I will take someone. I love drawing. Who is there? Why should boys have all the fun? Madam, your name? Sneha. This is Sneha. Okay, Sneha over here. Now, what is Sneha doing, everyone? Sneha wants to get married. Okay, everyone. So she went to a temple. No, 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 no. She is not running away and getting married. No, no, no. She went to a temple and told the temple, I want to book the Kalyan Mandapam. She is not running away. Kalyan Mandapam ko she booked the Kalyan Mandapam. Everyone, now marriage will happen. Yes or no? Kalyanam will happen. One bakra will come. Yes. Everyone listen. Now listen. Kalyan Mandapam will go ahead and give services. You will pay the Kalyan Mandapam amount. If the Kalyan Mandapam is going ahead and telling you 10,000 rupees, do one thing. Tell them I will put 1 rupee in the hundi. You take 9999 rupees. Then it will be exempted. Always remember one thing. If Kalyan Mandapam is given to you for your marriage, etc., by a temple premises, and they are going ahead and charging you up to how much? 9999. Then per day, Baba, marriage happens only one day. Okay, everyone. Then it shall be exempted. If the temple tells you 10,000 rupees, you put 1 rupee in the hundi, give them 999, they will not charge you GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, let's go ahead and understand the next one. For an example, again, who is getting married, everyone? Sneha. No, sir. Only one time you make me married. Oh, this is only for example. Now, Sneha is getting married. Everyone over here. Now, this is the temple. Listen, in the temple ka premises, the temple will also have rooms because people who will come, they will not stay at home. They will be staying in the temple only. Now, temple, what they do, they give rooms also on rent. Yes or no? They will go ahead and give you the room on rent, and you will have to pay them an amount, not for marriage, for the room rent which is there. Now, for the room rent which is there, if the temple tells you 1,000 rupees per day, madam, then you tell, sir, I will put 1 rupee in the hundi. 999 if the temple is charging you per day. For what? Room rent, it shall be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Okay. You have seen temple, everyone. In a temple, you will see people who are there. Sir, what do these people do? These people are very good people. They will set prasadam. Correct? Yes or no? These people are doing business over there. Yes or no? They will sell flowers. Government is selling. Listen, the temple will go ahead and give these shops on rent to them. This shop belongs to the temple. In temple, you will see no prasad shop is there, that shop is there, this shop is there. Now those shops which are there belongs to the temple premises. Temple trust ka shops they are. They will go ahead and give the shop on rent to them and charge an amount from them. I went to take one shop in the temple. I told I will go ahead and put chappal ka shop, saying you can keep chappal, I will charge an amount. Okay, everyone. Now for the shop, if the temple is going ahead and charging 10,000, then GST will come. You tell one thing, sir, take 9999 per month. Baba, rent is per month. Correct? Then it shall be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? This is the next entry. Renting of precincts of a religious place, which is meant for what? General, public. It can be given by an entity which is registered under 12AA or AB, or temples are also registered. Means trust can be also registered under these sections of the Income Tax Act. From my point of view, you have to remember temple or a trust for your exam purpose. Okay, everyone. This section may also, if they are registered, be careful. They will say in the exam 1023 BBA, 1023C. You understand? It's talking about that temple. Now, if they are going ahead and giving room on rent up to 999 per day, premises or Kalyan Mandapam. Baba, you told I want open ground for marriage. I don't want Kalyan Mandapam. Then also if they are charging 999 per day or shop 9999 per month, then it shall be exempt. Always remember 999 is exempted. Panditji service. Baba, you want to get married, you will have one Panditji will come. Panditji will also charge an amount. Baba, all Panditji ka expenses, for all your religious etc. ceremony. Do you think government can recover GST from them? Government told where the grapes are sour, we don't want. Government told Panditji services, no GST. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. This one, huh? First, let me finish. No, this one, which is there, hostel, you cut it from here, everyone. Okay, cut it. Hostel, you can cut it from here. Okay, everyone. Now, the next one. See, everyone, when I say Panditji service means conduct of any religious ceremony. Means, for an example, religious ceremony can be marriage. Yes, everyone. Puja is there. Anything which is religious, all the Panditji services will be exempt. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. If there is a entity which is registered under 12AA and it is going ahead and providing what? Training or coaching in recreational activity relating to sports. Sir, recreational activity means anything which you do as an hobby. Are we clear? To recreate yourself types. Are we clear? Recreational can be learning music. So they are going ahead and telling training or coaching if they are giving in sports, then also it shall be exempted. For an example, I am an entity which is a non-profit entity going ahead and teaching people badminton. I'll not charge any GST. For an example, Prakash Padukone ka institute is there where they go ahead and teach badminton. Will he charge GST? Yes, because he is not an entity registered under 12AA or AB. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. What am I going ahead and telling over here? Entity registered under 12AA or AB, if they are going ahead and giving what? Training or coaching in recreational activity relating to sport, then it shall be exempted. Tell me one thing. Then it says training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art and culture is also exempt. Baba, anyone who is going ahead and giving what? Training or coaching in art or culture, anything to preserve the art or culture, then Baba, it shall be exempt. It is not only for charitable institution, anyone giving it. By any person need not be charitable institution. But charitable institution ke liye what is exempt? Training or coaching recreational activity. Are we clear, everyone? Relating to what? Sports. Can we go ahead, everyone? Sir, art and culture given by charitable institution, then also exempt. You are going ahead and giving any recreational activity relating to art and culture, that is also exempt. Everyone over here, one more point which is there, rehabilitation professional. Everyone, do you remember our friend who had become drunkard? Where is that guy? Sir, where is that drawing? Okay, we'll draw him again. He is always smiling and he is dancing. Okay? You know what? You know what is the problem? The problem is the bottle. Okay, everyone. This has alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Now listen to me very carefully. He will be put by his father in a rehab center. Correct, everyone? Rehab center में there are not doctors. Doctor का service है exempted under GST. These rehabilitation professionals who are there, they are also there. They told the doctors, told the government, we are also doctors only, no? We will take care of people, yes or no? So government went ahead and told if there is a rehabilitation professional, he is not a doctor, but his services by way of rehabilitation, therapy, counseling at a medical institute establishment. For an example, there is a rehab professional. He is working in Nimans, which is for what? Rehabilitation of the people. Now, if he is working at the rehabilitation professional, he is a rehabilitation professional giving his services at medical establishment, no GST, or at an educational institution. Baba, you will see educational institution may also there will be doctors who are doing training. Same way, there will be rehabilitation professionals also who are giving their services, or at rehabilitation center which is set up by the central government, state government or union territory, or at an entity registered under 12AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. So if there is a rehabilitation professional, for an example, I know how these people I can teach and tell them to leave drinking, etc. So I am a rehabilitation professional. If I am giving my services where? At a medical establishment or at a college, means educational institution, or at a center which is run by the government, or entity registered under 12AA, then my services will be exempted. Remember always, rehabilitation professionals are not doctors, but their services also are exempted, provided they are going ahead and providing their services over here. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then government went ahead and told religious pilgrimage. Sir, what do you mean by religious pilgrimage? For the Hindus, it is the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra which is there. Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. For the Muslims, it is the Hajj. Correct, everyone? Government went ahead and told for the Hindus and for the Muslim, this religious pilgrimage which is happening, for that there will be no GST. So, sir, religious pilgrimage. Now, people, sir, who is going ahead and providing this religious pilgrimage? Listen to me very carefully. For for a person who is going to religious pilgrimage, there is KMVNL, Kumau Mandal Nigam Vikas Nigam Limited, KMVNL. Everyone listen. Kumau Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, they go ahead and provide you Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Listen to me very carefully. Are Baba, Kailash Parvat is there, no Kailash Mountain. There, if you want to go, who will take you? These people. When they are going ahead and taking you to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, Baba, tell me one thing. If you want to go to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, don't you think they are providing you the service? They will charge you an amount. On that amount, there is no GST. Same way, there is Hajj committee which is there. Correct? There is one person who is there. He wants to go to Hajj. So they will go ahead and provide him the service of taking him to Hajj. He will have to pay an amount. There will be no GST. So Hajj committee giving Hajj ka Yatra basically, and Kumau Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited going ahead and giving Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. There will be no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? The same thing has been told. KMVNL giving Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Hajj committee giving Hajj Yatra. There will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? What did I teach you till now? I went ahead and told you there is a charitable institution. We going ahead and doing what? Charitable activity, which is PAPI activity, no GST. Charitable institution running a old age home up to 25,000 if they are charging for 60 years or greater than or equal to no, then it will be exempted. If there is a charitable institution in that rehabilitation professional is providing services, then rehabilitation professional ka services at a charitable institution are exempt. Rehabilitation professional ka services at medical establishment, educational institutions are also exempted. Such charitable institution going ahead and doing what? Basically they are trust etc going ahead and giving room rent, kalyan mandapam, or shops on rent up to 999 or 9999. If they are charging, it shall be exempt. The next one is charitable institution giving training or coaching in recreational activity relating to sports also shall be exempted. Then I told you, barring this, I told you one more thing. KMVNL giving what? Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Hajj committee going ahead and giving Hajj Yatra shall also be exempted. My question to you guys, KMVNL is an entity registered in Uttar Pradesh. They went ahead and took you for a Ladakh trip. Will it be exempt? No, Baba. They went ahead and took you only for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra will be exempt. Hajj committee went ahead and took you for a Saudi Arabia ka trip. That is not exempted. They will take you only for Hajj Yatra, and Hajj Yatra ke liye, Baba, I don't know if they take it. I am telling only for classroom purpose. Okay? If they took you, might be for a Hajj Yatra, then it shall be exempted. If they took you for any other trip, it is not exempted. Now tell me one thing. I want to ask you one question. Everyone, GST on residential program. Tell me one thing. You went to Baba Ramdev ka yoga program. There they gave you food also. They gave you stay also for 3 days. Is it exempted? Principal supply was yoga. Food and stay becomes ancillary. Because the principal is exempted, food and stay will also become exempted. Is my point clear? Because yoga, along with other things, is a composite supply. Can I go ahead? You went to supposedly Sri Ravi Shankar Ji ka ashram. There the principal was spirituality related thing, but the ancillary was what? Food, stay. Correct, everyone? Then all these also will be exempted because the principal supply is exempted. If principal and predominant objective and purpose was advancement of religion, spirituality, and yoga, then it shall be exempt. Then Sir, you went to one supposedly charitable institution. For an example, I don't know if ISKCON is a entity which is registered under 12A. For an example, I'm telling you went to ISKCON. ISKCON may you can go and specifically have food also. Now, if they are giving you food, they are giving you hotel. They are giving you restaurant ka service. On that restaurant ka service, will GST come? Yes, they are selling food. They are telling over here, if charitable or religious trust merely provides accommodation or serves food and drink against consideration in form, including donation, such activity shall be taxable. They told you eat food and go. You can donate 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees, whatever you want. Baba, you are specifically giving service and that shall be taxable. Next. Baba, for an example, Dia started fitness camp. She told aerobics. Baba, aerobics is not exempted. See over here. They are telling activities such as holding fitness camp, classes, aerobic, dance, music will be always taxable. These are not spirituality yoga. Are we clear, everyone? Is my point clear till here? Earlier, the word 12AA was there. Now, the word along with 12A, the word 12B also 12AB also is added. Is my point clear to all? Here we are done with your charitable and religious activities. People, can we go ahead? Next one. Come to government related services, everyone. Please come to government related services. Central government, state government, unit, territory, or local authority. I am telling about government related service. Everyone over here. People, government going ahead and giving those services which are as public authority. If it is notified under section number 72B, then it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. I told 243 G and W ka activity and alcoholic liquor license when the government is giving, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Then Baba, Department of Post which is there, if they are giving services to government, it is exempt. Postal Department, if they are going ahead and giving services to others, might be non-government like you, and it is sale services. Sale, SALE, speed post, agency services, life insurance, and express parcel forward charge. Any other service exempt. People, you remember all this thing, right? Port or airport services to an aircraft or vessel is also GST under forward charge. Transportation of goods and passenger ka service GST under forward charge. Renting of immovable property, registered person ko if government is giving forward charge, huh? Reverse charge and unregistered person forward charge government will collect and pay. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here, listen to me very carefully. Here, I want to tell that other than 1, 2, 3, 4, which is known as P, post, airport, immovable property, and transportation. All these 4 services, if you leave, other than that, they are going ahead and telling these services are also exempted. What are these services? Everyone, let's understand this. Services by way of guaranteeing loans of their undertaking or PSU. Supposingly one government undertaking is there, Government of India ka undertaking is there, or a public sector undertaking is there. For an example, if I go ahead and say one public PSU is there, public sector undertaking. Bank say they wanted a loan. So bank will give the loan. But bank told I want government ka guarantee. So government will give guarantee to the bank. Don't you think when government is giving guarantee to the bank and they are giving a loan to them, government is actually giving a service to the PSU by guaranteeing their loan? When government is giving a service, the public sector undertaking will pay some amount to the government. And giving of services by the government to the PSU by what? By guaranteeing the loan is always a exempt supply. Are we clear? I am the government. I am guaranteeing the loan of the PSU. I will charge some amount from the PSU. My service is exempted. So if I am going ahead and guaranteeing the loan of government undertaking, then also it shall be exempted. Government going ahead and guaranteeing their loans is an exempt supply of service. Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Kindly concentrate in class. Guaranteeing loans for their undertaking or PSU from bank or financial institution applicable to central government, state government, union territory, only not applicable to local authority. Can I go ahead, everyone? So supposingly there is a bank. Bank say loan had to be given to whom? Public sector undertaking or government undertaking. Government went ahead and guaranteed the loan. Government gave the guarantee. Don't you think government gave the service? For that, whatever amount is charged by the government shall be exempted. The next one over here is allowing business entities to operate as telecom operator. Use radio frequency for a license. Baba, you would have seen, no, this 2G spectrum fees was there, 3G spectrum fees was there. So government is allowing Reliance to use this 2G spectrum, 3G spectrum. Government will go ahead and charge an amount to them. They are going ahead and telling if the contract was for prior period, which as contract was prior to 1/4/2016, there will be no GST. Baba, old contract related exemption, total bakwas. Can we go ahead, everyone? The next one, providing registration under the law. You wanted your shops and establishment ka registration. You wanted any fire license. Government will go ahead and give you the license. Baba, don't you think government is giving you a service? Government will charge you an amount. Government will not go ahead and charge any GST. See, providing registration under law, testing, calibration, safety, certification for protection of worker, consumer at large, including fire license required under the law. See, government will give you fire license. Government will charge an amount. Yes or no? Government is giving you a service. There will be no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, sir, FSSI registration. What is FSSI, everyone? Food Safety Standards Department of India, which is there. What is FSSI? I also don't remember. We'll see the full form. FSSAI. FSSAI. See here, everyone. It is what? Food Safety Standards Authority of India. So, what is FSSI going ahead and doing, everyone? FSSI will go ahead and certify restaurant that the restaurant ka food is safe. Baba, for a restaurant to run, they have to take FSSI registration. Now, when government is giving FSSI registration, government will take one fees. Government will take some application fees, etc. Government will not charge any GST. Next, sir, government will give passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificate. All these issuance services pay. Whatever charges are taken by the government, government will not go ahead and charge any GST. Next, tolerating non-performance. Everyone listen to me very carefully. This is the government. Okay? For an example, this is me. I went in and told the government, I will make the building ready in 2 months. Government told, if you don't make the building ready in 2 months, I am going ahead and giving you a service of tolerating you. You have not gone ahead and done what was told in the contract. You have to pay me a fine. My question is, if government is giving you tolerating a service, is tolerating a service? When government is tolerating you and you are paying fine or any damages on this service, will GST come? Baba, tolerating is a service. Government is tolerating you. You did not make the building on time. Government will take damages from you. There will be no GST. See over here, everyone. Tolerating non-performance of a contract against fine or liquidated damage, no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Everyone over here. Assignment of right to use natural resources to individual farmers for cultivation of plant and rearing of life form. For an example, government ka one land is there. Government ka this land is there. This is one farmer. Who is this? Sir, farmer. Baba, wait. Uh, Baba, farmer. He is working very hard. Okay. Now, everyone, this is a farmer. Okay, everyone. Here now. This is a farmer. Government went ahead and gave the land to the farmer. Why, Baba? So that farmer can use it for grazing of cows, for cultivation, etc. So listen, whenever right to use natural resources is given to individual farmer for cultivation of plant or rearing of life form of animal, might be is telling, I will go ahead and get all the chickens over here and tell them to eat all the grass, grains, etc. and I'll make them big and then I will sell them. So he's doing what? Cultivation of land also and rearing of all life form of animal. What do you mean by rearing of all life form of animal? Farmer went ahead and told, sir, I will do pisciculture over there. Growing fishes, growing fishes. Pisciculture, pisci. What is it called? Everyone here. Pisciculture, Baba. What is it called? PIS CI. Arey, I don't know the spelling. Baba, you know, no. When I was a kid, dictation class I never attended. 1 minute. Ah, this is called. What do we call it? PC culture only, no. But then what? I thought I'm wrong. See, whenever government gave him the land so that he can go ahead and grow what? Fish. So Baba, he is doing pisciculture. That is also a cultivation of life form of animal. So he will eat it after that for whatever it is reason. But is he growing life form of animal? So government is telling it shall be exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? But except horses. Except horses, because horses are mainly for commercial reasons. Government is going ahead and telling horses will be used what? Mainly for races, etc. So government is going ahead and telling horses ke liye will not go ahead and grant any exemption. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Merchant overtime fees. What is merchant overtime fees, everyone? Listen. This is India. One ship came. Okay, everyone. Ship mein goods are there. You know the custom ports are open 24/7. But if you want, this person is, who is this person? This person is celebrating Deepavali. Who is this person? Officer. This is his kid. This is his family. On a holiday, you are telling him, come, I will get my goods unloaded and I want to clear. Then when the officer will come on a holiday or after working hours, the government charges merchant overtime fees. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If you go to the port to clear your goods, if you go to the port to clear your goods on a holiday, government will say, see, we are going ahead and giving you an extra service. And for that, we will charge amount from you, which is known as merchant overtime fees. On that merchant overtime fees, government will not charge any GST. Are we clear, everyone? Is the point clear to all? Next. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Government, what it does, listen, government will go ahead and give you the mining license. You are a miner. Okay, everyone. Government told you have to pay the government one fixed amount. For an example, 1 crore and 1 lakh ton you can take out from the mine. 1 lakh ton of stone. You went ahead and did 2 lakh ton you extracted. On that 1 lakh extra ton which you extracted, you have to pay some extra royalty to the government. Yes or no, everyone? Now, this extra royalty is paid to one person who is known as extra royalty collection contractor. Everyone listen. Excess royalty collection contractor. Are we clear? Listen. Government gave you the license of mining. Government told you have to pay how much? 1 crore for 1 lakh ton. You went ahead and extracted 2 lakh ton. Means 1 lakh extra pay you have to pay royalty. Yes or no? For 1 lakh to 1 crore government took. For that extra 1 lakh ton which you extracted, you have to pay some amount to the government. That amount is collected by whom? Excess royalty collection contractor. Now listen to me very carefully. I told the government, I want to collect extra royalty on your behalf. I became the excess royalty collection contractor. You can't collect just like that. For to be a contractor, you have to take the license from the government, and government will charge an amount. This right which the government is giving you to collect extra royalty is a what? Service, and government will charge an amount. On that amount, government will not charge any GST. Baba, left side may have gone ahead and done lot of drama over here. This is applicable for CA final, intermediate level. They cannot ask you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yeah, you can leave it. If you want to read it later, you can read. Otherwise, you can ignore it. What I am telling is, everyone listen. Government gave me the right to what? Mine. I went ahead and did extra mining. For extra mining, I have to pay extra royalty. That extra royalty will be collected by one collector, extra royalty collection contractor. This contractor code to collect the royalty, government will give the license. When government gives the license to collect extra royalty, don't you think government is giving service? Don't you think from him government will take an amount? That amount pay GST will not come. So if you become government ka excess royalty collection contractor, you will pay an amount to the government. There will be no GST. Are we clear? More than that, not required. Please come over here. Now, everyone, tell me one thing. If other than this, other than PAIT. If any other service is provided, everyone, other than this, which service? PAIT, immovable property and transportation, and these services which I just now told you. If other than this, any other services other than PAIT and these services which I just told you, if it is provided to business entity, who will pay the GST? Business entity will pay under reverse charge when business entity is big and the amount charged is more than 5,000. Yes, everyone, are you able to relate? So if government is going ahead and giving services to a business entity will have to pay GST under RCM, provided business entity is that entity whose turnover in the last year was greater than registration limit and the amount is more than 5,000. See over here, everyone. Any other service provided to a business entity, RCM will come. Non-business entity, exempt. Business entity, RCM will come only only when the aggregate turnover is greater than registration limit and consideration is greater than 5,000. Are we clear? Otherwise, it shall always be exempted. Are we clear? What did I tell you till now? Everyone, you tell me. What did I tell you till now? I went ahead and told central government, state government, local authority, or union territory government. Number one, section number 7(2)(b) wala, then it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Yes, everyone. If it is post, I have already told you. If it is airport, I have already told you. Immovable property and transportation of passenger, I have already told you. Other than this, I have gone ahead and told you some more miscellaneous services also, some miscellaneous services also which are exempted, correct? Other than this also, if any other services are provided to a business entity whose aggregate turnover was greater than registration limit in the preceding financial year, then Baba, GST under RCM only if consideration is greater than 5,000. Quickly tell me, everyone, are we all clear till here? Clear? Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. They are going ahead and telling pure services or composite supply where value of goods is 25%. Sir, what do you mean by this? For an example, Ronak has been appointed by the government. This is Panchayat. What is the work of the Panchayat? Panchayat ka work is to maintain the roads. Baba, this is a road. Road maintenance ka work is whose? Panchayat. I love drawing. Everyone here now. Panchayat ka work is to maintain the roads. Now Panchayat told this Panchayat has to maintain the roads. So Panchayat told, it is told under 243G that Panchayat should maintain the road. Now to maintain the road, Ronak ka help is taken. Ronak told, yes sir. Government told, can you please go ahead and maintain the road on our behalf? Then tell me one thing, don't you think Ronak is providing Panchayat a service? Don't you think for this service some amount government will pay? Yes, on this service there will be no GST. See, whatever work a Panchayat or municipality has to do, as per 243G or W of the Constitution. For an example, a Panchayat or a municipality should maintain the roads. Now, to do the work which a Panchayat or municipality has to do, you went in and help the Panchayat or municipality, then your service pay also GST will not come. Did you guys get it, everyone? What is it telling? If you go ahead and give services, see over here, if you give pure service, sir, for an example, pure service means no material is involved. For road cleaning, you did not use any material. Might be when you were cleaning the road, Ronak was cleaning the road, he would have used some brushes, etc. Array, to clean the road, you will need brush, etc. No. So he used some brush, etc. Now my question is, he used little goods. So government went ahead and told, if you are going ahead and giving composite supply, composite means goods plus service both is there, where goods is only up to 25. Value VOG means value of goods is only 25%. Everyone listen to me very carefully. This is Panchayat or municipality and they have been told to do services under 243G or W. When they are going ahead and doing the services which are told in 243G or W, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. You are going ahead and helping a panchayat or municipality to do the activities which are told in 243G or W, then your activity of helping the panchayat or municipality will also be neither supply. No, it will be exempted. Are we clear? It will be exempted provided it's a purely service or a service where value of goods is only 25%, means 75% was service, means mainly it was a service which you provided to the government. Why? So that government can achieve its objective of those things which are told in 243G and W. For an example, government has to maintain the street lights. That is told in 243G and W. Now, to maintain the street light, I don't know if it is told, but I'm telling. To maintain the street light which is there, if you help the government by pure services, your service will be exempt. Might be to maintain the street light, you use some bulbs also. They are telling if your service involved goods up to 25%, then also it will be exempted. Are we all clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? People done till here? Now listen. Break after this. Okay, everyone? Now listen. You know what happens? Sometime central government, state government, union territory government, you go ahead and give them pure service or composite supply where 25% is what? Goods. Then your service will be exempt. Now listen. Government goes ahead and forms governmental authority, or government also goes ahead and forms governmental entity. Sir, what is the difference between entity and authority? Authority is formed for specifically doing those work which is told in 243G and W. But entity is made by the government to do any function which the government is telling them. So what is a governmental entity? Which is going to do any function which is told by the government. Governmental authority will do only those things which are told in 243G or W. Can I go ahead, everyone? See, everyone, in your book, if you go to your book, I will show you over here. Where, sir? Here. 1 minute. See, governmental authority is basically set up by the government to do those functions which are told under 243G or W. Entity will do any function entrusted to them. Are we clear, everyone? Just for you to remember now. Now listen. Government has set up governmental authority and governmental entity. Now, what is authority also going to do? 243G and W wala activity, right, everyone? Now, if any person is going ahead and giving these people also services, and they are going to do what? 243G and W wala activities, then this person giving services to them will also be. Are we clear? Whether they give it to the government or they give it to governmental authority or entity, it shall be exempt. Are we clear? Now tell me one thing. If government going ahead and doing 243G and W wala activity, then no, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of. There's a difference. It is not supply only. This will also be exempt. But here, governmental authority going ahead and giving services, they have not told under exemption. People, am I clear till here? What am I telling? See, here. If this composite supply, please be careful. Given to government, it is exempt. Given to governmental authority and governmental entity, then also exempt. But authority going ahead and doing 243G and W activity is exempt. Entity doing this is not exempted. It is not under exemption. Can I go ahead, everyone? Listen, see over here. Everyone, see. Services by governmental authority. Can you guys see over here? Governmental authority under 243G and W, that is only exempt. Governmental entity is not exempt. Can you guys see? Services by governmental authority only is exempt. By governmental entity is not exempt. Now I'll tell you one thing. Listen. Are we all clear till here? Everyone over here. Government to government, government to government, central government, state government, local authority, union territory to another government is what? Exempt. Are we clear, everyone? Here we are done with your exemption relating to government. People, one quick thing now. There is an amendment. Sir, what is the amendment? Haha, now is the amendment. Listen. People here, this exemption which was there, no? This exemption, they have done swaha. No more exempt. See here, swaha, over. See, listen. Composite supply or pure services to governmental authority or entity deleted. So this is no more exempt. It means here no more exempt. Amendment is what? This services given to whom? Governmental authority or entity is no more exempt. Are we clear, everyone? See, what did I tell you? Here, sir, not exempt, not exempt. Only to whom? Government, it shall be exempted. And governmental authority going ahead and doing 243 G and W shall be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Did you guys finally understand what is to be remembered now? See here, everyone. This person going ahead and giving pure services or composite supply where value of goods is 25% to government will be exempt. If he is giving to governmental authority or entity, it is no more exempt. Earlier it was exempt, now no more exempt. Now I'll show this side, right side. If governmental authority is going ahead and doing those services which are told in 243 G and W, exempt. Government going ahead and doing, then neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Entity doing, it is not exempt. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? You know why? This also I will put one star and give you one small point. Can I connect, everyone? See here, everyone. Supply of service by government entity to the government against consideration in the form of grants from central government, state government, union territory or local authorities. So everyone over here, if there is a governmental entity and it is going ahead and doing any services, any service it is giving to whom? Central government, state government, local authority, etc. And government is paying what? Grant, then this also shall be exempted. Tell me one thing. If government goes ahead and tells governmental entity to go ahead and do some activity and government will give grant, then it will be exempted. Are we clear? Can I go ahead? But if governmental entity is doing 243 G and W wala activity, they have not told it is exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Is my point clear till here? Yes. Can I close the discussion on this now? Next. Please come back, everyone. Please come back. The next exemption will be relating to what? Transportation. Now, the next exemption is relating to transportation. Everyone listen. This transportation was there. Transportation services by the government will be charged under forward charge mechanism. Right, everyone? Okay? Transportation service will be under forward charge mechanism. But then government went ahead and told further exemptions to it. Everyone listen. Transportation can be of goods also and passengers and goods. Passenger can be with luggage, without luggage also. You are going from class, you have bag. Luggage means bag. Belonging, Baba, belonging. Okay, with or without baggage. Now you can go by air. Baba, transportation can happen by air. Flight companies, correct? No. Then transportation can happen by road, rail, water. Underground also will come. You see it. Goods. Goods can be transported by road, rail, water, air. Okay, everyone. All the four modes in both the side we will understand. So I've covered everything over here. Any question may exam may question. Who is talking? Who is talking? Huh. Relating to what? Transportation of goods and passenger. Everyone on the board. People watching at home. I told them whoever will talk will make you stand. So they are telling that I am talking, so I should stand. Everyone over here now. People listen. Transportation by air. air transportation is always taxable. We are talking about transportation of passenger by air. It is always taxable. But then government went ahead and told, if you are going to means flight is coming from, or flight is going to, embarking from means flying from or going to where? Bagdogra, Arunachal, Tripura, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Assam, Nagaland, Sikkim, then it shall be exempt. Government is telling air transportation in these areas I want to increase, and hence government is telling people who take air transportation in these areas, people who provide services of air transportation, there will be no GST. For an example, Indigo Airlines sells you a flight ticket for your flight to Guwahati, Assam. They will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Are we clear? So tell me one thing. If you are going to Batman's, or you are coming from Batman's always fly free. Sir, what do you mean by Batman's? Sir, if you are going to B for Bagdogra, A for Arunachal, T for Tripura, M for Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Assam, Nagaland, and Sikkim. Always remember, Batman's fly free. Going to Batman, coming from Batman, there will be no GST. Can I go ahead? You are going to supposingly Assam. Will GST come? No, Baba. You are going to Tripura? No. Now you will remember, everyone. Going to Batman or coming from Batman, there will be no GST. Next. The next is transportation by road. Road transportation can happen through stage carriage or a contract carriage, or through metered cab, auto rickshaw, and e-rickshaw. So, if, example, you are going by road and you took a stage carriage. Sir, what is a stage carriage? Are Baba, BBMP normal bus which is there is a stage carriage. It goes in stages from here to here. Next will be another bus stop. So, it is known as a stage carriage which goes in stages. Are we clear? Basically, all those city buses. Now, government went ahead and told, my job is to make sure that public transportation is cheaper. So, government told, we will not go ahead and charge GST. But then government told, if you are going by AC, if you can afford AC, you can afford GST also. Government told, if you are going by supposedly a non-AC bus, then there is no GST. If AC local bus you took, then GST. See over here, if you see BBMP ka ticket also, everyone, here, this is the ticket which is for AC bus, pass, correct? No. And this is the pass for non-AC. There is no GST, but here can you see GST they have charged? Yes, everyone. Can we go ahead? Sir, where did you take this pass from? I took this pass from my article long back. When I was not teaching, he was my article. That time I taken from him. No. I was teaching that time also. So I told, okay, show me your bus pass. He gave me. He told, sir, there is no GST in this. I told, tomorrow you take a AC bus ka pass and come. So he went to the client place in the AC bus and gave me the pass. So AC bus may they have gone ahead and put one sticker over here saying GST will be there. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next is a contract carriage. A contract carriage means which you take on contract to go from one point to another. For an example, I took a car, I took a cab to go from my home to might be office, or from home to the airport. It will not go in stages. Will it go in stages? Road, it will stop somewhere. Hey, you also get in. No, it is not going in stages. Everyone, contract carriage, if you take non-AC, then it will always be exempted. For an example, one bus is there. It is going from Karnataka ka one point to another point, might be after from Karnataka, Bangalore, it is going to Hosur, another town altogether, from one point to another. You have taken it on contract. Are we clear, everyone? Contract carriage, which is non-AC, no GST will come. But supposingly AC, government is telling you can afford AC, you can afford GST also. You took a radio taxi. Radio taxi is which is connected by GPS. Ola, Uber में, which is connected centrally by a GPS system. Are we clear? Always taxable. Contract carriage, one remember one thing, non-AC is exempted. AC, always taxable. Radio taxi, whether AC, non-AC, radio taxi connected by GPS system, taxable. Tourism, you took a contract carriage, you're telling I will go on tour. Government is telling you can afford tour, you can afford GST also. Conduct tour, GST will come. Charter, hire, to tax, GST will come. You took this contract carriage to go from Delhi to Manali. from Manali to Ladakh and you'll come back. You are telling from here to here we have a contract. Government is telling if you can go on charter, hire, etc., then you can afford GST also. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is metered cab. What is the difference between a radio taxi and a meter cab? Radio taxi, if you go ahead and show hand, it will run over you. Metered cab, if you show the hand, it will stop. Did you guys understand what is the difference? Radio taxi don't stop when you show hand and all. They are connected by GPS system, online bookings basically. You do an online booking, right? Metered cab is what? You show the hand, it will stop. That's a metered cab. In Bangalore, we don't have metered cab, but metered cab, yellow taxi, etc., which is there. The second one is auto rickshaw. We definitely have auto rickshaw. And the next one is what? E-rickshaw. E-rickshaw is that battery wala rickshaw. Government is selling always exempt. What is taxable over here? Everything is taxable except meter taxi, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, and contract carriage or stage carriage, which is non-AC. Next, we are done with road. Now the next is rail. Rail may you have metro, underground, overground, upground, everywhere. And metro, one is monorail Bombay, and one is tramway in Kolkata. Correct. Government is selling exempted because again public necessity item, so exempted. Next, you go in railway non-AC exempted. First class and AC. FC is first class. First class AC non-AC doesn't matter. First class name only is GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, water transportation. Everyone listen. Water transportation. One is vessel and one is inland water vessel. What is the difference? Listen. India ka baseline is over here. One is road transportation. One is river transportation. Baba, rivers may also you can go by boat from one place to another. And one is sea transportation, coast to another coast. You will see people who stay in these coastal areas. For them, using the river transportation is easy. Government is telling use the rivers as much. Use the sea. Vessel is in the sea. Baba, vessel means this big vessel, not the plate, etc. हाँ ठीक है everyone here public transportation within India exempt tourism supposingly one person told sir I want to go me and my girlfriend will go in tour Baba government is telling public transportation is exempt if you are going on dating etc always taxable tourism is always taxable the next is transportation outside India you told I will go on a cruise from here to Singapore. Government is telling transportation outside India is always taxable. Within India, public transportation is only exempt. Next, the next one is inland waterways. Baba, India is connected by rivers. Government is telling if you use the rivers, river ka route, government is telling no traffic over there. Use how much ever you want. Will not charge you any GST. Inland waterways ka case mein it is always exempted. Always exempted. Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we clear till here? What did I teach you till now? I went ahead and taught you passenger transportation. Air, Batman's exempted. Going to Batman, coming from Batman, exempt. Road transportation, stage carriage, non-AC. Contract carriage, non-AC. रेडियो टैक्स नहीं मीटर्ड कैब ऑटो रिक्शा ई रिक्शा एग्जेम्प्टेड आर वी क्लियर एवरीवन रेल का केस में मोनोरेल मेट्रो रेल ट्रामवे एग्जेम्प्टेड देन नॉन एसी इज एग्जेम्प्टेड एसी एंड फर्स्ट क्लास इज ऑलवेज टैक्सेबल वाटरवेज में यू विल हैव सी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पब्लिक के लिए एग्जेम्प्ट आउटसाइड इंडिया टैक्सेबल टूरिज्म टैक्सेबल water transport inland waterways when you are using the river exempted next. This is about passenger. Passenger with bag, without bag. Next. Now, goods transportation can happen by air. For an example, you want to transport your goods by air. Then they are telling if it is domestic transportation or international. Domestic transportation is always taxable. I want to send goods by airline. Then airlines ke through, if you are sending goods, it is always taxable. International transportation of goods by air from outside India to India is always exempt. So some transport company is there, Emirates is there, they are transporting goods from outside India into India, there will be no GST. But India to outside India is exempted. It is exempted till 30th of September 2022. Actually, when GST came, they told exempted till 30th September 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. Every year they are increasing it. Okay, everyone. But I'll tell you one thing: air transportation to India or from India outside India, both are exempt. Within India, taxable. Domestic is taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. What do you mean by vessel? Baba, water transportation. Sea. And inland waterways, river. River का केस में goods और passenger both are exempt. But vessel transportation में you will see from India to outside India also goods are going, from outside India to India also coming, or within India also coastal transportation, one coast in India to another coast transportation is happening. Always remember, if it is coastal transportation, it is always taxable. But then one coast in India to another coast in India, if goods are going by what shape, then it will be exempted if it is random item. Sir, random item? Arey Baba, random item. Random item means relief material. Baba, for an example, Kerala mein flood has come. You are sending relief material from one coast to the Kerala coast. Then it shall be exempted. Are we clear? Relief material. Tell me one thing. In case of air, is it exempt or taxable? Taxable. Air ka case mein it is not exempt. Only in case of water. Then agricultural produce. Government is selling will not make agricultural produce expensive. Exempted. Newspaper and magazine which are registered. Okay, everyone. Registered with the register of newspapers, etc. For that also exempted. Defense and military equipment if you are transporting organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, flour, pulses, and rice. Everyone, if you are transporting from one coast in India to another coast in India, what? Random item. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses, right everyone? In the exam they will tell you flour say biscuits are made and biscuits are transported from one coast to another. No Baba, it is not exempt. Can I go ahead, everyone? They'll tell you flour, you'll see flour, beside that biscuit is also written, biscuits of flour. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Can I go ahead? International transportation, goods transported from India, outside India into India. From India to outside India is exempt up to 30th September. It is always exempt. Sir, goods transportation from outside India to customs station in India. Listen to me very carefully. This is India. One foreign shipping company is there. Foreign shipping company means this ship company ka name is what? Supposingly Peter Shipping Company. What does Peter do? They go ahead. Supposingly, I have gone ahead and imported some goods from US. Peter ka ship will get the goods from here to here. Government is selling Ramesh transportation of goods to India. You will have to pay GST under RCM. Are we clear, everyone? Are we clear? At CA final, we'll learn it. I'll tell you as of now. You can forget this. Remember one thing. CA final ka syllabus that is why I've cut it. You can also cut it, no problem. I am telling if from outside India, India mein goods are transported, always GST will come. From outside India to India, if goods are transported, GST will always come. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, rail transportation. Rail transportation of goods is always taxable. If rail ke through you are transporting any goods, it is always taxable. But what is exempt? Random, relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, etc. is always exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Now listen. Railway ke through railway equipment and material when they are transported, that is also exempt. Are we clear, everyone? Can you tell me what did we learn? We learned goods transportation. Transportation of passenger, I told you, by air, road, rail, and water. This is okay. Transportation of goods I am teaching you. I taught you by air. Air can be international transport, exempt. Domestic transport, taxable. Air ke baad we told water. Water may we learned coastal transportation. Coastal transportation. Okay, this is inland waterways, then it is exempt. And by sea, coastal transportation is taxable. Exempt in case of random. International transportation from outside India to India is taxable. From India to outside India is exempted. Are we clear? Then we had rail route. Rail ke through if transportation is happening, always taxable. It will be exempt if random item plus railway equipment. Now, goods transportation can happen by road also. Everyone, road transportation may one is courier. Always remember, courier is a luxury. It is always taxable. Courier is a simple thing. Government told door-to-door service, always taxable. Can I go ahead, everyone? I'm telling luxury just for your knowledge. But you have to remember, courier transportation is always taxable. Next, the next one over here is, after road, what is it? Goods transport agency. And the one is, sir, if I'm not a courier agency also, or I'm not a goods transport agency, then Baba, other, I have one individual truck. Your refrigerator you want to transport, you give me, I will do. So individual truck wala, bullock cart, hand cart, etc. Government told all this will always be exempt. GTA का case में, everyone, I hope you guys know, GTA का case में given to FB Scoop, correct? No, unregistered person who is what? FB Scoop, unregistered person who is casual taxable person or other unregistered person. Here what will happen? RCM. Here, exempt. Did I teach you already the exemption? GTA giving to registered person. If it is TDS deductor, exempted. Others, RCM. Are we clear? Listen to me very carefully. Where it is exempt, you forget it. Where it is exempt, you forget it. Wherever it is taxable, no, there also you have to see if GTA is going ahead and doing transportation from them, for them. GTA is doing transportation for them and it is random item. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, grain, etc. Even though it was taxable under reverse charge, but still it shall be exempted. One more thing. If GTA is going ahead and giving transportation to anyone, and GTA, for an example, I told one goods transport agency, I want the whole truck. And for the full truck load, they are charging from me only 1,500. They will not go ahead and charge me any GST. For an example, I went ahead and told one GTA, I want the full truck for me. They went ahead and charged me only 1,500. They will not go ahead and charge me any GST. For the transportation, they will not charge me any GST. I told GTA that I want a truck and I want to send goods. I want to send goods to Ram, Sham. GTA only for Ram, only for one person. If they are charging up to how much? 750, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. They told Ramesh sir, we'll transport to Ram, we'll charge you only 700. Will they charge GST to me? No. For full truck, if they are charging me 1500, then also no GST. Per person whom I am sending, if they are charging me up to 750, then also they will not charge any GST. See over here, what am I telling over here? I am telling GTA always taxable. GTA is one who issues consignment note, exempt if provided to unregistered person, unregistered casual taxable person, and also exempt if in case of TDS deductor. Did I tell you this? TDS deductor, unregistered person. Can you see over here? Taxable if provided to FB scope, registered person. If provided to FB scope or registered person, RCM will come. Can you see over here? Yes. But these two cases may also, it will be exempt if it is random item. Plus, if by chance they are going ahead and transporting other goods, might be other than random item, for whom? For FB scoop and registered person if they are transporting and they are going ahead and charging only 1,500 or per consignee 750, then also it will be exempted. I'll ask you one question. GTA doing transportation for unregistered casual taxable person, exempt. Any other thought? GTA doing transportation for a factory registered under Factories Act and doing relief material relief. Hey Baba, listen fully. Relief material, random item. GTA doing transportation for a TDS deductor, exempt. GTA doing transportation for a factory which is registered under the Factories Act and the amount charged is only 1,200, exempt. GTA doing transportation where the amount charged per consignee is only 700. Exempt. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? I hope the GTA discussion is clear to all. Now listen to me very carefully. One small thing over here. Can you guys see this entry number 61A? What is entry number 61A going ahead and telling? For an example, you know this truck ke upar it will be written national permit, big. Now the government will go ahead, the state government issues the national permit. When the state government will issue the national permit, you will pay an amount. Government issuing national permit, there will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? Now, granting of national permit to goods carriage to operate throughout India or contiguous states. Sir, what do you mean by contiguous state? For an example, this is the state of Assam. Okay, everyone. Assam, you will see Arunachal Pradesh is there, Nagaland is there, Manipur is there, Mizoram is there. Are we clear, everyone? Sikkim is there. Now, all these are known as contiguous states because they are sharing a common border. So, if Assam government is going ahead and issuing a license, national permit, wherein this can go in contiguous states, means the states which are sharing the common boundary. Either one is national permit to go across India, one is a permit to go in contiguous state, which states share the common with whom we share the common boundary, then giving national permit or permit to go in that state will also be exempted. Entry number 61A has been introduced. Okay, everyone. Next, it's a new entry, means it was introduced last attempt. Can we go ahead, everyone? Next. Now, for an example, we'll take one example. Over here, everyone. Hmm. ठीक है. This is supposingly ISRO. You know ISRO, everyone. I love drawing. ISRO will do what? ISRO will have a launching pad. ठीक है. For an example, Ronak made one rocket. Ronak made a rocket. He went to ISRO and told, Uncle, I want to send this rocket to space. ठीक है. Actually, he did not make a rocket. He made a satellite. He made a satellite. And he went and told them, Sir, can you send this satellite to the space? They will make one rocket. And in the rocket, they will put the satellite and they will send it to the space. They will put fire first. And then they will send it to the space. Now, everyone, satellite is a goods. And it is transportation of goods. Whenever, don't you think ISRO is in India? Giving services to in India? But satellite launch services by ISRO, Antrix, New Space India Limited, NSIL, New Space India Limited, there will be no GST, it shall be exempt. So you go with a rocket, tell them, sir, send it to space, they will not charge you any GST. Can I go ahead? You don't go with your rocket, you go with a satellite or an item which you want to send to the space. Actually, what is happening? People uh, for an example, ISRO is there, one company is there, they have made satellite. But a normal person thinks they will not take and send it to space, correct or not? Can we go ahead, everyone? Next, everyone listen to me very carefully. There is one small thing. This Batman word, you cut it. You cut it. Yeah. Now, you know airline company? Airline company go, government told, for an example, go to the northeastern state. This airline company is telling if we go over there, no sir, if we take passengers over there, it is not viable. It is not viable to take passengers over there. It is very expensive affair. We are not able to meet our cost. So airline companies told the government that government, we can't go to the northeastern state for an example because it is not viable for us. Government told my job is to connect the whole country to be connected. You do one thing. You go ahead and think that you are providing me a service by connecting the whole nation by going to those regions. You go to those regions. It is not viable, no? We will give you viability gap funding. Whatever is the gap, whatever is your loss, we will give you what? Viability gap funding. You are giving a service to us. We will give you what? Viability gap funding. Don't you think they are giving a service to the government? There will be no GST. Transportation services, when they are providing to the government, basically they are going to those northeastern states, etc., which are regional connectivity airports, and this government will go ahead and pay them what? Viability gap funding. It shall be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? It is exempted only for the first 3 years. Are we clear, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Here we are done with your transportation service. Now, sir, amendment. You know what? You remember section number 9.5? Section number 9.5, Ola, Uber, etc. Now listen. Ola, Uber, etc. का case में one thing you have to remember. People listen. The stage carriage or metered cab or auto rickshaw or e-rickshaw or a contract carriage, if they are providing the service through Ola, Uber, etc., tax shall be payable by the e-commerce operator. It will never be exempt. It will never be exempt. Tax shall be always payable by the e-commerce operator. please come to your book. I would like to go ahead. This, see, one amendment which I told you was what? Governmental authority, governmental entity को giving services, that pure services or composite supply, that was exempt. And this is one more thing which is an amendment. Entry number 15. Can you come down, everyone? Entry number 15. See here. Provided that nothing contained in B and C, means non-air conditioned contract carriage, B and C, and stage carriage. Everyone listen. Above shall apply to services supplied through e-commerce operator notified under section number 9(5). Everyone tell me one thing. If a stage carriage or a contract carriage is providing services through Ola, Uber, etc., then it is not exempted. It is not exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Who will pay the tax? Can I go ahead? Now listen. More than this, I am not teaching you because not applicable for you, because 9(5) only is not applicable. Can you come down? 17. Nothing contained in item number E, you have to make it E. 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 It's a copy paste mistake. I copied here to here, but I forgot to change E. Listen. Tell me one thing. If your auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw is there or metered cab is there, generally exempt. Metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw ka service is exempt. But if provided through Ola, Uber, taxable. Who will pay the tax? Ola, Uber will go ahead and pay the GST. Basically, Ola, Uber will collect it from you and pay to the government. Are we clear, everyone? Is my point clear to all? So what I can do is, I can tell you this, like this, you can put star, star, and star, these three. Okay? And you write, if service through e-commerce, through e-commerce operator under section number 9(5), then it shall not be exempt and it will become what? Taxable. Right, everyone? Here I would like to go ahead and stop my discussion on transportation services, everyone. Congratulations. Oh, you want to copy? Copy, copy, copy. Done, everyone. Next. Please come back. The next one over here. People. The next one over here now. Next, everyone over here now. Everyone over here. Admission related services. Everyone, let's go ahead. Admission. Baba, it is not school ka admission. Admission means they are talking about entry tickets. Entry tickets means, Baba, zoo, where you are going, correct? Zoo mein when you go, Taj Mahal you want to see, they will give you entry ticket. Yes. Everyone over here now. Hey, you stand. 15 minutes you stand now. Done. Anyone who will talk next will stand and this guy will sit. So you find for someone. Everyone over here now. Section number, entry number 79 says what? If you are selling an entry ticket for museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve or zoo, then there will be no value limit. Any amount shall be always exempted. Are we clear, everyone? For an example, zoo may, okay, whenever you guys go, correct, now to meet your friends. Now, they will sell you entry ticket, they will charge you an amount. For the entry ticket, there will be no GST. Next, you went to see the Taj Mahal. Those are called protected monuments. Declared as a protected monument under the Archaeological Site and Remain Act, then also no value limit GST will be exempted. Next, if you went to circus, dance, theatrical program, including drama or ballet, you went to see award function, concert, pageant means fashion shows, musical performance, any sporting event which is not a RSE means here recognized sporting event, or you went to see a recognized sporting event, or you went to see what? Planetarium. You went to a planetarium. Government is selling, there will be no GST if the consideration is charged up to 500 rupees per person. See here, to no value limit. Here 500 rupees, then there will be no GST. Then FIFA Under 17 World Cup 2017. Take everyone, which was scheduled to happen in India. On that also there was no GST. FIFA Under 17 Women World Cup 2020, which was scheduled to happen in India, did not happen in India because of COVID. Whenever rescheduled, also the GST will not be charged on any entry tickets which are sold. Then Asian Football Confederation Women Asia Cup 2022 is there. AFC Asian Football Confederation Women Asia Cup 2022 ka tickets will be sold. For that also there will be no GST. Baba, in India is AFC Women's Asia Cup 2022 will be held. On for that, whatever entry ticket will be sold, there will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? Now, sir, any value limit? No value limit. Now, all these FIFA, Asian Football Confederation, these people are in India to do the matches. To do the matches, they will take lot of services and they will also provide lot of services. So this FIFA, AFC and its subsidiaries which are there in India, they will take services also, they will provide services also. Their services pay, there will be no GST. If they are taking the service also no GST, they are providing the services also no GST. Are we clear, everyone? Now, sir, what about water park, amusement park? They are always taxable. Film city, snow city, theme park, always taxable. Cinema halls, always taxable. Remember, these are never exempted. I have wrote down one entry over here. For an example, there is an artist by way of an artist. For an example, artist is there. Artist is going ahead and doing performance in folk and classical art form. For an example, we have called some Kathak dancers for our opening ceremony which is there, and the Kathak ka people will come, they will dance, okay, and they are going ahead and giving us a service. If they are charging from us up to 1.5 lakh, how much, everyone? If they are charging up to 1.5 lakh, they will not charge us GST. For example, the Kathak dancer went ahead and charged me 5 lakh rupees, they will go ahead and charge me GST. They will come under GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, sir, folk and classical art form of music, government is telling we want to preserve the old folk and classical art form. Sir, what do you mean by folk? Folk and classical art form means, for an example of music, dance, and theatre, government is selling will be exempted. So if someone is going ahead and doing Bhangra music, Rajasthani music, someone is singing, he is again folk and classical art form. Dance mein Bharatnatyam is there, Kathak is there, Donu Kunitha is there in Karnataka, correct? No, Dolu Kunitha, correct? Satriya in Assam. All this which are there, dance, etc. On this also GST will not come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Are we clear till here? Next. Sir, services by an artist by way of brand, by way of performance in Bollywood song. Government told Bollywood song is never exempt. What we are trying to preserve is folk and classical art form. Okay, everyone. Next, sir, services by an artist by way of brand ambassador. If someone becomes brand ambassador, for example, sir, you have to stand now. You can sit. Hey, you have to stand. Hey, quick. Sir, I will not stand. As if I'm telling you to jump from the building. Can we go ahead, everyone? Hey, quick! No, you have to stand. Then only next person. You search for the next person who has to stand after you. Oh, you stand. No, we are not talking. Quickly, everyone. Are we done, everyone? Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Brand ambassador is always fully taxable. Are we clear? Brand ambassador. You became a brand ambassador. You are a Kathak dancer. You are telling, okay, from today you buy this sari. Hurry. You became a brand ambassador, right? Your Kathak dance music was exempted. Folk and classical art form of music, dance, and theater is exempt, not any other thing. Can we go ahead, everyone? Here we are done with a quick discussion of your admission related services. Please come down, everyone. Oh, sir. Okay, I will do one small one first then. Okay? One last one for today. Okay? Healthcare services. Done, everyone? Please come to healthcare, everyone. Healthcare services after agriculture, no? People come to healthcare. Done, everyone? Okay. People watching at home, there is a doubt. Kathak is for UP or Kerala. You think I'm Google? Eh? Or my general knowledge is so good. Everyone over here, go wherever. Please, please Google no. Can we go ahead? Everyone here. They meant general knowledge ka teacher also. You understood the feeling behind explaining that, no? Can we go ahead? Everyone over here. Healthcare services now. People, healthcare. Services by way of healthcare service. First of all, let's understand what is healthcare. Tell me one thing. Drinking green juice every day is healthcare. No, they are telling, let's understand healthcare service first of all. Someone is telling we sell green juices. We are providing healthcare service. No, Baba. You first understand. Healthcare service means what? Means any service by way of diagnosis, treatment, or care. Any service by way of diagnosis, treatment, and care. First of all, one person will go to a lab. Lab will do the diagnosis whether there is an actual problem or not a problem. Diagnosis done. Secondly, his treatment will be done if problem is there. After the treatment or operation happened, they will not throw him on the road. They will keep him in the room. Correct? The person will be kept in a room. Yes or no, everyone? Where the care will be taken. Nurse will come, put the thermometer, check the temperature all the time. Correct? That is care. So there are three things: diagnose, first, finding out the problem. Second, treatment of the problem. Third, care. All the three are exempted. You can't say when you are in the hospital, aram se enjoying in a five-star hospital, and you are telling, nurse came checking temperature. I am enjoying over here. Nobody is enjoying. That is that is also health care only. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, diagnose, treatment, and care for pregnancy. For an example, one madam is pregnant. She went to the hospital. First diagnosis done. You are pregnant. After pregnancy, might be delivery will happen, that is treatment. After treatment might be care will be taken care, so all the three things will be included. Abnormality, somebody had abnormal problem, so diagnose, treatment, and care is covered. Illness, somebody had it. Injury, somebody had a deformity, or might be, so it is, you can say diagnose, treatment, and care in respect of what? Pregnancy, illness, injury, PA. Pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, deformity. If it is paid, diagnose, treatment, and care in respect of PAIID with in recognized system of medicine in India. For an example, one person was not keeping well. Ronak was not keeping well. Okay? He thought I'll tell him to sit down. Hey, no, you sit, stand only. You find for someone who is talking. You talk with your friend. Everyone here now. So in the class, the new rule is people who are talking will have to stand and he'll have to search for someone else who is talking. So now nobody is talking. Very good. Everyone here now. What am I telling? Huh. So now somebody had an illness. For an example, Ronak had some illness. He's not feeling good. He went to one Baba. Baba gave jhada with the broom. Now you tell me one thing. Is that treatment? Baba, it should be in recognized system of medicine. It should be recognized system. You can't go ahead and say, I went to one Tantric Baba, he had put one lemon and I'm getting fine. Now whatever the Tantric Baba is charging, that is also exempted. No, 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 no. They are going ahead and telling it should be in yoga. You went to, supposingly, you went to Baba Ramdev ka ashram. There by yoga they are doing the treatment. Or allopathy. Allopathy is what? That Western medicine. ठीक है? Homeopathy. Well, that small white medicine. Correct? No. Ayurveda, naturopathy. Jindal Institute is there. They treat you by naturopathy. Then Siddha Unani. All these treatments which are there, Baba, all these are grass related treatment only. I don't know much about it. Okay? Google, Baba, this is all that Ayurvedic herb and all they will put. Okay? Good. I'm not telling you they're bad. I don't know about it. What I'm telling is diagnose, treatment, and care. If it is done in pregnancy, abnormality, illness, injury, and deformity. Diagnose, treatment, and care relating to PAIID in Ayushan. Sir, what is Ayushan? A for Ayurveda, Y for Yoga, U for Unani, S for Siddha, H for homeopathy, A for allopathy, N for diagnose, treatment, and care in PAIID in Ayushan only is healthcare. Are we clear, everyone? You went to a Baba, Baba gave jhada. All those things are not, or lemon treatment, all those are not healthcare. Next, acupuncture, Chinese medicine. Deformity means by birth, if somebody has a deformity. Something is less. Defect. Can I go ahead, everyone? Somebody says something is more than, sir. Everyone here. Acupuncture. People here, here, here. Acupuncture, they will put needles in the body. Then Chinese medicine is there. Baba, you will also become China product. Chinese medicine is there. Reiki treatment is there. Anything which is unrecognized. There, what is Reiki treatment? That pranic healing which is done. So, Baba, all these treatments which are there are not recognized. So, if a person is going ahead and doing pranic healing for you and charging you an amount, they will go ahead and charge GST, but they will charge GST only if their turnover exceeds 20 lakh. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Now, healthcare also includes services by way of transportation of patient to and fro clinical establishment. Baba, hospital mein one person will be got to the hospital. He will be sent back to the hospital. Correct? They are going ahead and telling transportation is also included. The next one is it does not include, for an example, Ronak is there. Ronak ka hairs have become like this. Ronak want to become beautiful. Government is telling now, if you want to become beautiful, you can afford beautification. You can afford GST. So it does not include hair transplant or cosmetic and plastic surgery. When it is for beautification, it shall always be taxable. Restore or restructure due to defect or injury is always exempt. For an example, what happened? Beautification, I explained you. For an example, one person was going on the road. Everyone listen to me very carefully. He fell from the bike, and now might be because of the accident, nose has become little bad. Now to restore it, to get it back to normal. See, you want a big nose, that is beautification. They are telling if there is any problem in the nose and you are getting it back, or might be a kid when he was born with a cleft lip. Lips had some problem. Now it had to be made normal. Normal is not beautification. Now you want big lips. That is beautification. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? So what they are going ahead and telling, beautification is always taxable. Restore or restructure, get it back to normal is always exempted. Are we clear with healthcare, everyone? What is healthcare, everyone? People, what did we understand till now? Quickly tell me. We learned healthcare. What is healthcare, everyone? Diagnose treatment care in PAIID, which is Ayushan. Are we clear, everyone? Then ambulance service is also healthcare. Beautification is not healthcare, but restore or restructuring is healthcare. Are we clear, everyone? Now, healthcare service I provided. I am telling I will also give injection to people who are not well. You are not well, you come. Take one dolo. Am I also giving healthcare? Baba, healthcare service by only these people is exempt. See here. Healthcare service by clinical establishment like hospital, nursing home, or a diagnosis lab which is there. Diagnosis lab will diagnose the problem. Hospital will give the treatment and care. Their service will be exempt. Now, everyone listen to very carefully. Ronak became a doctor. No, I'm not telling to sit. You found one person. See, the class is so silent because you are standing. Can we see everyone? Everyone over here. Now we have one authorized medical practitioner. Listen, tell me one thing. Healthcare service by authorized medical practitioner. Who is an authorized medical practitioner? Now you will see in the villages there will be compounder who will put the injection, give dolo, and tell you to go home. Those are not authorized. Authorized medical practitioner are individual doctors who are recognized with the council. So only if you are recognized as a doctor, you are a doctor, and your services are exempt. Are we clear, everyone? Otherwise, COVID times were there. Everyone will become doctor. You take dolo, you'll be fine. Can I go ahead, everyone? No. Healthcare service by a paramedic. Paramedics are basically those people who assist the doctor. Any problem may doctor ko assistance is given by physiotherapist, all these technicians who are there, nurses, etc. All these people ka services are also healthcare service and it shall be exempted. Physiotherapist. After an accident, a person needs a physiotherapist. Now, physiotherapist ka service is also exempted because it's a healthcare service provided by paramedics, etc. Are we clear? Now, hospital may, if they are giving healthcare service includes what? Healthcare includes ambulance. If ambulance services are given by these people, it will be exempted. Now, for an example, Ronak said, Ronak went ahead and told, I will also become one ambulance driver. I will take my car and put it for ambulance. Now, might be one person starts his ambulance himself. So, if a person is doing transportation of patients in ambulance, other than these people, hospital ka ambulance, no, it's a private ambulance. I am telling now people require ambulance. I will also run ambulance. I started running ambulance for people. My service is also exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? If there's a healthcare service, which is healthcare service is exempt, right, everyone? And services by way of transportation of patient is also exempt. Next, if it is services are provided to human being, it is exempt. What about dogs, cats, etc.? Their healthcare is also exempt. Basically, what is a veterinary clinic? When they are going ahead and doing the treatment of the dog, etc., they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Now, what happens? Hospital, me, you will see blood will be there, injections will be there, blades will be there, organs will be there. All those waste which is generated in the hospital, have you seen thrown anywhere? No. What happens? Biomedical waste treatment facility wala people come, they pick the waste and they go. And they do the treatment in their center, which is a biomedical waste treatment facility where all this waste will be treated. So hospitals have to pay them some amount because they are giving a service to the hospital. No GST. Always remember services by operator of biomedical waste treatment facility to clinical establishment, there will be no. My question, to a pharmacy, it will come under GST because what is exempted is only clinical establishment co. In the exam, they might go ahead and ask you. Can I go ahead, everyone? Services by waste treatment facility to an individual doctor then? Taxable because it is exempt only to a clinical establishment. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. You know what happens? For an example, a baby is born. Before a baby is born, a baby is connected to the mother with a umbilical cord. Okay, everyone. Now, what happens? Many people go ahead and give umbilical cord ka preservation ka service. So what happens? This umbilical cord which is connected to the mother, this cord is being cut and it is being preserved. Okay. Now they will come, they will take application fees, they will take collection charges, preservation charges, approximately 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Now when they are going ahead and charging umbilical cord ka preservation service which they are going ahead and giving, why is this used? This is used, the umbilical cord will be basically used whenever baby by chance has any deformity, it will be treated through that umbilical cord. This much only I know. Okay. Now, what they are going ahead and telling, services by honesty only, cord blood bank, by preservation of stem cell or any ancillary service, like they will come, application fees will be there, collection charges will be there, preservation charges will be there, there will be no GST. Am I clear, everyone? Yes, sir, we got it. Now, there are some circulars which are there. Tell me one thing. You are, supposingly one person was treated in a hospital. Okay? Treatment is free. Now they will be put in a room. Room is a 5-star room. Still, do you want to stay in a hospital? You want to stay in a hospital? Arey Baba, that after treatment, no. After treatment, when it is you are staying in the hospital, is it care or not? Care. So government ko people went ahead and asked, when the room rent is charged, is it taxable or exempt? Government told that is diagnosed ke baad, treatment, after treatment it is care. Care is always exempted. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Room rents to patient is exempt. Are we clear? Next. Is it hotel? It is not an hotel. Nobody wants to stay there. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Doctors or consultant. Okay, this is the hospital. Okay, everyone. Doctors will be hired by the hospital. So doctors are actually providing services to hospital. Hospital is service providing to whom? Patients. Now hospital pays the doctor. People asked, when the doctor is providing services to the hospital, is it exempt? Because it is not healthcare. We are providing our professional service and they are providing to the customer. Government told that is also exempt. Doctors or consultants are hired by hospital and hospital pays them, that is also exempted. Next. Retention money charged from patient is covered under what? Healthcare, and that is also exempt. Sir, what is this? For an example, one person is admitted in the hospital, they will take 10,000 rupees. 7,500 ka treatment done, 2,500 was kept by the hospital as retention money, saying that nurse will come, they will do BP check, correct, fever check, etc. For that amount was being retained. Is that retention money also towards healthcare? Yes, people went. Government clarified retention money charged from patient. This 2,500, which was being retained by the hospital for the extra small services, is also towards healthcare, and that will be exempt. One person is admitted in the hospital. Hospital, when they will give you food, they'll give you juice. GST will come. Baba, principal supply is healthcare. When under healthcare, because one person is admitted, he's given food, juices, etc. It's an ancillary service. Healthcare is exempt, and so all this will also be exempt. Now, when a person is admitted in the health hospital, many relatives will come. Correct? No, to meet, and all the relatives will meet you for 5 minutes, and then they will go to the restaurant and eat. Now, government is telling when the relatives will go to the restaurant and eat, restaurant giving services to relative, is it taxable or exempt? Taxable. Simple. Food to inpatient is exempted. Is composite supply bundled with healthcare and is exempt. Food to outpatient or attendant or visitor GST is payable. Sir, what do you mean by outpatient? Outpatient means a person who is not admitted. Supposingly you went for a general checkup to the hospital and in the restaurant you went and ate. That will be well within GST. Basically, inpatient means the person who is lying on the bed. For him, the food will come on the bed basically. Principal is healthcare, but need not be necessarily lying on the bed. But he is a person who is admitted in the hospital. So actually, he needs billing, only food will be included. When the principal is healthcare, food is also accepted. Are we clear, everyone? Next. Ambulance service. Baba, private service provider under National Health Mission. You would have seen 108. Dial 108. Now, all those services are always exempted. They are exempted under entry number 3 and 3A. Everyone listen. Panchayat or municipality should provide ambulance to the public. You went ahead and provided Panchayat ko ambulance services because Panchayat had to do actually this thing, but Panchayat went ahead and told you, will you run the ambulance? Don't you think you are giving services to the Panchayat or municipality, which are told under 243 G and W? Don't you think entry number 3 and 3A just now I told you? Government ka services. Basically, when government had to provide 243 G and W ka service, if you help the government, your service also exempt. But it should be pure service or composite supply where value of goods is only 25%. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over here is clinical establishment giving shop, auditorium on rent or display for advertisement. Bye bye, everyone. Hospital, you know, they will give shop on rent. They will give, they will put television where medical companies ka promotion will run. So they are giving advertisement service. Yes or no? Hospital may you will see auditorium, they will give rent pay. All these are always taxable because they are not healthcare. I hope everyone is clear, everyone. Here we are done with a quick revision of your healthcare services. Chalo Baba, let's go ahead and start the class, everyone. We were doing the chapter of exemption. Correct, everyone? In the chapter of exemption, we were done till healthcare. Correct, everyone? Now, let's go ahead and do the next exemption. The next exemption is relating to a chapter of agriculture. Everyone, you only think. Agriculture being the backbone of the country, government has to first of all support agriculture. Secondly, you will see on the agricultural produce. First of all, agriculture does not take registration. When you don't take registration, you will not get any input tax credit. Correct, everyone? Secondly, when you're even if you are registered, person who is going ahead and supplying agricultural produce, most of the agricultural produce, but there is no GST. When there is no output tax, will you get input tax even if you are registered? No. So government went ahead and saw that most of the agricultural suppliers, they are not registered, they will not get credit. Tell me one thing, if I don't get credit also, what will happen? It will become part of my cost. For an example, I bought the seeds for 100 rupees, 10 rupees GST I paid. I am an agriculturist, I'll do agriculture. I will not charge any GST. But when my agricultural produce comes out, don't you think it will be expensive for me because I paid GST to the government? Government is ultimately collecting GST, right? Okay. I am a registered person in GST. I am going ahead and supplying agricultural produce. If I go ahead and charge GST, don't you think agricultural produce will also become expensive? If I am registered, then also. Are you guys able to understand? So government was trying to support agriculture from every end. So government went ahead and told agriculture co will go ahead and give many exemption, and hence let's go ahead and get it started. Sir, First of all, tell me one thing. Whenever you want to do agriculture, what do you need? Land. Correct? So if anybody goes ahead and gives agricultural person ko land on rent, even if it is not for residential purpose, it is for what? Agricultural purpose, GST will not come. You will need agriculture ka agro machines. Correct, everyone? You took a tractor on rent from someone. Agricultural machinery you took on rent from someone, they will not go ahead and charge you any GST. You wanted laborers to work in the farm. You told someone to supply you farm laborers. They will also not go ahead and charge you any GST. You will go ahead and see a lot of things which government have gone ahead and done. Entry number 54 is the main entry which starts with agriculture. It says cultivation of plant and rearing of all life form of animal. Means if you are going ahead and doing cultivation of plants, you are growing crops, or you are doing life rearing of life form of animal. I'd already told you what do you mean by rearing of life form of animal, like growing what fishes, silkworm, cocoons, etc. Correct? These are done. These are all life form of animal which you are going ahead and growing basically. Why are you doing it? You are going ahead and doing all this cultivation of plant and rearing of all life form of animal. Why are you going ahead and growing plants, everyone? To eat, for food. Correct? Why are you going ahead and growing animals? To eat, for food, or for fiber. What do you mean by fiber? For an example, if I go ahead and tell you over here, sheep. Why are you going ahead and growing sheep? For wool. Then fuel means supposingly you are going ahead and having cows. Cows say you will have all these things which are used as fuel. Correct? Cow dung is used as fuel. Next, or any raw material. Silkworm say you will get silk. Silk is the raw material to make. Silkworm cocoon say you will get silk. Silk is used for what? Making lot of things. So it is a raw material. So they are telling you are growing plants or you are growing a life form of animal, and that is for what? Food, fiber, fuel, or raw material, or any other similar product or agricultural produce. Are we clear? Might be you're going ahead and doing cultivation and you are getting an agricultural produce. So they are going ahead and telling if you are going ahead and doing this for this by way of what? So, if someone is going ahead and providing services which are relating to cultivation of plant and rearing of life form of animals for this thing, then those services can be by way of what? Agricultural operation, directly in relation to production of agricultural produce, including cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection, or testing. For an example, to go ahead and grow your agricultural produce at the agricultural farm, you wanted someone to go ahead and do soil testing for you. He will go ahead and provide you soil testing a service. Again, that's for agriculture. He will not go ahead and charge you GST. You called someone to come and do pesticide in your agricultural field. Yes, everyone. Those pesticides ke liye whatever amount you will charge, you will not go ahead and charge any GST for plant protection or for testing. Might be for harvesting, you went ahead and took some services. Cultivation of plant ke liye you took some services. Threshing ke liye you took some. Threshing means hitting the ground so that grains can be separated. Those threshing related, if you have taken some service, there will be no GST. Is my point clear till here? This is point number A, which I told you. Now, if there is service which is relating to supply of what? Farm labor. So if you went ahead and told someone to supply you farm laborers so that you can work in the farm, so that also will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Somebody went ahead and gave you this land. He will give you land on rent. Might be on this land there is a small hut which is there where you can keep your agricultural produce with or without incidental structure. There will be no GST which he'll go ahead and charge. Now, agricultural machine if you take from someone, then also there will be no GST. Can I tell you like this, everyone, that you went ahead and took the land where there is no GST. You went ahead and took services relating to cultivation of plants and the earning of all life form of animal, then also there will be no GST. Agro machine if you take, there will be no GST. Farm labor, if somebody is going ahead and giving you, then also will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Now, once your agricultural produce, agriculture ka main activity is done, after that what will happen? You will see various processes are done at agricultural farm, like husking, dehusking, trending, pruning, cutting, drying of the agricultural produce, cleaning, fumigating. Fumigating is again putting all those poisonous gas so that pesticide etc will die. Then curing, sorting, grading you will do. A graded item, B graded. Grading ke liye you might call someone. That person will come and do the grading. He will charge you an amount. Might be you are doing cooling, bulk packing, etc. You are getting bulk packing done of the agricultural produce. All those services, whenever somebody is going ahead and providing you, he will not go ahead and charge you any GST. See, once the agricultural produce is ready, can you tell people come to my agricultural farm and buy? There'll be cutting which will be done. There'll be fumigation. There'll be a lot of things which will be done at an agricultural farm, grading, sorting, so that you can take it to the primary market to sell. All those activity, if you get it done from someone, there'll be no GST. Now, you told someone to convert apple into apple by just waxing. What is he doing? He's waxing the apple. So he's not going ahead and converting apple into appy. Apple is remaining apple. So if somebody is going ahead and giving you that service where an agricultural produce remains an agricultural produce only, those services sorry, it will be exempted. So, sir, basically all these services if you take from someone which do not change the essential character but makes it marketable for the primary market. So for an example, agricultural produce is this, non-agricultural produce is this. You went ahead and took some services which are relating to agricultural produce. Might be apple को cleaning, bulk packing, etc. के लिए you took some services. Potato के लिए cleaning, etc. के लिए you took some services. Baba, potato to get it plugged, there'll be services which will be provided. Then tomato, coffee bean, tea leaves, sugar cane, whole pulses, all these are agricultural produce. Any services which are what? Husking, de-husking, trending, pruning, cutting, drying, sorting, fumigating, if you are taking, which is basically resulting in an agricultural produce, remaining agricultural produce, then it shall be exempted. For an example, you entered and took some service. Agricultural produce became non-agricultural produce. I went in and told one person, can you come to my agricultural farm? I'll give you apple. Can you convert the apple into juice? Is he going ahead and giving me agriculture related service? No. So if the service is relating to this, then Baba it shall not be exempt. For an example, apple is an agricultural produce. Apple juice is not a agricultural produce. Potato is agricultural produce. Potato chips. No. Tomato converted into ketchup. Ketchup is agricultural produce. No. Coffee beans are agricultural produce. Coffee beans converted into processed beans, not agricultural produce. Tea leaves, when that is converted into tea is not an agricultural produce. Sugar cane is an agricultural produce. Jaggery is not an agricultural produce. The same way, all these whole pulses which are there, you will break it and it will become dal, split into two parts. So, sir, dehusking, processed spices, processed dry fruits and biscuit, all these are not agricultural produce. Any service which you take, which can be relating to cutting, drying, pruning, etc., relating to what? Non-agricultural produce, there will be no GST ka. There'll be GST will come. But if the services are relating to this, GST will not come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone, listen to me very carefully. First of all, growing related services, no GST. After growing, whatever cutting, pruning, trending, drying, sorting, grading is done. For that also there is no GST, but essential character should not change. Apple should remain apple only. Apple should not become apple juice. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, after the agricultural produce is ready, cleaning, etc. is done, people go ahead and store it in the warehouse. Now, supposingly I am a person, I am running a warehouse, and you can store your agricultural produce in my warehouse. If I go ahead and charge you GST on the warehousing charges, agricultural produce will become expensive. So, government is telling whenever somebody is going ahead and doing warehousing of agricultural produce or rice, then Baba he'll not go ahead and charge any GST. So you are going ahead and storing your goods at my warehouse. I am going ahead and charging you any amount. I will not charge you GST. The next is fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. What did I do? Fumigation. For an example, this is my warehouse. I went ahead and told one person, can you come and put that poisonous gas so that all the pesticide, whatever it is called, insects, etc., will die. Now you came to my warehouse and you went ahead and put what? Pesticides in the warehouse so that and my warehouse is storing what? Agricultural produce, then you will not go ahead and charge me any GST. Fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce, there will be no GST. In exam, they will go ahead and tell you fumigation in the warehouse, okay, where they are going ahead and storing biscuit. Baba, GST will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, warehousing. Supposingly, a person is running a godown and he is doing warehousing of minor forest produce. Sir, what do you mean by minor forest produce? What is minor forest produce? Tamarind, Array, tamarind. Spelling is mistake. Okay, everyone. Tamarind. M and R got mixed. M should come here, R should go there. Correct, everyone? Tamarind, curry leaves. Somebody is going ahead and doing warehousing of curry leaves. Tendu patta, bamboo, etc. Then he will not go ahead and charge any GST. Might be these are, you can call them minor forest producer. What do you mean by minor forest produce? These are some things which you actually don't go ahead and specially grow. For an example, bamboo. Bamboo grows in the forest. Are we clear, everyone? So these are called minor forest produce. Now you will tell me, sir, what is a major forest produce? Sandalwood. Sandalwood is also a forest produce only. It grows in the forest only, but it's a major forest produce. खड़ा हो जा, jaldi stand up. हाँ, अरे, हाँ. You have to search for the next person talking now. Quickly. No, no, no. Jaldi. Early morning. Good morning. अभी मैं I am taking class, so you can't talk. Okay, done. You have to concentrate in the class. Can we go ahead, everyone? You have a doubt, you talk to me. Can we go ahead, everyone? Chalo, Baba. Continuously talking. Everyone here. Warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits, nuts, vegetable, spices, copra, sugarcane, jaggery, indigo, unmanufactured tobacco, bitter leaves, coffee and tea. Might be they are not agricultural produce, but government have gone ahead and told warehousing. If you are going ahead and doing warehousing of these items, then also GST will not come. Are we clear? Everyone, what did I tell you? You wanted a land, you went ahead and took a land. Land pay no GST. You took a tractor, no GST. Machines, no GST. Sir, you entered and did a cultivation related service, no GST. Then laborer you wanted, no GST. Then agricultural produce is ready, cutting, trending, pruning, all these services will be given at the agricultural farm, no GST. Always remember agricultural produce should remain agricultural produce, then there will be no GST. Now agricultural farm may all this operation done after that. Sir, warehousing you will do. Any person who is going ahead and providing warehousing service for agricultural produce and rice, also GST will not come. People always remember paddy, paddy is an agricultural produce, but converting paddy into rice is not an agricultural produce. Are we clear? But they have gone ahead and told even though rice ka warehousing service is given, it will be exempted because again the staple food of many people. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, sir, once the agricultural produce is there, now will you let your agricultural produce store in the warehouse only and get rotten? No, you would want to sell it. So people who will come will sell. Who are the people who will sell your agricultural produce? Commission agents. So those people are known as agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent. They will buy and sell your agricultural produce. Whatever the commission they are going ahead and charging, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Now, these people will go ahead and they have sold it. So loading will be done. Loading, unloading, packing, storage of rice and agricultural produce. Whether you are doing loading or you are doing unloading. So anyone going ahead and providing loading, unloading ka service or packing ka service or storage ka service, babo warehousing of agricultural produce or rice, he will not go ahead and charge GST. Now, once the agricultural produce is loaded, might be it will be loaded in train, or it is loaded in a ship, or it is loaded in a goods transport agency. Transportation of agricultural produce or rice, even if it is done by GTA or rail or vessel. You remember random item? There will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? I have gone ahead and covered the chain from starting. First, you will grow. Growing related, nothing. After growing, cutting, etc., nothing. No GST. After that, warehousing, no GST. Selling and buying, commission pay, there is no GST. After that, loading, unloading, packing, storage of rice, also no GST. Now, loading, unloading done, you will send it. When you are sending by GTA, etc., you are loading, unloading in GTA, goods transport agency or rail, etc., there will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? Done, everyone. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Now, listen to me very carefully. I am telling you, one person is there. He is running a mill. In the mill, you have to give paddy. He will convert into rice. He is milling of paddy into rice. Baba, it is agricultural produce becoming non-agricultural produce. Correct or not? Will it be taxable or not? Taxable. It's an intermediate. It's not an intermediate process. It will not be classified over here, and GST will come. Can I go ahead, everyone? It's not an intermediate process, and GST will come. Next, entry number 55A. Services of artificial insemination of livestock. Artificial insemination means making one cow into two. Correct, basically? Okay. Artificial insemination. It is growing of through artificial insemination. What they are doing? They are basically, supposingly one mother is there, they are doing artificial insemination so that it can give babies. Can I go ahead, everyone? Artificial insemination of livestock pay there is no GST, but horses pay there will be always GST. Next, services by way of pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of fruits and vegetables. Above fruits and vegetables also, which do not change the essential character. Again, apple doesn't become happy, apple remains happy, apple remains apple only. Then all this pre-cooling, waxing, ripening, retail packing ka services pay there will be no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, services by NCCD, Ministry of Agriculture. Baba, this National Cold Chain Development Authority which is there, what they go ahead and do? NCCD, what is NCCD? Baba, National Cold, full form. 1 minute. See Google. And NCCD. What is NCCD, everyone? National Center for Cold Chain Development. Okay, everyone. What do? They will tell you how to take your goods from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Supposingly, one person wants to take his agricultural produce from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. How will he go ahead and take, everyone? He will take the services of. Yo, 1 minute, everyone. Everyone over here. Apples coming from Kashmir. Apples coming from Kashmir. How will it reach over here? They will use cold chain. Correct, everyone. Now, NCCD is under the Ministry of Agriculture. They go ahead and teach people about the cold chain knowledge dissemination. So they will tell farmers about how they can you go ahead and use cold chain facility. So when they are going ahead and educating farmer, they will not go ahead and charge any GST on that item amount. Services by way of services supplied by electricity distribution utility by way of construction, erection, commissioning, installation of infrastructure for extending electricity distribution network up to the tubewell of the farmer or agriculture for agriculture use. Listen, farmer needs this water, correct? So for this they will have motor, etc. Now to run the motor they need electricity. For an example, on the road, you saw that on the road electric poles are going. Okay, everyone. Now, farmer is telling over here to run my tube well. I need what? Electricity. So he went ahead and told the BESCOM, basically your electricity distribution utility. He told, can you construct one pillar and give me electricity till here? But BESCOM to go ahead and do all this thing will charge an amount to the agriculturist. They will not go ahead and charge any GSTs for construction of this thing and all this infrastructure ke liye, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. They will charge an amount but not charge any GST. Next, I've given some examples of cultivation of plant and rearing of all life form of animal. Might be you're going ahead and going ahead and growing flower plants, horticulture, horticulture. All these are also cultivation of plant. Okay, everyone. The next one over here is one small point. Here. Agriculture extension service means if you are going ahead and providing training or knowledge to agriculturists and you are going ahead and charging an amount, you will not go ahead and charge any GST. Next. One entry number 55 is over here. Carrying out an intermediate process. Baba, all these are intermediate process. Yes, everyone, which are carried out at a firm. You went ahead and called some job worker. You told, please come and do the de-husking. Please come and do this cutting. People will call, people know. The other peoples will be there. You will call them for job work. Correct? Now, all they are going ahead and telling, carrying out an intermediate process as job work in relation to cultivation of plant and rearing of all life form of animal will also be exempted. Are we clear? I went ahead and supposingly send my apples to your place and you did the waxing and returned it to me. You did job worker service. You will not go ahead and charge me any GST because it's agricultural produce. Clear, everyone? Here we are done with your agriculture related services. Are we done with this, everyone? Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now, please come down. Please come down, everyone. Everyone, Legal services. Legal services can be provided by whom? Arbitral tribunal. What is arbitral tribunal? Private arbitral tribunal. They are going ahead and providing services to a person other than business entity. Always it will be exempt. Business entity whose turnover is less than registration limit in the last year, exempt. Other business entity basically whose turnover in the last year was greater than registration limit, RCM. If arbitral tribunal providing services to central government, state government, union territory, local authority, or governmental entity, then it will be exempt. Now, there is a firm of advocate or individual as advocate providing services to another advocate. Advocate to advocate service is always exempt. Advocate giving services to a person other than a business entity means might be to a person for a divorce. Non-business entity, there will be no GST under RCM. Then, sir, business entity whose last year turnover is less than registration limit, exempt. Business entity whose turnover in the last year is more than registration limit, RCM. Business entity which is government, then not business entity, basically they are advocate is providing services to central government, state government, union territory government, local authority, governmental authority or governmental entity, then also exempt. Now, there is a senior advocate giving services to person other than business entity, exempt. Business entity whose last year turnover is more than registration limit, RCM. Last year turnover is less than registration limit, then exempt. And senior advocate giving to whom? Government also will be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Now, I think this is to be understood along with what? Along with your RCM country. Yes, everyone, always remember one thing. Whenever advocate, firm of advocate, senior advocate or arbitral tribunal is giving services to a business entity whose last year turnover is greater than the registration limit, only then RCM will come. Others are all exempt. And this is Baba RCM country, which RCM is applicable on what? Legal services. Can I go ahead, everyone? And what do you mean by legal services? Just for an example, I've told over here. Can I go ahead? Everyone, the next exemption, let's go ahead. Exemption from GST, the miscellaneous exemptions which are there. Everyone, these are all your remaining exemptions which are there, which I have gone ahead and clubbed it in one place and we'll be studying. Everyone over here. Services by way of transfer of business as going concern or as a whole or independent. Do you remember when I go ahead and transfer, when I am going ahead and transferring my business to another person as what? Going concern. Will there be any GST? No, Baba, there will be no GST. GST is exempted. Services by way of associated services basically with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. For an example, India has a big baseline over here. Yes, everyone. Ships will come, unload the goods. Now, all these goods which are unloaded, there'll be one person who will go ahead and transit these goods, might be to Nepal and Bhutan because they don't have a sea route, so they take the help of India. Now, whenever India may goods will come over here, they will be sent to what? Nepal and Bhutan if they are relating to Nepal, Bhutan. Now, sending these goods to Nepal and Bhutan, there'll be one person who will give all this transit cargo related service. Now, just imagine you are sitting in Nepal. Can you take Indian GST ka credit? Never. So Indian government went ahead and told whenever this person is providing services to the Nepalese person, what is he helping? He is helping the Nepalese person might be in going ahead and taking the goods from here to there. All this transit cargo. Transit cargo means which have come to India, but it is not relating to India. It is going to some other country. So anyone in India providing transit cargo related service means sending those goods from India to another country. Basically, he'll get the goods cleared, etc. All those services will be provided. He will not go ahead and charge any GST. Next, services by governmental entity to central government, state government. So governmental entity is providing to whom? Government, and government is going ahead and giving what? Grants. So whenever these people are giving services to the government and government is giving what? Grants, there will be no GST on the services. Next, services by fair trade shop. You'll know this. Everyone over here now. We have the next one, fair trade shop. What do you mean by fair trade shop, everyone? Oh, that ration wala shop is there. What do the ration wala shop do? They sell ration, correct? And they will collect 1 rupee, 2 rupee, 5 rupees for kerosene. That ration wala shop which is made by the government, correct, everyone? Now, government ka ration shop, they supply goods at a very lower price. Don't you think I am actually, when I am going ahead and working for the government, I'll charge some commission to the government on every sale which we do. So ration wala shop, the person who is there, oh, not your commercial ration wala, I'm talking about the government ka ration shops which are there. Government ka ration shop will be there, no? Government car ration shop will be there. People will be standing. Correct or not? They will go ahead and distribute. Now they will go ahead and charge 1 rupee, 5 rupee. I don't know how much they are going ahead and charging. Whatever amount they are charging for selling the ration. Now, this person who is there, he is working for free for the government. Is it? No. He is providing a service to the government by going ahead and distributing ration. Now, when government will go ahead and pay him commission, don't you think he has provided service to the government? On his service, he will not go ahead and charge any GST to the government. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Renting of residential house for residential purpose. I have a residential house. I have given it on rent for residential purpose. Then I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Government is telling don't charge GST. Otherwise, food, clothing, shelter. Shelter should not become expensive. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one over is renting of hotel, inn, guest house having value of supply below or equal to rupees 1000. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. There is a person who is there. He is going ahead and renting out what? Rooms. Hotel is there, and he is telling you have to pay only 700 rupees. Then he will not go ahead and charge you any GST on his service. Are we clear? If it is up to what? 1000 rupees, he will not go ahead and charge any GST. Remember always, temple ka case mein 999 was exempt. In the hotel, there will be no hundi. So government exempted 1000 rupees only. You went to a hotel, he told you 1000 rupees, don't put anywhere anything. Give him 1000, he will not charge GST because up to 1000 is exempted. Like hotel is also an hostel. Like hotel is also an hostel. So if hostel is there and hostel is going ahead and providing services, hostel will not go ahead and charge GST if it is 1000 rupees per day. Can I go ahead, everyone? Same thing they went ahead and clarified. Hostel to student by trust. For an example, there is a trust. Trust will go ahead and run hostels. Yes or no? Not a charitable activity. It is not a charitable activity. For an example, one trust is there. Our trust will go ahead and run community hostel. Now, trust will not go ahead and charge any GST if the amount charged is below or equal to rupees 1000 or equal to rupees 1000 per day. 1000 rupees per day also if it is charged, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. So you are going ahead and staying in a hostel which is run by a trust. They are going ahead and charging you 1000 rupees per day. They will not go ahead and charge any GST. Monthly, how much, everyone? 30,000 rupees. Correct. Next. Giving on hire. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What is the next entry I am telling over here? Giving on hire. Everyone here. You are a person. Okay, I love drawing. You are one person. So this person is going ahead. He has one bus. Supposingly, this person has one bus. Karnataka State Transport Undertaking. Baba, State Transport Undertaking will be there. You went ahead and gave your bus to the State Transport Undertaking. Don't you think you are giving a service? They will pay you an amount. Don't charge any GST. You have a bus. You are going ahead and giving it to State Transport Undertaking. Don't go ahead and charge any GST. There will be Karnataka State Transport Undertaking. Correct? Bombay State Transport Undertaking. All the state will have their State Transport Undertaking. If you are going ahead and giving them a vehicle, basically motor vehicle for transportation of passengers greater than 12, then don't go ahead and charge any GST. See over here, everyone. Giving on hire motor vehicle for transportation of passenger greater than 12 to state transport undertaking. Okay. Or our local authority. Local authority means your local, basically local buses which are run by the government. BBMP runs the local buses. Now, local authority wants electric vehicle. Government wants to motivate electric vehicle. So government is telling you buy a bus and you give it to the local authority. They will not go, don't go ahead and charge them any GST. No GST. For an example, I bought an electric vehicle and gave it to whom? Local authority. Then I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Are we clear? See over here. To a local authority, an electric operated vehicle meant to carry greater than equal to 12 passenger. You know goods transport agency, everyone. I went ahead and gave goods transport agency ko truck. Government is telling if you give truck to GTA, then also don't go ahead and charge any GST. One comma can come over here. Are we clear, everyone? The next one over here is motor vehicle. For what? For transportation of student, faculty, and staff to a person, providing transportation of student, faculty, and staff to an educational institution, preschool up to 12. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Whenever there is a up to 12th ka institute, up to 12th means preschool, up to 12th, one person is going ahead and running transportation services. Basically, the school will go ahead and give transportation to the student. They need buses, etc. So you are going ahead and giving what? Transportation services to the school to transport its student, faculty, and staff. SFS. So that the school can go ahead and transport its student, faculty, and staff. You are going ahead and providing transportation service. Now, when you are providing transportation service to student, faculty, and staff, that is exempt. I'll talk about it little later. For an example, I am going ahead and giving someone motor vehicle so that this person can go ahead and do what? Transportation of student, faculty, and staff. Government is telling your service fee also GST will not come. So I am going ahead, everyone over here. I am going ahead and giving a motor vehicle to whom? To one person, and he is going ahead and giving what? Transportation services to whom? Of SFS to a school up to 12 because college means kids don't use buses, they go in bike. So government is going ahead and telling up to 12, if you are going ahead and providing transportation services, then it shall be exempt here. So anyone going ahead and providing you that motor vehicle also will not go ahead and charge any. Yes, this I did not teach you till now. I am teaching you about this point. Can I go ahead, everyone? See over here. Next. Services by way of access to road or bridges on payment of toll or annuity. But toll charges are there. All those things where there will be no GST. Next, transmission and distribution of electricity. Electricity pay. Have you seen any GST, everyone? Electricity pay. Have you seen any GST? No, because transmission and distribution of electricity by a transmission or distribution utility, there will be no GST. BESCOM is there. BESCOM distributes electricity to you. Electricity bill will come. They will not go ahead and charge any GST. For example, you went ahead and told them, sir, I want to go ahead. Everyone, you went ahead and told them, I want to shift my electric meter from here to here. I want duplicate electricity bill. All those ke liye they will charge you. All those are taxable. But transmission and distribution of electricity is exempt. However, application fees, meter rental, shifting charges, any testing fees if they are charging, they will charge you GST. For an example, at your home, you went ahead and told them, can you shift the meter from here to here? They will come and do the service, but they will charge you an amount. On that amount, they will not. They will go ahead and charge you GST. Are we clear? Only for electricity distribution, providing you electricity, they will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Next, interest on loans and advance. I have already told you, interest on loans and advance, there is no GST. Interest is an exempt supply. Next, forex conversion by bank to bank or dealers to bank. For an example, bank is going ahead and giving INR to the forex dealer. Forex dealer is giving dollar. Baba, conversion of foreign currency is a service. GST will come. But if bank is giving to another bank or bank is giving to a money changer, all these forex conversion ka services, there will be no GST. Next, sir, other than interest in credit card, always remember interest pay there is no GST. Interest is always exempted, but credit card interest is taxable. Credit card interest is not exempt. For an example, we will go ahead and take one example. Whose example will take? Sir, your name? Are you only? Ganesh. Baba, this is Ganesh. Okay. What did Ganesh do, everyone? Ganesh went ahead and took one credit card. Okay, everyone. Yes, everyone. And he has a friend. Ganesh and his friend. Okay, Baba, friend he will make. Okay. Now Ganesh and his friend went to go. They went to mall. Aram se did shopping. Month end pe bill will come. Bill ka if you don't make the payment on time, they will go ahead and charge you interest. That interest is penalty. It is 35% which is there. Whatever they go ahead and charge you, on that they will go ahead and charge you GST also. Because government is selling interest is 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%. All this credit card interest which is there, credit card companies don't charge you interest. Correct? If you don't pay the amount on time, they will take out everything from you. That is 35%. Baba, for an example, if you miss out a date or for a 1 or 2 days also, you'll see 3,000, 5,000 ka bill will come extra. That 5,000 rupees is interest. No, that is penal interest. And for that penalty, government is going ahead and telling you have to charge GST. Next. So the credit card company will go ahead and give you a bill. The credit card company whom you did not make the payment, they will give you the bill. For the delay, they will charge you interest, and on the interest, they will charge you GST. Next. Sir, services by saving bank account holder under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Pradhan Mantri, the Prime Minister of India, wanted everyone to have a bank account. So they went ahead and told you open zero balance account. So banks went ahead and opened zero balance account. For an example, one bank went ahead and opened Ganesh ke liye one zero balance account. Balance only zero. Zero balance account. Now bank went ahead and told him, if you want checkbook, we'll charge you 100 rupees. Now on the 100 rupees, bank will not charge any GST because it is for saving bank account holder under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Government wanted everyone should have a bank account, and banks went ahead and opened the bank account for people. When the bank will provide you service, bank will not go ahead and charge any GST on that service. For an example, bank gave you the checkbook, bank gave you card, etc., debit card, bank will go ahead and charge an amount, but not GST. Government is telling we want people to have bank accounts so that black money is curbed. So ultimately, you are helping the government only. So government is telling there will be no GST. Next, life insurance services provided to members of Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard. Everyone, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guards. Coastal Guards are those people who safeguard the coast. Now, government ka group insurance scheme is there. Okay, everyone. One fund is created by the government. Under the fund, they will go ahead and insure the people of the Indian Army, etc. Now, these people have to pay a small premium. Okay, everyone. Now, don't you think insurance services are taxable? Yes or no? But here, government is selling on the insurance premium, don't charge any GST because it is provided to our Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, etc. There will be no GST. Next, and it says life insurance services provided to member of Army, Navy, Air Force, personnel of Coastal Guard, CAPF members, Centrally Armed Police Force. Under the group insurance scheme of the government, there will be no GST. Life insurance under National Pension System, also GST will not come. Under the National Pension System, life insurance services provided, there will be no GST. The next one over here is, okay, I will tell you, you can remember it like this, SIN. CERE, sincere service pay, there is no GST. Sir, what do you mean by sincere? S for SEBI. SEBI ka service pay, there will be no GST. What is SEBI? Securities Exchange Board of India. I for IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. N for National Pension System में whatever life insurance is given. C for Coal Mine Provident Fund. Baba, for the coal mines, there is a provident fund which is set up by the government. Provident Fund Organization giving services, there will be no GST. E for ESI. ESI is there, Employee State Insurance Corporation. Their service, no GST. Then R for the RBI. RBI का service पे there will be no GST. E for EPFO, Employee Provident Fund. Baba, this Provident Fund organization which is there, Provident Fund, whether it is coal mine Provident Fund organization or normal Employee Provident Fund organization, there will be no GST which they will go ahead and charge. So you can remember all these people. Sincere services pay, there will be no GST. Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes. The next one over here is bank charges on debit card and credit card exempt up to 2,000 rupees. Everyone listen to me very carefully. You went to one shop, you swiped your card. You swiped your card, everyone. Now this shopkeeper gave you the machine of his bank, correct? You went ahead and swiped the card. Now from your bank, his bank will go ahead and collect the amount. So for that, the bank will go ahead and charge an amount. The bank will go ahead and charge bank charges. Yes or no? So bank charges, when the bank is going ahead and charging and the transaction is only of rupees 2,000, on that transaction pay whatever charges your bank is taking. For an example, I told HDFC Bank, can you go ahead and give me a swiping machine? HDFC Bank told, if anyone is swiping, we will collect the money from their bank and give it in your bank account. For that, we'll charge one amount. Now, bank charges which are there, up to 2000 rupees transaction charge pay, there will be no GST. Bank will charge you, but there will be no GST on that amount. Can I go ahead, everyone? And in fact, most of the 2000 rupees related transaction, banks also don't go ahead and charge you any amount. Bank will not charge you any commission for going ahead and collecting the money from their bank and putting it in your bank. Next. General insurance service. Baba people over here, general insurance service, you can remember it like this. Government have gone ahead and told small general insurance, there will be no GST. Small general insurance, like for an example, you have taken a hut. You have a hut. Hut ka insurance is taken by someone, then there will be no GST. See over here, everyone. Government is selling general insurance under the following scheme. I have gone ahead and written in shortcut. You can read the whole thing at home. In your book, it is given. Only in shortcut, I will tell you, everyone here. Under hut insurance. For an example, you entered into hut insurance. There will be no GST on the amount which is charged. Just imagine. One poor person, he has gone ahead and taken his hut ka insurance. Now, on the hut insurance, if GST is there, don't you think hut insurance will become expensive? So, government is telling no GST. For an example, I love drawing. Let me draw. This guy has one. What is this? Are cow. Correct, everyone? Huh. Now, this is what? Cattle. Cattle insurance. What am I going ahead and telling? Hut insurance, no GST. This is known as cattle insurance. There will be no GST. The next one over here is tribal. Now this hut belongs to one person. He is who? Baba, he is a tribal person. Government is selling tribal insurance. There will be no GST. Next, sir, Gramin accident. For an example, this tribal person is going on the road. Okay, everyone. And supposingly somebody came and hit him. Who is this guy? Ganesh. Ganesh was riding a bike. He cut and he came and hit him. So that is accident insurance policy. There will be no GST. The next one over here is accident policy of self-employed women. Listen, one woman was sitting over here and she was doing her work. Self-employed woman, she is a self-employed women. Now listen to me very carefully. Self-employed women ko supposingly we have one coconut tree here. ठीक है, one coconut fell. Correct. So self-employed women का accident, self-employed women का accident policy also there will be no GST. Next, sir, pump set insurance. Now tell me one thing. In the village, what will a person do? He is doing agriculture. He is doing what? Agriculture. So for that he will have a well, or might be he will have a pump set. Yes, everyone. You are able to recognize it's a pump. Yes. So, failed well or pump set insurance. Also, there will be no GST. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then next one over here is failed well or pump set insurance, no GST. Export credit. Tell me one thing. Once these crops are grown, you would want to export them. So you want export credit. Export credit ka insurance also there will be no GST. Next, sir, weather-based crops insurance. 1 minute, everyone. These crops, we will shift from here. Baba, you think road is going from here and like this. Okay, everyone. This is your crops are growing. Now listen to me very carefully. There will be, this is clouds. People, this is cloud. Okay, everyone. Now, the weather. See, 1 minute. You guys are not understanding like this. See, this cloud which is there, suddenly what can happen? Rain can happen. On the road ended. Everyone here now. This rain can happen and the crops can be spoiled. So weather-based crop insurance is also there. Weather-based crop insurance. Okay, everyone. That also there will be no GST. Why am I drawing it in the exam? If the photo comes in your brain, at least you will remember that okay, sir told hut is there. Hut ke side mein tribal is there. Tribal ke side mein one cattle is there. Besides the cattle, one self-employed woman is there. They correct everyone. Women ka accident also happened. Might be the cattle comes and hits. Correct everyone. So you have to be very careful. Next. Then everyone, the next one is Jan Arogya Bima. Arogya Bima means health insurance. Now this tribal people, this tribal person, you think there is a thermometer in the mouth. Okay? So health insurance is also required. So they have told Jan Arogya Bima. Okay, everyone. The next one over here is PM Fasal Bima. Fasal means crops. So Fasal Bima also there will be no GST. The next one over here, seed crops. Baba, below this crop there will be seeds. You think seed crop insurance also there will be no GST. The next one, universal health insurance. People listen to me very carefully. This village in itself is a universe, correct or not? Sir, how to see universe? Wait. See, universe. Okay. This village in itself is a universe. So universe ka health insurance, universal insurance also there will be no GST, universal health insurance. Rashtriya Swasthya. Swasthya means again health insurance. Sir, coconut palm. This coconut tree, coconut palm insurance. Also there will be no GST. The next one, PM Suraksha. Suraksha means again, Baba, safety, right? So again, Suraksha Bima. The last one over here is Bangla Shastya Bima. Bangla means Bengali, correct? Bangla means the West Bengal ka jo crops department is there. They have an insurance. Shastya means crops. Bangla Shastya Bima. Okay, everyone. So West Bengal crops department would have gone ahead and launched some scheme. So they are telling crops insurance again. There will be no GST. Are we clear, everyone? Will you remember this? Okay. Now, no photographs, please. Okay. So what am I telling? First thing, hut insurance, no GST. Baba, see, problem is if you take a photograph, no, you will remember this thing always. Okay, but don't share it with your friend. Okay, don't tell them that I have drawn it. I have not drawn this. Okay, I can't be such bad drawing person. I Oh no, don't see here. Everyone, now, okay. So, what are the things I have told you? What are things I have told everyone here now? Heart insurance, I told you. Cattle, I told you. Self-employed women, I told you. You think about it. Forget that drawing. You remember now. You'll remember. See, I got you 1 or 2 marks in the exam. Hut, cattle, tribal, then accident, crop insurance, seed insurance, weather insurance, person has a thermometer in his mouth, health insurance, Jan Arogya Bima, universal insurance. You remember most of it. Enough. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Now, there are insurances which are given by the government which are known as Janashri Bima, Aam Aadmi Bima, Varishta Pension Bima, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti, Jan Dhan Yojana. By seeing all these name only, you say, Baba, exempt. Can I go ahead, everyone? All this can under government gives life insurances, or if they micro insurance product IRDA approved, where the cover is only up to 2 lakh. There is a small insurance ka product where we cover only 2 lakh rupees ka, where we do life insurance of only 2 lakh rupees. Now government is selling 2 lakh rupees ka life insurance, mein premium also will be small. Don't go ahead and charge GST to that person. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Reinsurance. Everyone listen. This hut insurance, etc. I did. I got the reinsurance done. I went ahead and did all this insurance. Which one? This insurance. John Arogya Bima, this Bima, that Bima. I am doing the insurance. I got reinsurance. You know reinsurance, everyone? Getting yourself again insured. For an example, I did Audi ka insurance. Now I know that Audi might hit somewhere and I did the insurance. I can get the insurance done, reinsured. So whenever you are getting reinsurance done of what? All this life insurance which was given to the government ka no, not government wala, sorry, this one which I told you, general insurance scheme, then services of life insurance scheme, all these things ka reinsurance will also be exempted. Now there are collection charges which are being charged for pension collection. Whenever pension is collected under the Atal Pension Yojana or any state government ka pension scheme, pension will be collected. For collecting, company charges collection charges. On that collection charges, there will be no GST. Next, you remember business facilitator, business correspondent? Baba, you remember everyone? If there is a business facilitator providing services to the bank, or correspondent providing services to the bank, or they have agents, then Baba, if it is with respect to rural area accounts, there will be no GST. GST will be exempted. Are we clear? Also remember, business facilitator and business correspondent to insurance company, banking company as well as insurance company, also their services will be exempted. Next, intermediary services. Intermediary services of financial service located in multi services SEZ with international financial service standard providing services to outside India customer. I will not go in detail. I will tell you. For an example, one special economic zone is there. There is one person who is there who is going ahead and providing financial service to customers outside India. If you are providing financial service to customers outside India, you will get foreign currency. Government is telling your services where there will be no GST. Next, insurance scheme where the premium is paid by the government. Baba, an insurance scheme is there. Who is paying the premium? Government. I provided insurance to the government, or might be to any department of the government. Who is paying the amount? Government is paying the amount. I should not go ahead and charge GST. Just imagine. Government say I will take GST, give it back to the government only. So government is telling if insurance scheme is there where the total amount is paid by the government, don't go ahead and charge any GST. Next, upfront amount payable for granting of long-term lease of 30 years or more of industrial plot or plot for development of financial business by the state government industrial development corporation or undertaking or by an entity having 20% or more ownership of the government to industrial unit or the developer of any industrial or financial area business. What are they giving? They are going ahead and giving long-term lease. There is a land which is there. Okay, government is going ahead and giving this land, long-term lease of this land, which is 30 years or more, to a person. What will he do over here? He will develop an industry, or might be he'll develop a financial business over here, and this guy will go ahead and pay upfront amount. Upfront upfront amount means long-term lease which the government has gone ahead and given him of this plot. He will go ahead and pay. Government ko might be approximately 50 lakh rupees, 30 lakh rupees. Baba, that huge amount paid at the beginning, down payment kind of a thing. He is not, government is not selling. Government is not selling. Government has just gone ahead and allowed you to use the land for your industrial development or basically for your financial area ka business ka development. But government has given you the plot of land. Government will not go ahead and charge any GST on the upfront amount only. Monthly rent pe GST will come. There are two things. We went ahead and gave you the land. We charge you 50 lakh rupees salami amount. It is called a salami amount or an upfront amount. Okay? Which government will take as a deposit kind of a thing. Now what will happen? The remaining amounts also you will pay. Are we clear? Now the remaining rent which you go ahead and pay on the rent GST will not come. Upfront amount, what will happen? Upfront amount पे GST will not come. Monthly rent पे GST will come. Are we clear? So let's read it again. It says upfront amount payable for granting of long-term lease of 30 years or more of industrial plot or plot for development of infrastructure for financial business. Who is giving? State Government Industrial Development Corporation, SIDC, or undertaking, or by any entity having 20% or more ownership of the government, and if they are going ahead and giving it to whom? Industrial unit or the developer of any industry or financial area business, then whatever upfront amount is being charged on that GST will not come. So whatever huge amount we go ahead and charge you initially, on that GST will not come. Monthly rent pe GST will come. Next, this is relating to real estate. You can go ahead and ignore this entry. The next entry which is there, you need lot of real estate ka knowledge behind it. If you want to get it, what you can do is you can go to my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, there is a real estate ka video. You can go ahead and read that real estate का video. It is, you can watch it. Basically 2.5 hours. You will understand this point. ठीक है? At intermediate level, not important. Next, incubatee and incubator. Baba, leave it. You tell me one thing. I love drawing. First, let me draw. See, you tell me. What is this? Very good, very good. People could recognize. Uh, this is what? Nest. Yes, very good, very good, very good. What is it? Hey, peacock who told? This is hen. Okay, everyone. Now listen to me very carefully. He is known as an incubator. Incubator. He is. These are known as incubatee. Okay, incubatee. Baba, listen. What government is going ahead and telling? Listen, everyone. Who are the incubators and who is an incubatee? Incubatee are those people who need warmth to grow. Correct? Those small startups who need the warmth to grow. Now, in India, lot of startups are there. Incubating means the startups. Startups will need lot of help with regards to marketing. Lot of marketing help is required. Might be financial help is required. Lot of other things are required by an incubating. Who is an incubating? Startup. Now, who will provide the startup co help? The warmth will be provided by an incubator. Are we clear, everyone? Now, incubator is going ahead and providing lot of services to an incubating. Yes or no? Baba, to grow a startup, don't you think the incubator will provide lot of services? Government is telling incubator ka services to an incubatee. And listen, once the startup grows, it will also provide services to the world. Their services to them also is exempted. And these people going ahead and providing the services to the outer world, up to 20 lakh exemption is there, no? But for small startups, government have gone in and told up to 50 lakh will be exempted. Are we clear? But only for the first 3 years. Now listen to me very carefully. But not for any incubator ka services. For an example, I am also an incubator. I am going in and providing incubation services. I am going in and providing lot of services to these startups. Now my question to you guys is my services also exempt? No. See over here, everyone. Services provided by an incubator. To whom? Incubator, taxable services provided by a technology business incubator. What is TBI? Technology business incubator. TBI means, so he should be what? He should be a technology business incubator, not any private incubator. He should be recognized as a technology business incubator or STEP, Science and Technology Enterprise Park. Okay, everyone. Or he should be a bio incubator. So which incubator ka services are exempted, everyone? TBI, STP, or bio incubator. Their services are only exempted. Now, I am also an incubator. I am helping startups to grow. Is my service exempt? No. You have to be recognized as a TBI or STP or bio incubator. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, any startup ka service hai exempt? No. They went ahead and told services provided by incubatee. Incubatee will go ahead and provide services to the outer world. Incubatee within the premise means they should be located where? They should be located in the premises of TBI or Science and Technology Enterprise Park. Means this incubatee should be in whose incubation? They should be incubatee should be in the incubation of Technology Business Incubator or Science and Technology Enterprise Park. Always remember, you have to be a person who is located in the premises of what? TBI or Science and Technology Enterprise Park. Then up to a turnover of 50 lakh in the in the financial year, provided preceding financial year turnover is less than 50 equal to 50 lakh and 3 years have not lapsed. For an example, first year of operation, second year of operation, third year, how much they can provide services where there will be no GST? Up to 50 lakh. For example, first year is 50 lakh. Is it exempt? Yes, no GST. Second year, 1 minute. Huh. Second year might be it became 60 lakh. My question is, are you exempted? In the second year, 1 minute. See over here, everyone. Up to a turnover of 50 lakh in a financial year, you will be exempted. Means in the second year also, up to 50 lakh, you will be exempted. But now that you have crossed 50 lakh rupees, in the next year, you will no more be exempted up to 50 lakh rupees. Are you guys able to understand? See, it says up to a turnover of 50 lakh in a financial year, provided preceding financial year turnover is less than 50 lakh and 3 years have not lapsed. The next one over here is incubator. I have gone ahead and already told you. Incubator ka services are also exempted. The next one person is there. I am going ahead and collecting news and selling it to news companies. They will go ahead and pay me an amount. I will not go ahead and charge them any GST. They are telling services by way of collecting and providing news by an independent journalist or Press Trust of India or United News of India. For all this Press Trust of India, all these are news bank who provides news. Okay, everyone. So these people. So if you are an independent journalist, you are going ahead and providing your news to a company. You got a news. You are going ahead and selling it to a company. Company will pay you an amount. You will not go ahead and charge any GST. Are we clear till here? Quickly tell me, everyone. Now come to the next chart, everyone. See, people, these two miscellaneous charts which are there. If I leave them for you to read it, you will never read it, and they will definitely ask one small question out of it. 1 mark, 2 mark also is a question only, no? It is marks only, no? So we can't leave it. Otherwise, I can very well tell this is just for you to read at home, read at home. But I'm teaching you guys so that you guys at least get that 1 or 2 marks also. Can I go ahead, everyone? Please come to the next chart now. The next chart over here is public libraries. Baba, public libraries which are there who are going ahead and giving books, etc. Whatever charges they will take, they will not charge any GST. Next, services provided by the Goods and Service Tax Network. Everyone, GST and network is there. That is a company. Company is a different entity going ahead and giving services to the government for what? GST implementation. So their service to the government, government will pay an amount. Their service pay, there will be no GST. Goods and Service Tax Network manages gst.gov.in. So GST and going ahead and providing services to the government, GST will not come. Next. Services by any organizer to any person for a business exhibition outside India. One person is going ahead and organizing business exhibition outside India. Correct. So it says services by an organizer to any person for business exhibition held outside India. So one person is organizing a business supposedly exhibition outside India, and he's going ahead and providing you any service. Might be he's helping you in putting up your stall, etc. over there. His services with GST will not come. Next, services provided by way of sponsorship of sporting event organized by National Sports Federation, Indian University sports body. All these people will go ahead and organize sports. They will go ahead and take sponsorship amount and they will give sponsorship services. Supply of services by way of sponsorship of sporting event. So whatever sporting event they are going ahead and doing, they will take a sponsorship amount. They will not that sponsorship amount pay. There will be no GST. Basically, the sponsorship service pay GST will not come. Slaughtering of animal. For an example, there is a person. Okay, one person went ahead and called one person. They told, please come and slaughter one animal. Might be one goat is there. Correct. Now they are going ahead and asking to slaughter. Slaughtering is also a service. Now when that person will come and slaughter, he will not go ahead and charge GST. Are we clear? Purpose slaughtering means cutting of animal. Can I go ahead, everyone? So that when that person will come and cut the animal, he is giving a service. Yes or no? On his service, do you think government can ask GST? Government ko he'll say government. Correct, everyone. Baba, everything told in class is only for classroom purpose. On slaughtering services, there will be no GST. Next. Services by a foreign diplomat mission. Baba, all these foreign diplomat missions will be there in India. Their services pay, there is no GST. You will go ahead, you want some information under RTI. You are telling, sir, under RTI, I want to get my question paper, I want my answer sheets. You can go ahead and get your answer sheets under the RTI. When you are going and applying under RTI, they will take one fees. On that fees, there will be no GST. Next, sir, now educational institution is there. What is an educational institution? Baba, basically who is going ahead and providing formal education. which basically leads to a, for an example, all these schools are there, colleges are there, PU colleges are there. So they are going ahead and provide telling services by to an educational institution to its student, faculty, and staff by way of conduct of entrance examination against fees. Everyone over here. Now schools will be there, colleges will be there. They will go ahead and conduct examination and they will tell you to pay in fees. They are providing your service. No, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Services to, this was by, when the educational institution is providing. Now it is services to an educational institution, means somebody is going ahead and providing services to the educational institution. So Baba, educational institution going ahead and giving services to student, faculty and staff, there is no GST. When they are going ahead and taking the services, which educational institution? Up to 12th, by way of transportation of student, faculty and staff. Somebody is going ahead and giving me transportation ka service of student, faculty and staff. They will not go ahead and charge any GST. Catering ka service, security service, cleaning service, housekeeping service, there will be no GST. The next one over here is services to an educational institution. So somebody is going ahead and providing to an educational institution who is greater than 12, means degree, Baba, degree. Degree college के लिए they are going ahead and telling, if somebody is going ahead and giving online educational channels, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Now, services provided to an educational institution up to 12th and college both. If it is services by way of services relating to admission to or conduct of examination by such institution. For an example, we are going ahead and conducting examination of, okay everyone, somebody is going ahead and providing us services to conduct those examination, then also his services to us will be exempted. This is applicable for 12th also and college also. Can we go ahead everyone? The next one over here. Services provided to a recognized sports body by a player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. What is a recognized sports body? Baba, recognized sports body. Okay, everyone. For an example, we'll go ahead and say any recognized sports body in India. We'll call, students are telling BCCI, but I don't know if it is recognized. Only for classroom purpose, we'll take. Okay. For an example, BCCI is recognized. We have recognized sports body. Ka one list is there. Okay, you have to fall under that, only then you are recognized. Now, if you are telling BCCI is recognized, they are going ahead and telling when a Baba BCCI will take player ka services. Baba, players are providing services to the BCCI. They will go ahead and take umpire ka services. They will take referee ka services. They will take coach ka services. Yes or no? No GST on those services. Virat Kohli went ahead and gave BCCI ko service and took an amount. When he is giving the service, there will be no GST. They are going ahead and telling services provided to a recognized sports body by a player, referee, umpire, coach, or team manager, or if one recognized sports body is providing to another recognized sports body, that is also exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Tell me one thing. There's a selectator who is doing selection. Selectator ka service, is it exempted? No. Commentator, is his service exempted? No. Always remember, I have told you, selectator, commentator services are always taxable. What is told only is exempt. Other than that, everything is taxable. Any services provided by NSDC, National Skill Development Council, Sector Skill Council, or any assessment agency and a training partner approved by NSDC or SSC. But this NSDC is there, National Skill Development Council. They will go ahead and provide skill development courses. They will not go ahead and charge any GST. Sector Skill Council is there. They will go ahead and provide all these courses. On that, they will not go ahead and charge any GST. Now, under this NSDC, etc., I am a training partner. I go ahead and teach GST. I will also not go ahead and charge any GST. Are we clear? I am an assessment agency. Once you take that course, you have done the course. Now you have to come to an assessment agency who will give you a certificate of pass or fail. The assessment agency ka services also there will be no GST. Remember, National Skill Development Council or Sector Skill Council. Then again, services of assessing body. Assessing body means who will do the assessment. Empaneled centrally by the Director General of Training, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Baba, Government of India ka one ministry is there, which is known as what? Like Ministry of Finance is there. Same way, one Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is also there. Under that, they will have what? Assessing body who will do the assessment for various skills which are provided. Assessment agencies का service पे GST will not come. Next, services provided by training provider. I am a training provider under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Yojana. What am I going ahead and giving? I am giving skill or I am providing vocational training programs. Then my services also GST will not come. Remember, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kushal Yojana के अंदर if you are a training service provider, then no GST. Services provided to government. Everyone listen to me very carefully. This is government. ठीक है? It's an amendment. So you have to be careful. Government is over here. What is government going ahead and telling? Government is telling Ramesh, can you go ahead and provide coaching? I am over here. Government told, can you give training to these guys? I will pay you. Can you tell me who is the recipient? I am going ahead and providing services to these guys, and government is paying me. Who is the recipient? Government. Government. When Baba, always remember, whenever you are providing any training and government is paying for it 100%, then there will be no GST. Even if 75% is borne by the government and only 25% is borne by them, still your amount pay you will not go ahead, your service pay you will not go ahead and charge any GST. See over here, everyone. Earlier it was when complete expenditure is borne by the government, then your service is exempt. Now they have told even if 75% or more of the expenditure is borne by the government for the training program, then also there will be no GST. This 1 rupee, 2 rupee toilet which is there, on that also there is no GST. Public conveniences. Okay, everyone. Next, services by non-profit entity registered to its own member by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution. Tell me one thing. There is a club, club or association giving services to the member. Will GST come? Yes. Baba, club is a different person. Members is a different person. It says supply. Yes, everyone. And GST will come. Now, they are going ahead and telling services by a non-profit entity. We are talking about a non-profit entity who is registered and they are providing services to their members by way of reimbursement of charges. Matlab, in return, what are they taking? Reimbursement, or they are taking a share of contribution. If this is a trade association, this is who? Trade association. Okay, everyone. Or might be there is a non-profit entity, and non-profit entity is going ahead and giving services to the member, and the service which is given, no, is actually an exempt service. Or might be this club or association which is there, it is going ahead and doing those services which are exempt service. Then they are going ahead and telling any amount which they are taking from the member. Listen, this club is going ahead and carrying out those services which are exempt services, and they are going ahead and charging an amount to their members. Their services also GST will not come. See, everyone, read it again. Services by non-profit entity. Services by non-profit entity registered to its member. So there is a non-profit entity which is there, and it is non-profit entity, and it is providing services to whom? Members. Okay, everyone. Next. And who is this? If there is a trade association, trade union, then their services to the member and member paying an amount, there will be no GST. The next one, see, it says over here by way of reimbursement of charges or share of contribution, and it is a what? A trade union, or it is going ahead and carrying out an activity which is exempt. It is basically carrying out those activities which are exempt and ultimately charging from its customer is share. Then they are going and telling there will be no GST. The next one is very, very important. Let's understand. Everyone over here now. This is one of the very important points. For an example, this is an apartment. Yes, everyone. Apartment may there will be people who will be staying. Now, these members, all these members in an apartment, what they will do, they will create one association known as Apartment Welfare Association. Have you seen that, everyone? You would have seen, no, Apartment Welfare Association. This is known as a Resident Welfare Association. Government is going ahead and telling when this Resident Welfare Association is giving services to the member, what is the service given? They will maintain the apartment, swimming pool cleaning, lift ka maintenance, common area ka cleaning, common area garden maintenance, etc. All these will be done by whom? Resident Welfare Association. And these people who are there, every member who is there will have to go ahead and pay a contribution. Okay, everyone. Tell me one thing. Association is separate, members are separate. They are going ahead and providing services to the member and charging an amount. What is the service they are providing, everyone? The apartment ka maintenance. Baba, actually what happens, no? Apartment mein people who stay, they only go ahead and create one association. They go ahead and create one association. What is the association going to do, everyone? Association is going to maintain the apartment. Now, whenever they are maintaining, don't you think they are providing a service? Apartment will go ahead and charge you on the basis of the square feet you are staying in. You are staying in 1,000 square feet, they will say you five rupees per square feet. 1,000 square feet means 5,000 rupees you have to pay us. Why? Because we are maintaining the common area, lift, common lighting, electricity bill. All this is paid by the association. Now these people will pay an amount. If this amount paid is 7,500 per month per member, then there will be no GST. Are we clear? Baba, apartment giving services to the member, GST should come. But if it is only up to 7,500 per month, per person say being charged, there will be no GST. Are we clear? Now, there is some clarification which people asked. So, if there is a apartment, if there is an association and it is charging up to 7,500 per month per member, then there will be no GST. Now, there is a circular. First point I've already told you, supply of service by a resident welfare association RWA to whom? To its member for a contribution up to 7,500 per month per member shall be exempt. Now, is the apartment welfare association? Now tell me one thing. For an example, there are how many flats over here? 10 flats. They are going ahead and charging 10,000 rupees per month per person. Will GST come? Think about it. 10,000 into 10 member is 1 lakh rupees. Into 12 months is 12 lakh rupees only. Means is the association required to register first of all? Baba, if your turnover has not crossed 20 lakh, even if you are charging 10,000, you will not charge GST because you are not registered. Are we clear, everyone? Did you guys get it? For an example, there are 20 apartments which are there. Okay, 20 apartments. Per apartment, they are charging 10,000. How much it is? 2 lakh into 12 months is how much? 24 lakh. Now it has crossed only 20 lakh. Now the apartment welfare association is registered. Now my question is, when you are registered person and you are charging 10,000, will GST come? Yes. Now if you are registered person and you are charging 7,500, then will GST come? No. Then it is exempted. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If you are not a registered person, whatever amount you charge, there will be no GST. But if you are a registered person and you are going ahead and charging only up to 7,500 per month, then it will be exempted. I am a registered person charging 15,000, then will GST come? Yes. Are we clear, everyone? Remember always, exemption is whenever you are a registered person and you are charging up to how much? 7,500 per month per member. Next. Baba, people tell me one thing. They are going ahead and providing services. They are charging 17,500. They are registered person. Will GST come? When service with GST will come, they will go ahead and take. For an example, this person told water is not coming. They went ahead and sent one plumber. They will hire one plumber from outside. They will buy taps from outside. They will buy inverter, generator, etc. from outside. Association, when it is a registered person and it is charging you GST on all the taps, services, capital goods, etc., which they are buying, will they get input tax credit also? Yes. But when GST will come, RWA is also entitled to take input tax credit of GST paid by them on capital goods like generators, etc., goods like taps, pipes, etc., and input services for repair and maintenance. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. I own two apartments. For an example, I as a person, I own two apartments. These two apartments belong to me. One person owns two apartments. He will pay what? 7,500 into 2, 15,000. Question asked was, because it is 7,500 per month per member. When you say per month per member, is it person or flat? Because if I own two flat, then I will pay 15,000. It means GST will come because it has crossed 7,500. They clarified, we mean per flat wise it is 7,500, which is exempt. So if I am going ahead and paying 15,000 for two flat, will GST come? Will GST come? No, because 7,500 is exempted per person per member. Can I go ahead, everyone? The ceiling limit of 7,500 PM square means per month per member shall be applied separately for each residential apartment. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, if the amount exceeds 7,500, will GST come on what amount? Total or difference? Total amount. GST shall be payable on the entire amount. For an example, association is charging 8,000 rupees. Then on total 8,000 per GST will come. You can't say 7,500 reduce only on 500 it will come. No, no, no. It will come on the entire amount. Can I go ahead, everyone? Clear? Next. Now, the next one over here. Supposingly there is a non-profit entity which is engaged in activity of welfare of industry, agriculture, labor, farmers, promotion of trade, commerce, industry, agriculture, art, science, literature, culture, sports, education, social welfare, charitable activity, protection of environment to its own member. So basically, there is a non-profit entity, and they are going ahead and doing all these activities. Okay, everyone. And what are they doing? They are going ahead and collecting against a consideration in the form of membership fees up to an amount of 1,000 rupees. Then there'll be no GST. Are we clear? I am a non-profit entity going ahead and doing all this activity and going ahead and charging how much? 1,000 rupees per month per member. Then they'll per member per year. I will not go ahead and charge any GST. Next, Baba, government ka housing for all mission is there. Our Prime Minister wants that everyone should have a home. So government is going ahead and giving Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is there. If you are building a home, government will give you help. Now, when government is going ahead and giving you the help and you are building a home, for an example, you came to me and you told Ramesh, please supply me laborers. If I go ahead and charge you GST, don't you think building a home will become expensive for you? So government is telling whenever one person, supposing this person is under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, he comes to you and he's telling, please supply me laborers, don't go ahead and charge him GST. So if there is a service provided which is pure labor contract of construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repair, maintenance, renovation, alteration of civil structure or any original work means new work. It can be repair work, it can be new construction pertaining to beneficiary led housing construction or enhancement under the Housing for All Mission or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. You have received support from the government to make your home or to renovate your home. You will come to me, I will supply you laborers, I will not charge you GST. My question is, if I give you works contract service, then GST will come. Baba, if I'm supplying you material plus labor together and I'm giving you a works contract service, I told I will only make the building. I will give you laborers also. I will give you material. Baba, that's a works contract service. GST will come on the entire amount. What is exempted? Only if labor is provided and you are under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, then I will not go ahead and charge you GST. Government is telling I provided him help. You are taking GST and giving it back to me. Correct or not? Next. Services of pure labor contract for erection, commissioning, or installation of original work relating to single residential house. Now, might be you have not got any government ka support, but you want to make your own home. You came to me and told, please provide laborers. If I go ahead and charge you on laborers, GST, labor services I'm giving you, no, I'm providing you laborers. If I charge you GST, don't you think making a home will become expensive? So if a person is going ahead and making a single residential home and I'm going ahead and providing him labor service, I will not go ahead and charge him any GST. Why? So that home doesn't become expensive. Are we clear, everyone? Can we go ahead? Quickly tell me, people. Next. Everyone over here. Single residential house means if you are going ahead and building one apartment, then it is not exempt. Single residential house means you are building a house for a single family, then it shall be exempted. Are we clear, everyone? Here we are done with your exemption ka chapter. Very, very important for your exam. Very, very important for your exam. Why, sir? Because 6 to 8 marks they will go ahead and ask. 6 to minimum they will go ahead and ask. Right, everyone? I'll stop my discussion on exemption from GST over here, everyone. Congratulations, people. Thank you, sir. Chalo. All right, people. The next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of value of supply. What do you mean by value of supply? Value of supply means that value on which you are going to pay GST. Whenever goods or service is being supplied, GST gets levied. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? He will calculate GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Now this value which is there is the value as per section number 15. We are going to learn section number 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3. Everyone over here, GST is equal to value into rate of tax. If the value is ascertainable, you will have to go over here. Yes, sir, value is ascertainable. Then value will be the transaction value. Sir, transaction value means the price paid or payable when the parties are unrelated and price is the sole consideration. Section number 15.2 says, what are the things that is to be included in the value? I told you any taxes other than GST. T for taxes. Sir, any taxes other than GST, duties, taxes, cess, fees other than GST, if they are charged separately, please include it. Here, one circular was there. TCS is not to be included in the value. TCS collected under income tax is not to be included in the value. O for CTO. O for obligation of the supplier made by the recipient. If it is not included in the PP, price paid or payable, please go ahead and include it. The third one over here is packing charges are to be included. Fourth one over here is incidental TOPI. Incidental charges also to be included. C for again I for interest, penalty, and late fee also to be included. C for commission. Can you see over here? Only selling commission is to be included. And S for subsidy is linked to the price other than government subsidy. So T for taxes other than GST, obligation of supplier made by recipient, P for packing charges, I for incidental, I for interest, C for commission, and selling commission, and S for subsidies linked to the price, directly linked to the price other than government subsidy. Then we have discount over here. Yes, everyone. Discount, if it is given before or at the time of supply, please do not include in the value of supply any discount by whatever name called. So discount is given after means year-end discount or turnover-based discount. Then you have to see a Lee condition has to be satisfied. A for agreement between the seller and the recipient. Is there an agreement that there will be a discount which will be given? Number two, are you able to link the discount to the invoice? And thirdly, is the recipient going ahead and ITC reversal is done by him or not? On the basis of the credit note which you issue, whatever extra credit he has taken, he has to reduce it. Yes, everyone, only then discount is to be excluded. Any condition, basically, early condition not met. A means agreement. Number two, L means link to invoice. I means ITC reversal. Any condition not met, discount will not be excluded from the value. Here note is there, interest, penalty and late fee. Always for your exam purpose, assume that it is inclusive of GST. Make it exclusive and only then go ahead and add it to the value. Then we have, sir, some circulars. Listen to me very carefully. Section number 15.1 says whenever the value is ascertainable, 15.1 will apply. When the value is not ascertainable or the parties are related, etc., you have to follow valuation rule, part of your CA final syllabus, not intermediate. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Clarification came, staggered discount. Staggered discount means buy more, get more. Sir, for an example, you went to Big Bazaar. Big Bazaar is telling 10,000, you will get 10% discount. Buy for 20,000, you'll get 20%. Buy for 30,000, you'll get 30% discount. These are staggered discount to be excluded from the value. The next is year-end discount. Year-end discount, if it is given, always remember, it is to be excluded from the value if early condition is satisfied. That is section number 15.3b ka condition, which is between you and the buyer. Is there an agreement? Number two, is the discount specifically linked to the invoice? And number three, are you going ahead? Is the recipient going ahead and reversing the ITC? If all the conditions are satisfied, then it will be excluded from the value. The next one over here is secondary discount. What do you mean by secondary discount? Any discount which is not known at the time of supplying. I went in and supplied you some goods. You bought the goods. Later, one day I was going. You told me, sir, these biscuits you which you sold me, not even dogs are eating it. I told, okay, fine, you take 2 rupees discount. That discount which I'm giving was not known when I had made you the supply, and hence it will not be excluded from the value. Yes, everyone. The next one is GST on delayed payment of EMI. For an example, you went ahead and told one uncle, give me a mobile phone. Uncle gave you a mobile phone. You told uncle, I will give 10,000 plus 1,000 interest. 10,000 EMI I will give plus 1,000 ka interest I will give it to you. Now here, the value of supply will become what? 10,000 plus 10,000 into 4, 40,000 plus 1,000, and any delayed payment charges if you pay, that will also be included in the value. Yes, everyone. But if uncle did not go ahead and give you the EMI, you paid 40,000 to uncle directly. In that scenario, the value of supply will be 40,000 only. You had gone ahead and taken a loan. For the loan, you had taken a loan and you paid uncle, right, everyone? Now, for the loan, you are repaying 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and you are repaying interest also. In this scenario, giving of money to use by someone to you, and you are paying interest to him, and hence this interest will not be taxable under GST because it is exempt supply of service whenever somebody gives you money to use. Is my point clear to all? When supplier gives you the EMI, interest will be included in the value. If supplier does not give you the EMI, interest is not included in the value of supply of that supplier. Plus, taking money to use and giving interest, interest is an exempt supply of service. On that, GST will not come. Whenever somebody gives you money to use and you are giving interest, that's an exempt supply of service under section number, entry number 27 of your exemption chapter. Are we clear till here, everyone? Yes, sir. If supplier gives the EMI, additional or penal interest will form part of value. If third party finance company gives you the EMI, interest is exempt under entry number 27 of the exemption notification. Is my point clear to all, everyone? Yes, sir. I will go ahead and stop my discussion or revision on the chapter of value of supply. A graded chapter, 6 marks, must ask in the exam. Right, everyone? Done, people. All right, people. The next chapter we are going to revise is the chapter of tax invoice. Let's take a quick linking, everyone. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate or supply can be intra. Interstate, what will happen? IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? GST is equal to value into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. B graded chapter, everyone. Tax invoice, section number 31 talks about it. 32 talks about prohibition. Unauthorized person, unregistered person should not collect. Registered person should collect as per the act or rules. 33, tax amount to be shown separately. 34, debit note and credit note. Let's understand quickly tax invoice chapter, everyone. Tax invoice, credit note, debit note. Everyone over here, section number 31, one goes ahead and says when you should raise the tax invoice in case of goods. If you are a supplier of goods, you should go ahead and raise the tax invoice whenever supply involves movement. If you go ahead and supplied some goods and there's a movement of goods happening, then when you should raise the invoice? Before or at the time of removal. When you're removing it from your office or factory, you should raise the invoice. Sir, in any other case where the movement is not there, in that scenario, basically before or at the time of delivery. Delivery means when your risk and rewards are being transferred or at the time of making available. I told you I have a machine. You told me, sir, I'm buying your factory. Sell me this machine also. I sold you the machine as it is, where it is conditioned. I told Tantana, the machine, I'm making it available to you. The day I transfer the risk and reward, I should generate the invoice. Whenever you are a supplier of goods, invoice should have description, quantity, value, tax, and such other particulars as told in rule number 46. Your invoice should always be triplicate. Sir, one for the king, recipient, duplicate for the transporter, triplicate for the supplier. Next, section number 31 2 went ahead and told tax invoice in case of service. I am a service provider. When I should go ahead and raise the invoice? I should raise the invoice before or after providing the service, but within how many days maximum? 30 days or 45 days. I've gone ahead and provided the service. Within 30 days or 45 days, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. Yes, everyone. Sir, what should I show in the invoice? Description, quantity, value, tax, such as a particular quantity is not required, and invoice should always be in duplicate, one for the king and one for yourself, means the recipient and the supplier. Rule number 47 का proviso says 45 days is applicable for whom? Baba, this 45 days may have to raise the invoice if you are NBFI. NBFI means NBFC, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company. Then for you, the time limit applicable to raise the invoice is 45 days. Sir, then there is one proviso over here. There is a provision which goes ahead and says if you are NB NBFIT, NBFC, banking company, financial institution, insurance company, and telecom company. When you are going ahead and supplying services to a distinct person who are under the same PAN, then you should raise the invoice when? You should raise the invoice before or at the time of supply, the supply records in the books of account, means the day you are recording the entry saying I have provided service to my distinct person, you should raise the invoice, or you should go ahead and raise the invoice by the end of the quarter. It says before the expiry of the quarter in which the supplies are made, you should issue the invoice. Now, if you come on the right side, section number 31.3 has gone ahead and told section number 31.3A talks about revised tax invoice. If I go ahead and tell you about section number 31.1, it told about goods, 31.2 told about service, 31.3 talks about RN, BAR, SP, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. A for revised tax, R for revised tax invoice. They are going ahead and telling revised tax invoice within 1 month of issuance of registration certificate. Your registration certificate was, you became liable. You should apply within 30 days. Here you will be granted registration. Grant registration will be valid from the day you become liable. From the day you become liable till the date of grant of registration, whatever supplies you did, for that you have to issue revised tax invoice within how much time? 1 month of the registration certificate. Now, for basically for invoices between effective date till the date of issuance of registration certificate, effective from here till the date of grant of registration certificate. Basically, the day you become liable till the date of grant of registration, whatever supplies were there, for that you have to issue revised tax invoice. Now you ask the government, do I have to go ahead and issue revised tax invoice for every individual supplies? Then government went ahead and told from the day you become liable till the date of grant of registration, whatever supplies were done, for those supplies, you have to issue revised tax invoice. But don't worry, you don't have to give individual revised tax invoice. You can give consolidated revised tax invoice. But if you are supplied during this period, you are supplied to a registered person, then consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible. You just have to give individual tax invoice, revised tax invoice only to those people. But if you had gone ahead and supplied to unregistered person within the state, intrastate, then consolidated revised tax invoice is possible. But if you had gone ahead and supplied interstate to unregistered person during this period, for that you can give consolidated revised tax invoice. But if a value of supply was greater than 2.5 lakh, then consolidated revised tax invoice is not possible. For that supply, you have to give individual invoice. Is my point clear to all? Next, for intrastate supply, issue consolidated revised tax invoice for all taxable supplies to unregistered person. For interstate supply, no consolidated revised tax invoice if value of supply is greater than 2.5 lakh. Again, we are talking about unregistered person. No consolidated revised tax invoice for supplies to a registered person, whether intra or inter. Then the second one over here, if you go ahead and understand, B says no tax invoice. Are we clear, everyone? When will you not issue any tax invoice? When the value is no tax invoice if the value is less than 200 plus the recipient is unregistered. Third, he does not demand, he is not requiring an invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Then they went ahead and told, but all the supplies which you did to this unregistered person, 100 rupees, 50 rupees, etc., all this you total, and at the end of the day you have to raise what? EOD means end of day, you have to raise consolidated tax invoice in your system. Then the next one over here is third one, B for bill of supply. whenever you are a person going ahead and supplying exempted supply, or you are a composition dealer, you can go ahead and issue no tax invoice. You have to issue bill of supply. Sir, if the value is less than 200, then bill of supply is also not required. Can we go ahead? Always remember one thing: in case of multiplex theater, even if the value is less than 200, still you are required to issue e-ticket. Bye-bye. Always remember rule number 54. Rule 4, sub-rule 4A talks about multiplex, and it says they are compulsorily required to issue e-ticket, and e-ticket is only deemed as their tax invoice. It need not contain the recipient detail also, and they have to give e-ticket even if the value is less than 200 rupees. Are we clear, everyone? One more point: if you are going ahead and supplying to unregistered person, people, unregistered person who you are supplying taxable supply plus exempt supply both, you can go ahead and give him one document which is known as invoice cum bill of supply. Are we clear, everyone? Let's go ahead. The next one over here is I went ahead and received an advance. I have to pay the GST to the government. Can you tell me, advance का case में will I pay GST to the government in case of goods or only service? Only service का case में. So whenever you receive the advance, you have to pay the GST to the government. You will issue to the front party what? Receipt voucher and pay the GST to the government. When issue on the receipt of advance, what will you pay? Receipt voucher evidencing the receipt of payment. If supply or rate of tax is not determinable, what will you think it to be? Interstate and pay IGST 18%. Sir, if I went ahead and received an advance, I paid GST to the government, issued you a receipt voucher. When I refund you the advance, I will issue a refund voucher and government will refund the amount to me. But you can go ahead and issue a refund voucher only if there was no supply and no tax invoice issued. If you had issued the tax invoice, in that scenario, you will have to give him a credit note. Then the credit note ka story will come. Against advance you receive and you refund it, then refund voucher. If advance I received, I issued a tax invoice, later any return has come, then I have to give a credit note. Can I go ahead, everyone? So no supply, no tax invoice against advance, then you have to issue refund voucher. The registered person, if I have gone ahead and received the supplies from a registered person, I have received a supply and I have to pay tax under reverse charge. He is a registered person, he will give me a tax invoice. But if the person is unregistered, he will not give me a tax invoice. I have to raise an invoice myself, and that is known as a self invoice. Liable to pay tax under reverse charge, you will have to issue an invoice yourself on the date of receipt. If the front party is unregistered, because if the front party is registered, they will give you a tax invoice. You don't have to raise the invoice yourself. But if the party is unregistered, he will not give an invoice, and I will have to raise an invoice myself because I have to pay tax under reverse charge. Whenever somebody supplies you and you are paying the tax under reverse charge, whenever you make the payment to them, you are also required to issue a payment voucher at the time of making payment to the supplier. I told you R for revised tax invoice and for no tax invoice if value is less than 200. And bill of supply when you are supplying exempt supply and you are a composition dealer. Advance if you receive, you have to issue receipt voucher. Refund if you do, then you have to issue refund voucher. As for when unregistered person sells you, you have to go ahead and pay, you have to go ahead and issue yourself self invoice. In the exam, don't write self invoice. You write, you have to issue an invoice if you are receiving services from an unregistered person and you are required to pay tax under RCM. P for payment voucher. Whenever you are paying to these people, you have to issue payment voucher. Are we clear till here, everyone? The next one over here is, sir, section number 31.4, continuous supply of goods means which is supplied on continuous basis or recurrent basis. Sir, if as per the contract successive statements are to be issued, whenever you give statement, you have to give invoice. If as per the contract, payment due dates are there, that on or before the payment dates, you have to go ahead and raise the invoice. Are we clear, everyone? If payment is involved on or before those payment, you have to give the invoice. Invoice before at the time of such statement or payment. Continuous supply of service means whenever it's a service which is provided for a period greater than 3 months. Sir, if as per the contract due dates of payment are ascertainable, on or before due date of payment, you have to raise the invoice. If due date is not ascertainable, on or before the payment, you should raise the invoice. Sir, if the payment is linked to completion, on or before I complete every event, I should raise the invoice. Remember, for an example, I am making a building for you. You told every first of every month you will make the payment. On or before every first, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. If payment due date is not there, whenever you make the payment, I should give you the invoice. If payment is linked to completion, as and when I complete the, for an example, I'm making a building, as and when I complete the building ka parts, as and when I complete an event, I should go ahead and raise a invoice. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. 31.6, supply of service ceases before completion. You should go ahead and give the invoice at the time of cessation up to the amount of service provided before cessation. Sir, goods sent on approval. You should go ahead and give the invoice with when the approval is given or 6 months from removal, whichever is earlier. Are we clear, everyone? Otherwise, get your book goods back. See, when the approval is given, raise the invoice. If approval is not given, get the goods back within 6 months. You don't have to give invoice. But if approval is not given within 6 months, once 6 months gets over, then you have to raise the invoice. Everyone over here. Section number 31 done. Section number 32 says prohibition of unauthorized collection of tax. If you are unregistered person, don't collect any tax. If you are registered person, please collect as per the act or rules. Then there is a circular. If you are a person who is taking jewelry from one state to another state and going, you will show the jewelry in the other state to the person. If the person likes it, raise the invoice. When you are taking from here to here, take a delivery challan and take the goods. When the person likes it, that time it is supply. Please go ahead and raise the invoice. If you both are from other states, then please charge IGST. I am sending artwork from one state to another state. Sending is not a supply. When person likes it, he approves it, that is the supply, and I should go ahead and raise the invoice. Jewelry carried along for approval or artwork sent to galleries or goods moved under similar kind of a situation. Whenever you are moving, move along with delivery challan plus e-way bill. Tax invoice can be issued on approval. If it is interstate supply, you have to charge IGST. Section number 33 says whenever you are issuing this tax invoice or any documents which are there, debit notes, all these documents may always in see refund voucher, all these things, these are there. Refund voucher, receipt voucher. Please go ahead and show the tax amount separately. Section number 34 says credit note. Section number 34 talks about credit note and debit note. Section number 34.1 says when one or more tax invoices are issued, I have gone ahead and issued that tax invoice. Taxable value or tax charge is more. I have charged you more tax or I have charged you more value, or goods services are returned. You have returned me the goods, or you when you took the goods and went, you told sir you have supplied less. I will tell okay Baba, I am sorry, you are my creditor. I will give you a credit note. Sir, always remember if you issue a credit note, you have gone ahead and returned the person GST. So government also should return the GST to you. So how will government return it to you? Government will go ahead and return it to you through return. Means when you are filing your return, you have to adjust the liability. Yes or no? See, I went ahead and gave you an invoice for this much amount. You later returned the goods. So when you return the goods, I returned you the amount along with GST. So government will also return it to me, provided I go ahead. What is the maximum time limit to issue credit note? For 1 year, I can issue the credit note maximum by monthly return of means I should go ahead and show in the monthly return. So this year ka credit note can be issued by next year September, and it should be shown by 20th October when I am filing the return of that month, or actual date of annual return, whichever is earlier. Registered person may issue one or more credit note. Always remember, for one invoice, can I issue 2 times credit note? Yes. For 2-3 invoices, can I issue one credit note? Yes. Means supposingly I went ahead and charged you more in 2-3 invoices. Now for 3 invoices, do I have to give 3 credit note or I can give 1 credit note? You can give 1 credit note also. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, debit note. What is debit note? I will say, hey, I went ahead and supplied you. I charged you only this much. I should have charged you this much. So government is telling for extra charging, you can go ahead and give debit note. You will tell that person, hey, you are my debtor. I will give you a debit note. I will collect extra and give it to the government. It says when one or more tax invoices is issued and taxable value or tax charge is less, registered person shall issue one or more. For one invoice, can I issue 2 time debit note? For 2 invoices, can I issue 1 debit note? Yes, Baba, either way it is possible. What is the time limit to issue debit note? No time limit. Government is telling collect and pay, and government is telling in this scenario, always remember whenever you collect that month ka return may you show, whenever you are raising the debit note, that month ka return may you show and you pay the tax to me. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes. HSN code ka case mein government have gone ahead and told if you are a registered person with aggregate turnover up to 5 crore, B2B supplies ke liye 4 digit you have to show HSN code in your invoice. B2C supplies it is optional. If you are a registered person with aggregate turnover greater than 5 crore. 6 digit is mandatory whether you are doing business to business supply or business to consumer supply. There is a small circular over here. Procedure with respect to return of time expired drug. Everyone over here. I bought powder, made medicine, supplied you the medicine. You went ahead and supplied me within time limit. I can go ahead and issue you the credit note. Means if you go ahead and return me, I went ahead and supplied you this year May. By next year September or actual date of annual return, whichever is earlier. If before that you return me the drugs, I can give you the credit note. Yes or no? I can give you the credit note and my liability can be adjusted. Now what will happen when I receive that expired drugs from you? I'll destroy the drugs. When I bought the powder, whatever ITC I had taken, that will also be destroyed, means blocked. I went ahead and bought powder. I made medicine. I gave you the medicine. Yes, everyone. Now you took the ITC. Now the time limit to issue credit note is gone. So when you return it to me, you return it as fresh supply. I will take the ITC of the expired drugs. When I go ahead and destroy the drugs, the ITC also I will go ahead and destroy. Government went ahead and told first option is registered, return by whom? Registered person. If I am a registered person, I went ahead and supplied you, you are a registered person, you will return it to me. You can show it as a fresh supply. You can issue a tax invoice to me. If you are a composition dealer, you will issue a bill of supply. Unregistered person, you will just issue me a commercial invoice. I will go ahead and receive the expired drug. I will destroy the drugs and reverse the ITC as availed on such returned supply. When you supply to me, I will take ITC. When I destroy the drugs, I will destroy the ITC also. Can I go ahead, everyone? Second option is you can go ahead and issue me a, I can go ahead and issue you a credit note. Yes, everyone. And you can go ahead and return it to me along with a delivery challan. If credit note issued within time, then my liability can be adjusted. Liability can be adjusted or else the liability cannot be adjusted. When I destroy the drugs, whatever ITC I had taken on the raw material will also be gone, blocked. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, if you come on the left hand side, e-invoicing. Can you see over here e-invoicing? E-invoicing with effect from 1st of April 2021, registered person with aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year is greater than 50 crore. Baba, now it is how much? For your November 20 exam, for your November 20 exam, November 22 exam, how much it is? 20 crore. Okay, everyone, it is not 50 crore. How much it is? 20 crore for your November 20 exam. So if you are a registered person for and your aggregate turnover was greater than how much? 50 crore nahi baba, it is 20 crore for your November 22 exam. Then with respect to your supplies which you are doing to B2B supplies or for export, you are required to issue e-invoicing. You are required to do e-invoicing. Not applicable to whom? To a government department, local authority, or an SEZ unit, or those referred to in rule number 54.2.344A. BGPM. What is BGPM? Everyone over here. 54.2 goes ahead and talks about insurance company, banking company, financial institution, and NBFC. They are not required to issue tax invoice. If they are issuing consolidated tax invoice also, at the month end they are giving statement, that is only their tax invoice. They are not required to comply with e-invoicing provision. If you are a goods transport agency, you will give a consignment note. Your consignment note is only deemed as the tax invoice. You don't have to separately go ahead and issue what? E-invoicing is not required for you. Passenger transportation service mein if a person is there, he will give a ticket, and that ticket is only as the deemed as the tax invoice. He need not go ahead and separately issue what? E-invoicing. He need not go ahead and do it. If you are a multiplex theater, for you e-ticketing is mandatory. E-ticket is only as deemed as the tax invoice. So for you also e-invoicing provisions are not applicable. So e-invoicing provisions are not applicable if you are a banking company, basically NBFI, NBFC, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company. Yes, everyone. G for GTA, P for passenger transportation service provider, M for multiplex. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then there is dynamic QR code. Government is going ahead and telling if you are a registered person and your aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year is greater than 500 crore, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22. Any year your turnover was greater than 500 crore, then with respect to your Supplies to unregistered person, B2C supplies, you have to go ahead and give the person a dynamic QR code for making the payment. It is basically for enabling UPI payment. Dynamic QR code is not applicable if you are a BGPM plus OIDAR, online information database access and retrieval service provider, basically Netflix. Are we clear? Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir, we got it. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Sir, delivery challan. What is a delivery challan? Whenever you are supplying and you can't issue an invoice at the time of supplying, or might be you're sending goods for job work, or you're sending for approval, or you're sending for testing, it is not a supply. You will not issue an invoice, you will issue a delivery challan. Always remember rule number 55 talks about delivery challan. Delivery challan, how many copy? 3 copy. Consigner, consignee, and transporter. Whenever you are sending what? Supplying liquefied gas, or transportation of goods for job work, or transportation of goods for reason other than supply. Might be you are sending goods for testing, or when goods are transported for supply, but invoice could not be issued at that time, or goods are transported in complete knockdown situation, semi knockdown situation, batch, all lots, you can go ahead and take the help of delivery challan. Yes, everyone, here we are done with your chapter of tax invoice, credit note, and debit note. For your number 22, I'm telling you again, remember what is the amendment, everyone? Invoicing provision ke liye applicable is how much? 20 crore. If you are a registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22 has exceeded how much? 20 crore, then for you, e-invoicing provisions will be applicable. This is the amendment in your tax invoice chapter for your November 22 exam. I'll stop my discussion over here. Bye, guys. Take care. All right, people. The next chapter which we are going to start is the chapter of e-way bill. B graded chapter, 2 to 4 marks is the maximum expected. Let's do this chapter. What does it say, everyone? Whenever goods or services are being supplied, supply can be either interstate supply or interstate supply. What will happen? IGST will be levied. Intra CGST. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will you collect, everyone? GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare tax invoice, credit note, debit note, delivery, challan. Yes, everyone. And you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. When you are taking the goods on the way and going, there will be our officer who will stop you and tell you, show me the goods, show me the invoice, show me the bill, e-way bill. E-way bill is a document which basically you are going ahead and informing the government that, sir, I am taking the goods from here to here. And that information, when you give to the government, government gives you a e-way bill, which is to be carried by you when you are going on the way and to be showed to this officer. Right, everyone? Number one, who is required to generate a e-way bill? Always remember one thing: supplier, recipient, consigner, or consignee. Whoever is causing the movement will go ahead and generate the e-way bill. Are we clear? Remember always, if one point I want to tell, if recipient is unregistered person, then always deemed that supplier is causing the movement. Do you remember, everyone? Supplier is causing movement if the recipient is unregistered. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Sir, where will he go ahead and generate? He will go to e-way bill gst.gov.in and he will upload the details in e-way bill part A, Part B, EWB01 का Part A and Part B. Part A is basically the transaction related detail. Part B is basically the transportation related details. What will it generate? E-way bill. When is e-way bill required? Whenever consignment value is greater than 50,000. So if you are causing a movement intra or inter and the consignment value is greater than 50,000, you are required to generate a e-way bill. Consignment value means when the value is greater than 50,000. Consignment value, whenever it is greater than 50,000, you have to generate e-way bill. Or, sir, whenever you are doing interstate movement to job worker, then you are required to generate e-way bill. Mandatorily, there is no value limit. if you are doing interstate, if you are an interstate supplier, basically you are a person who is supplying handicraft goods and you are taking from one state to another what handicraft item and you are exempted from registration, then also you are mandatorily required to generate e-way bill. Sir, how do we calculate the consignment value? Always take the invoice value, bill of supply, delivery challan ka value plus GST. That will give you the consignment value. If consignment value is greater than 50,000, you will generate the e-way bill. But don't forget, job worker interstate and handicraft supplier who was exempted from registration, for these two people, mandatory e-way bill. Correct, everyone? Next. Sir, always remember, if it's an invoice come bill of supply, if it is taxable supply, 40,000 for an example, GST how much? 8,000 for an example, exempt supply 10,000, consignment value, always remove exempt supply. Now it is 48 and hence you will not generate e-way bill. Always remember, in your invoice come bill of supply, you have to remove exempt supply. Sir, when will I generate e-way bill? You have to generate prior to moment. In case of rail, ship, air, you can generate after commencement of moment also. E-way bill ka validity, if it is an over-dimensional cargo or a multimodal transportation where ship is involved, less than equal to 20 kilometers 1 day. If it is other than over-dimensional cargo or multimodal shipment where ship is involved, then it is less than equal to 200 1 day. For an example, here ship is involved in a transportation, then Baba, it will be 20 kilometers 1 day. If ship is not involved in the transportation and ODC is also not there, then 200 kilometers 1 day. Are we clear, everyone? Let's go ahead. Now, when you are going on the way, rule number 138 says, please take documents and devices. Devices means an RFID device. As of now, not required. So, document means you should have invoice, bill of supply, or delivery challan plus e-way bill. Any either of this item plus an e-way bill. Are we clear, everyone? Plus, in case of import, you should have bill of entry. E-way bill is not required if you are going ahead. If you the transportation happening by rail, air, or vessel, means it is not required to be carried by the person in charge. Just imagine, master of the ship is carrying one e-way bill. No, it is not required. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next, in lieu of physical tax invoice, if you are a person who is doing e-invoicing, then you can go ahead and give the person in charge who is taking the goods and going the QR code having the embedded invoice reference number. When he is going on the way, if the officer will stop, he can show the QR code. Officer can scan and get all the details of the invoice. Physical tax invoice is not required to be carried. Now you are going on the way, officer will stop you. Rule number 138B says verification of document and conveyance. Officer will go ahead and stop you. Which is the officer? Authorized proper officer is the inspector. Inspector who is authorized by the commissioner will stop you. He will check the document, e-way bill and the conveyance. And always remember, checking always can be done by authorized proper officer. But on the way, supposing there is no authorized proper officer is not there, and government has got an information that Ramesh is doing something wrong, then any other officer can go ahead and do the checking after taking commissioner ka approval. Yes, everyone. Always remember, after the inspection, this proper officer will go online and he'll submit one summary report in EWB, GST EWB 03, Part A, within how much time? 24 hours. And a final report within how much time? Within 3 days plus 3 days. Are we clear? 3 days ka extension can be given by commissioner. Once the checking is done, second time checking will never happen unless there is a specific intelligence information. Then checking can happen again. Always remember, in your e-way bill chapter, 24 hours means midnight 12 to next day midnight 12. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Point is clear. If this person is being stopped for more than 30 minutes, then he can go online and submit one report which is known as GST AWB 04 grievance report. Okay, everyone. Now, government is planning to go ahead and install RFID device. If you install RFID device and put your invoice details in the RFID device will send signals. Government will also get RFID reader installed. The reader will go ahead and get the invoice ka detail. Invoice ka detail will be matched with the e-way bill ka detail which you had uploaded, and the gate will open and you can go. But as of now, this system is yet to be introduced. Whenever you are going on the way, if by chance there is some problem, your truck has fallen sick, then breakdown has happened. If it is repairable, you can ask for extension. E-way bill can be extended 8 hours prior or 8 hours after the expiry also. So if e-way bill is expiring today night, 8 hours prior means after 4 o'clock you can ask for extension, means 1 day prior. means today night, then by evening 4 o'clock. If today night it has expired, then tomorrow morning till 8 o'clock you can ask for extension. Sir, any other issue, for an example, breakdown is not repairable, then do one thing. If there is a breakdown or there is a transshipment which is resulting in change in truck, then Baba, if it is your conveyance or some same transporter, just update the part B, take your goods and go. But if supposingly you are going to now assign it to different transporter, then do one thing. If it is a new transporter coming into picture, then assign the e-way bill to the new transporter. He will update the part B, take the goods and go. Are we clear, everyone? Different transporter, then assign the e-way bill. He shall update the part B, take the goods and go. Now, sir, when is e-way bill not required? Everyone over here, I have gone ahead and given the situation when the e-way bill is not required. E-way bill is not required when goods being transported are LPG or kerosene for public distribution system. Goods are postal baggage, pearl, precious stone, metal, jewelry, currency, personal and household effect, and personal and household effect means your household item and corals. Then transportation by non-motorized car conveyance means if you are doing transportation by bullock cart, horse cart, etc., then e-way bill is not required. Why? Because Baba, for that you need a vehicle number. Where will you find the vehicle number in a bullock cart? Next, sir, transportation to or fro from a custom port, airport, or station to an inland container depot or container freight station. Sir, movement of goods within notified area. If an area is notified, then you are not required to generate e-way bill if the movement is happening over there. Sir, transportation of exempted goods except de-oiled cake, alcoholic liquor. So, Baba, in case of de-oiled cake, you are required to generate e-way bill. Other than that, exempted goods, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and HP man ka case me, you are not required to generate e-way bill. HP man means high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. Where goods, supply of goods being transported is not a supply, means if your item is falling in schedule 3, it is not a supply only. What will you try to steal? So government is selling e-way bill not required. Supply of goods by canteen stores department, army canteens, to or fro unit run canteens or authorized customer. Supply of heavy water and nuclear fuel by Department of Atomic Energy. Movement of goods by defense formation under the Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense is transporting supposedly hand grenade, and they will inform. Government is selling, we will not inform anyone that we are taking and going. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Movement of empty cargo container or empty cylinders for refilling. When consignor is the government and transportation is by rail. If goods are being transported by government through rail, then e-way bill is not required. Transportation from one custom station or port to another custom station or port. Transportation under custom supervision or seal. When custom supervision is there, GST ka supervision is not required. Transit cargo to or fro Nepal. When goods are coming and they are going to Nepal or coming from Nepal and being transported outside for movement in India, e-way bill is not required. Then, sir, who shall generate e-way bill? If you are going ahead and transporting by road, you are going ahead and transporting in your own conveyance, hired one or a public conveyance, you will only fill part A and you will fill part B before movement. If you go ahead and hand over the goods to the transporter, you don't know in which truck he is going to take. So do one thing, fill part A, assign the e-way bill to the transporter, let him fill part B and generate the e-way bill, take the goods and go. Sir, if the transportation is by rail, air or vessel, rail, air or vessel, e-way bill part A, you update, part B also you have to update, but here railway receipt number, airway bill number or bill of lading number can be only after your transportation has started. So you can go ahead and generate the e-way bill before or after the movement also. Are we clear, everyone? Everyone over here. Rule number 138E, restriction on furnishing information in Part A. Your e-way bill system will be blocked for you when no person shall be allowed to furnish information in Part A with respect to outward supply. Yes, everyone? With respect to outward supply of a registered person, outward supply of a registered person who. So, Baba, my e-way bill portal will be blocked, means I will not be able to generate e-way bill for my outward supply when I am a composition dealer and I have not furnished CMP02 for 2 consecutive quarters. If I am a person other than composition and I have not furnished my monthly return, which is basically your GSTR 3B, for how many period? 2 tax period. If you are a person other than Means if you are a person other than composition, means normal person, and you have not furnished GSTR1 for any 2 months or 2 quarter, or you are person whose registration has been suspended, Baba, during suspension you can't go ahead and generate e-way bill. Baba, tell me one thing. For my outward supply, I can't generate e-way bill. For inward supply, if somebody is sending it to me, can e-way bill be generated? Yes. Next, proviso. Baba, actually earlier when they blocked it for inward and outward both. But then government ko people went in and told when supplier is selling me the goods for my default, why is the supplier being penalized that he can't send me the goods also? Suppliers went and told the government. So government told, okay, when you are sending to this person in default, you can generate. But when he is selling, he will not be able to generate e-way bill. It means he will not be able to sell and send the goods. Can I go ahead, everyone? Sir, can I go to the commissioner and request? Yes, Baba, give your request to the commissioner in EWB05 and he will go ahead and allow you to furnish the details by giving you an order in EWB06. Allow furnishing the details of part A or reject the request after giving opportunity of being heard. There are some important point. You have 5 e-way bills which are there. You are the transporter. You can generate EWB02, which is basically a consolidation of all the e-way bill. Sir, can e-way bill be cancelled? Yes, Baba, e-way bill can be cancelled within how much time? 24 hours, but before being verified in transit. Next, sir, e-way bill generated in one state is valid across India in other states also. Always remember, when you are sending the goods by rail, you have to generate the e-way bill before or after movement. But after movement, please generate, because when the recipient goes to receive the good, he has to show the e-way bill. Otherwise, goods will not be given. Next, e-way bill generation is optional even if the consignment value is less than 50,000. Even if the consignment value is less than 50,000, go tell the government, then you can, no, go generate online the e-way bill if you want to, up to you. I am going ahead and sending the goods from my premises to the goods transport agency. Everyone listen first here. I am sending the goods from my premises to the goods transport agency, who will load it in a truck and take it from here to the Delhi. So government is telling, when you are sending the goods to whom? Transporter. Intrastate, number one, sending it to transporter. Number two, Baba, remember, sending it to transporter. Number two, intrastate movement up to 50 kilometer. Number three, up to 50 kilometer. You can fill part A and send. You don't have to fill part B. Sir, if you are going ahead and sending it to transporter, number two, intrastate movement, if it is greater than 50 kilometer, part A and part B both are required. Means what is the exception? Only if it is up to 50 kilometer. Number one, sending to transporter, intrastate up to 50 kilometer, then Baba, part B is not required. Your goods were loaded in this vehicle and taken from here to here. Now from this vehicle, it will be loaded in another vehicle. This another vehicle ka detail need not be updated in part B. If from here till here, basically from the transporter's place till the recipient ka place, the distance is up to 50 kilometers. Means transporter place say, number two, it is going intrastate, transporter and this guy is in the same state, up to 50 kilometer, then part A is required, part B updation is not required. If it is greater than 50 kilometer, both will be required. One small point over here on the left hand side. Everyone listen to me very carefully. You know what's a weighing bridge? You know what's a weighing bridge, everyone? Weighing bridge. Arey net. Huh. Hmm. You know what's a weighing bridge, everyone? What's a weighing bridge? Basically, I will draw. See here, what happens? Like this, two lines will be there. The truck will go and stand on this. Okay? I don't know how to put the truck on this. Now the truck will go and stand on this and the weight of the truck will be measured. Are we clear? Now trucks need a weighing certificate. How much is the truck load they are carrying? So for that, what will happen? First, a empty truck will stand. Then a filled truck will also stand. The difference will be the how much goods are there. Are we clear? For loading, they take a certificate saying how much weight is there in the truck. Now, whenever you are sending the truck for weighment, what they are telling, distance is up to 20 kilometer, e-way bill not required. Not required. Okay, everyone, e-way bill only is not required, but you should send along with a delivery Challan. Sir, what if the distance is greater than 20 kilometer? E-way bill will be required. So whenever you are saying sending it to weighing bridge, up to 20 kilometer, e-way bill is not required. Number two, sending it to transporter's place or transporter place, say your place. If the distance is how much? Less than 50, up to 50 kilometer, only part A is required, part B is not required. Otherwise, whenever consignment value is greater than 50,000, e-way bill is required. Interstate movement for job work, e-way bill is required. And the third one, interstate movement by handicraft supplier who is exempted from registration, e-way bill is mandatorily required. Right, everyone? I have told you this part becomes very, very important. Secondly, this part is also important. Next, consignment value calculation, when e-way bill required and e-way bill ka validity. These parts are very important. I'll stop my revision on e-way bill over here, everyone. Congratulations, people. All right, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of time of supply. Sir, can you give us a quick linking? Yes, Baba, let's take a quick linking. We started learning GST with goods and service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate. Interstate supply, IGST will be levied. Intrastate, CGST will be levied. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you will prepare what? Tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Now the liability will come. Government says your liability comes at the time of supply, means you become liable to pay the tax when at the time of supply. How to determine time of supply with respect to goods is told by section number 12. How to determine time of supply with respect to services is told by section number 13. Section number 12, one goes ahead and says liability to pay GST on supply of goods will come at the time of supply. Section number 12, 2 says if you are a supplier, you have gone ahead and supplied the goods. When are you liable to pay? You are liable to pay on the date of issue of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Last date to issue invoice means it is removal or delivery or when you make the goods available or whenever you are issuing successive statement or whenever payments are being received as per the contract. Whenever the payments are basically going to be received, you should have gone ahead and issued the invoice. So it is date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, whichever is earlier, no, or date of receipt of payment. Date of receipt of payment is bank entry or credit, whichever is earlier. So out of A or B, whichever is earlier. However, there is a notification which has come and told that supplier of goods need not pay GST on advances, and hence you will not have to pay GST on date of receipt of payment. You will go ahead and pay only on date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Baba, don't cut anything in your chart book. What I'm telling is in the exam, how are you going to write? You are going to write A and B both, and then you will say a notification has come and they are telling supplier of goods need not pay GST on advance, and hence time of supply will be date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Section number 12(3) goes ahead and says reverse charge. As a recipient, when will you pay the GST? Sir, date of receipt of goods or date of payment. Payment means when bank book entry or debit in your bank account, whichever is earlier, or date immediately following 30 days from the date of invoice or other document by the supplier. Supplier went ahead and gave you an invoice or any other document. From that day, you have to calculate 31st day. Are we clear, everyone? Whichever is earlier. Sir, date of receipt of goods is not there. Date of payment date is also not there. And the supplier did not go ahead and give me any invoice or any document. So I'm not able to calculate the 31st day. In that scenario, sir, when A, B, C is not applicable, book entry date of the recipient, that is when you make a purchase entry being the recipient, you'll make a purchase entry. That entry date will become the time of supply. Section number 12(4) goes ahead and says, in case of voucher, is the supply identifiable? Yes, sir. Supply is identifiable. Date of issue of voucher will become the time of supply. If the supply is not identifiable, sir, redemption date will become the time of supply. Residuary cases, basically wherever it is not forward charge also, reverse charge also, voucher case also is not applicable. Are you a registered person? Yes, sir. If you are a registered person, your time of supply will be the day you are going to file the return. Sir, if you are not a registered person, for an example, you are caught in an investigation and now you are going to pay GST. When are you going to pay? You will say, sir, when will my liability come? They are telling you, pay it. The day you pay it, that is only your liability ka day. Date of payment of tax is the day when your time of supply will come. In case of interest, penalty and late fee, always remember the day you receive it, that day it's your liability. If you don't receive, you're not liable to pay. If you receive it, the date of receipt of interest, penalty and liability, that will be your time of supply. Then we have section number 13. Section number 13, one entered and told, sir, liability to pay in case of services shall arise at the time of supply. Sir, section number 13.2 told if forward charge mechanism is there, basically when will the supplier of service pay? Sir, if he has issued the invoice within 30 days or 45 days, you remember? If it is a continuous supply of service ka case, if the due date is ascertainable, you should have raised the invoice on or before due date. Due date is not ascertainable, on or before payment. Payment is linked to completion, on or before completion of the event, you should have raised the invoice. Now, if you have raised the invoice on time, then, sir, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is not raised within time, then date of provisioning of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Yes, sir. Sir, small advances ka case mein government went ahead and told it is up to you. You can pay on that advance or you can pay when you raise the invoice with respect to that advance. Section number 13.2c goes ahead and says if you are not falling in A case or B case, for an example, you are not falling over here in 13.2a also and 13.2b also, then sir, then they are going ahead and telling book entry date of the recipient will become the time of supply in case of the supplier. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Point is clear. I hope you guys remember dry cleaning ka example is there. Yes, everyone. Next. 13.3 goes ahead and talks about reverse charge mechanism. Baba, in case of supplier of goods, reverse charge mechanism mein he pays on date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the date of invoice by the supplier. Right, everyone? In case of services, date of receipt of goods will not be there and hence date of payment or 31st will become 61st day from the date of invoice. Are we clear, everyone? Can I go ahead? Now listen to me very carefully. This is always applicable in case of reverse charge. If you import some service from outside India, from your associate enterprise, then the time of supply will be date of payment or see baba, importation of service from associate enterprise, then date of payment or book entry date in the books of accounts of the recipient. When you make a book entry, that will become the time of supply. Now, always remember, reverse charge mein, if date of payment or 61st day is not available, then they are going ahead and telling, Ramesh, being the recipient, you will make an expense entry. The day you make the expense entry, that will become your time of supply. Section number 13.4, voucher. Section number 13.5, residuary case. And section number 13.6, interest, penalty and late fee, same as section number 12.4, 12.5 and 12.6. Voucher का केस में supply identifiable, date of issue of voucher, supply not identifiable, date of redemption. Residuary case में if you are required to file return, due date of return. If you are not required to file return, date of payment of tax. IPL का केस में the date of receipt of such IPL. In case of reverse charge mechanism, what will the supplier give you a document? If supply is registered, he gives you a tax invoice. If supply is unregistered, he gives you a commercial invoice or bill. Right, everyone? Here we are done with your time of supply. Right, everyone? B graded topic, 2 to 4 marks. Right, everyone? Chalo, I'll stop my discussion on the chapter of time of supply over here. All right, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of input tax credit. Everyone over here. Input tax credit, a chapter. Let's take a quick linking. First of all, whenever goods or service is being supplied, supply can be either interstate or intrastate. Interstate IGST, intrastate CGST. Once GST was levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Yes, everyone. Now listen to me very carefully. Once you know the value, you will raise the tax invoice, send the goods to the other person with the help of e-way bill. Your liability came at the time of supply. You are liable to pay 1,000 rupees for an example. How will you pay? You will use your input tax credit. So the next chapter comes input tax credit. You will go ahead and use your credit. Remaining amount you will go ahead and make the payment. So input tax credit, we have section number 16, we have section number 17, and we have section number 18. Everyone listen to me very carefully. What is section number 16, 17 and 18 talking? Input tax credit chapter. First of all, when you go ahead and read input tax credit, sir, whatever inputs are there, whatever inwards are there of your business, on that, whatever GST you pay, you will get the credit. Sir, what do you mean by inputs? Actually, input means goods other than capital goods which are used or intended to be used in your business, but you get input tax credit of input also. Input services, any services which are used or intention is to use in your business, and capital goods which are capitalized in your business, used or intended to be used in your business, you will get the credit where? In your e-credit ledger. Always remember, input services or capital goods, whatever GST you pay, you will get the credit where? In your e-credit ledger. The GST can be paid under forward charge or reverse charge. It can be CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, and includes IGST paid on import. When you import, you will file your bill of entry and pay IGST. That IGST ka credit also you can take it, but it does not include composition tax. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. Section number 16 goes ahead and talks about eligibility and condition. Eligible is a registered person of what? Of the goods, services, or both which he has gone ahead and used in his business, and the amount shall be credited to his e-credit ledger. Always remember, section number 16 to told about condition. What is the condition for taking the credit? I told TR condition. T for you should have the tax paying document. R for receipt of goods, services, or both. T for tax should be paid by the supplier to the government. R for return should be filed by you. Only then you will get the credit. Yes, everyone, you should ask for it. Only then you will be given the credit. Number 1, section number 16 to A says possession of tax invoice, including revised tax invoice, debit note, and such other tax paying document as may be prescribed. Rule number 36 goes ahead and says supplier's invoice, self invoice, RCM ka Baba, whenever person will go ahead and supply you, you will raise a self invoice. In case of receipt from unregistered person, that self invoice ka basis pe also you can take the credit. Then debit note, bill of entry in case of imports, and ISD invoice. I told you BIRDS. B for bill of entry, I for ISD invoice, R for reverse charge may you will raise a self invoice yourself. Baba, in the exam, write an invoice under section number 31(3). Don't write self invoice. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then D for debit note and S for supplier's invoice. Can I go ahead, everyone? On the basis of this thing, you can take the credit. Secondly, they are telling what are the details that should be there in the document so that you can take the credit. Description, value, tax, DVT, GST number of both supplier and recipient, and place of supply in case of interstate should be there. Only then you can take the credit of that document. The next is no ITC of any tax in pursuance of demand order confirmed on account of fraud, willful misstatement, and suppression of fact. I have gone ahead and paid tax because we were trying to do a fraud. Now government went ahead and caught me and raised a demand order, and I paid some tax. I will also not get the credit. If I go ahead and pass on the credit to someone else, he will also not get the credit if you have paid, because the demand order was confirmed on account of fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of fact. The fourth one over here, which is there. Everyone, listen. The fourth one over here has been deleted for your November 22 exam. What is it being deleted over here? This is being deleted. Okay, everyone. Now, what are they going ahead and telling? They are telling instead of 4, they went ahead and introduced section number, rule number 36, 4, and they are telling now if you want to take the credit, your supplier should go ahead and upload those details in his GSTR1, and those details of invoice or debit note should come in your 2B. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Rule number 36, 4 goes ahead and says no ITC can be availed. Baba, for your November 22, what is the amendment? No ITC can be availed by registered person in respect of invoices or debit note, the details of which are required to be furnished in GSTR 1, unless the details of such invoices have been furnished by the supplier in the statement of outward supply in GSTR 1 or using the invoice furnishing facility. So you should have gone ahead and uploaded the details in your GSTR 1 or invoice furnishing facility, and the details of such invoice have been communicated to the registered person in GSTR 2B. So it should be communicated to me in GSTR 2B. Only then I can take the credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 16 to AA also has been introduced, applicable for a November 22 exam. What is AA going ahead and telling? The details of the invoice or debit note referred to in clause A. Basically, invoice, debit note. On the basis of that, you can take the credit they are telling. Those invoices has been furnished by the supplier in the statement of outward supply, and such have been communicated to the recipient of such invoice or debit note in the manner specified. Means they have gone ahead and told that if you want to take the credit of tax invoice, debit note, etc., your details should be furnished by the supplier in GSTR1, and those details should be communicated to you. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Yes, everyone. Can I go ahead? Is the point clear to all? Quickly tell me, everyone. Yes, sir. 1 minute. What is the next one going ahead and telling? The next one over here is you should have received the goods, services, or both. Only then you can take the credit. What is deemed received, everyone? I did not receive it. I received the bill. Bill to ship to model May. When the ultimate recipient receives it, it will be deemed that I have received it and I can take the credit. The next is your tax should be paid. You went ahead and bought it from someone. You would have paid him the money. He should have paid the tax to the government. Only then you will get the credit. He could have paid by using his cash, or he could have paid by using his credit. Return should be filed by the recipient. You should go ahead and file your return. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Then proviso to section number 16(2) says if you are going ahead and receiving goods in lot, only when you receive the last lot you can go ahead and take the credit. Section number 16(2) का proviso says always make the payment to the supplier within how many days? Invoice day 180 days में. You got the invoice, you took the credit. Now if you don't make the payment within 180 days, once 180 days gets over, whatever credit you took, you have to go ahead and pay it back along with interest at the rate of 18% per annum. From the date you took the credit till the date you are going ahead and reversing and paying it back. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, I reversed the credit. Later I made the payment to the supplier. When you make the payment, you can take the credit back. Are we clear, everyone? This condition, this reversal within 180 days is not applicable if you are making supply under RCM. If supplies without GST, that is Schedule 1, supply without consideration, that is Schedule 1 wala supplies, and on that part of value of supply which is made by the recipient, because anyways you are not going to pay the supplier, so this condition shall not be applicable. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. The third one over here says, sir, whenever you make the payment to the supplier, after 180 days, you would have reversed it. Now you will make the payment to the supplier. Whenever you make, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years later, you can take the credit back. Section number 16(3) goes ahead and says, if you take depreciation, don't take ITC. If you take ITC, don't take depreciation of the tax component. Can I go ahead, everyone? Section number 16(4) says, maximum time limit to claim ITC with respect to any invoice or debit note is what? For 1 year, if there is an invoice, for year 1920, if there is an invoice or there is a debit note which I have received, you can take the credit maximum by what date? By September month ka return, which is 20th October, or actual date of annual return, whichever is earlier. Yes, everyone, point is clear till here. Now, everyone over here. For your November 22 exam, this paragraph which is there is redundant. You can delete this, everyone. For your November 22 exam, this paragraph is redundant. Can we go ahead? Now, please come to the next one. Section number 17. What did I teach you, everyone, till now? Section number 16. 16(1), who is eligible? Registered person. 16(2), TR condition. Tax invoice ka you can take the credit. Yes, everyone. Next. R for receipt of goods. T for tax paid to the government. R for return filed. Third, Baba, if you take depreciation, don't take ITC. If you take ITC, don't take depreciation on the tax component. Section number 16(4), maximum time limit to go ahead and take the credit. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now let's go ahead and read the next one. The next one goes ahead and speaks about 17, apportionment of credit and block credit. If you buy something which you are going to use for business and non-business, please take the credit only how much is for your business purpose. Then if you are going ahead and buying something which is for taxable supply and exempt supply, take the credit only relating to taxable supply. Now how much you should take, how much you should not take, government will go ahead and tell, and government have told rule number 42 and 43, which is not applicable for your CA Inter exam. Now whenever you are going ahead and dividing that how much credit I should take, how much credit I should not take, you will basically divide on the basis of exempt supply and taxable supply. Apportionment you will do, no? See, how much exempt supply, that much credit you will not take. How much is used for making taxable supply, that much credit you will take. So government went ahead and told what will be the value of exempt supply, that we will tell you. And government have gone ahead and given the definition in section number 17.3. But since apportionment is not applicable, you can go ahead and just read this once if you want from a textbook, otherwise can be ignored also. Next, section number 17.4 goes ahead and says about banking company. Banking company main income is by what? Interest ka income. So what banking company can go ahead and do? They can go for apportionment. Divide and take what is relating to taxable supply, relating to exempt supply, they will not take the credit. Or banking company is given one more option. Number one, whatever inputs they buy in a month, take 50% credit, remaining 50% don't take. Whatever input services they take in a month, take 50% credit, forget 50% credit. Whatever capital goods they buy, 50% credit they can take, forget 50% credit. If they take services from their distinct person, 100% credit can be taken. If they are going ahead and buying something for non-business purpose, ITC should not be taken. If they are buying something on which credit is blocked, then also ITC should not be taken. That is told about option number 2, which is given to whom? Banking companies. Yes, everyone. Now listen. Section number 17.5 goes ahead and talks about block credit. Let's go ahead and read block credit. Very important topic for your exam. 4 marks. 4 marks they should go ahead and ask. Sir, what are the things on which credit is blocked? Motor vehicle, if it is for transportation of person, approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. Be very careful, including driver, less than equal to 13. Are we clear? Can I go ahead? Then, Baba, credit shall be blocked. So, if I bought a small car for my director, credit shall be blocked. Always remember, up to 13 car. If I am buying a motor vehicle for transportation of person, then credit shall be blocked. But if it will be allowed, if I am going ahead and making what? For the supply, transportation of passenger and training. I bought a car to sell a car. Will I get the credit? I bought a car to rent a car. Will I get the credit? Yes. I bought a car to do transportation of passenger. Will I get the credit? Yes. I bought a car to go ahead and give training in car, etc. Will I get the credit? Yes, sir. Now, FTT, vessel and aircraft credit is blocked. Means if you buy a ship or an aircraft, your credit will be always blocked. But it will be allowed if you are going ahead and making further supply, transportation of passenger, or giving training in navigating vessel or giving training in flying aircraft. Then credit shall be allowed. Vessel and aircraft, because they went in and blocked the whole amount, they went in and told transportation of goods ke liye, if you are using vessel and aircraft, credit shall be allowed. Tell me one thing, motor vehicle, if it is used for transportation of goods, is it blocked anywhere? Unless blocked, it is always allowed. Next, sir, if the main vehicle pay, credit is allowed. Servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance ka credit is also allowed. If main motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft pay, credit is blocked, then their repair, maintenance and servicing and insurance ka credit is also blocked. Always remember, services of general insurance, servicing, repair and maintenance, credit is blocked, but it is allowed if motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft is used for specified purpose. If all these services are received by a taxable person who is engaged in what? Manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft, then also it is allowed. All these services of insurance, repair and maintenance and servicing shall be allowed if it is received by a taxable person who is supplying what? General insurance service. I have gone ahead and done the general insurance of your car, and I have gone ahead and taken, everyone, repair and maintenance because your car met with an accident. I got it repaired. I'm an insurance company. I can take the credit of that repair and maintenance. Next. Food and beverage, credit is blocked. Outdoor catering, credit is blocked. Beauty treatment, credit is blocked. Health services, credit is blocked. Cosmetic surgery, credit is blocked. Leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. If you go ahead and buy them, then also credit blocked. If you go ahead and lease them or hire them or rent it out, then also credit shall be blocked. Life insurance, health insurance, credit shall be blocked. But always remember, food and beverages wala to another food and beverages wala, outdoor catering wala to another outdoor catering wala, beautician to another beauty treatment wala to another beauty treatment wala, health services wala to another health services wala, cosmetic surgeon to another cosmetic surgery wala, leasing, renting of hiring. I am into the business of leasing, renting, hiring of, I am giving what? Motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft on leasing, renting. If I go ahead and take all these services, what will happen? ITC will be allowed. Life insurance, health insurance, service provider taking from another person, credit will be allowed. Always remember, subcontracting by credit is allowed. Now, if you go ahead and provide all this as an element of composite supply, then also credit shall be allowed. For an example, airline company goes ahead and gives you transportation, along with they give you food. So along with the main service, this is given as an element. So Baba, it is a composite supply. Food and beverage ka credit shall be allowed to the airline company. So whenever it is provided as an element of taxable composite supply and mixed supply, ITC shall be allowed. If your outward is a composite supply and in that all these items say anything is a element, then you will get the credit because your outward is a taxable composite supply. Can I go ahead, everyone? Or mixed supply. You told your director, Baba, go to the club, socialize. Your director went to the club and he's doing socializing. Baba, will you get the credit? Will you get the credit? No. Health insurance, fitness center ka, sorry, health and fitness center ka credit? No. Credit will not be allowed. Travel benefits when you are giving to your employees. You told your employees, go Baba, enjoy and come. You book their tickets, you book their accommodation. Baba, you will not get any credit. Are we clear, everyone? But just imagine all these items, all these three things, if they are being provided because it's an obligation to provide under law for an employer to provide it to its employee, then ITC shall be allowed. For an example, catering services, it is told in the Factories Act, for an example, that you have to provide catering services to an employee and you are providing catering service because it is told under the law, then catering service ka credit shall be allowed. The next one you have to remember, works contract service for immovable property credit shall be blocked. But if you are going ahead and taking works contract service for immovable property which is plant and machinery, then ITC shall be allowed. Sir, if you are going ahead and taking works contract service to go ahead and further provide works contract services, then Baba, works contractor to another works contract, sir, credit shall be allowed. I told who will go ahead and take works contractor service. I will go ahead and do it on my own. I told who will go ahead and take works contractor service. I'll buy goods, I'll take labor ka service, and I'll go ahead and make the building. Government is selling goods, services, or both received by taxable for construction of immovable property on own account also, no ITC. But if you have gone ahead and bought goods, services, etc., if you have gone ahead and taken goods, services, etc., for construction of a plant and machinery, then ITC shall be allowed. Always remember, in these two scenario, here there is no ITC, correct? But if these expenses which are there, you have gone ahead and put it in the P&L account, then ITC shall be allowed because it is blocked only when it is capitalized. Sir, if you have paid the tax under composition, you will not get the credit. Your recipient also will not get the credit. Good services received by NRTP. If there is a non-resident taxable person, he is going ahead and receiving any good services, he will not get the credit. But if he has imported some goods, on the imported goods, whatever GST is paid, IGST, on import, he will get the credit. Goods, services, or both used for personal consumption, also you will not get the credit. Goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Goods destroyed, ITC destroyed. Goods written off by way of gift, free sample, etc., ITC also gifted. Are we clear, everyone? Always remember, these are thief cases. Yes, everyone. Goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Goods gifted, ITC also gifted. Next. Tax paid in accordance with provision of section number 74, 129 and 130. Basically, you were trying to do some evasion and you were caught and demand order was being raised and you went ahead and paid some taxes. That taxes ka credit will not be available to you also. If you are trying to pass on to the front party, he will also not be able to take the credit. Sir, what do you mean by plant and machinery? Always remember, plant and machinery means apparatus, equipment or machinery which is fixed to the earth by foundation and structural support. It is used for what? Machine is used for outward supply of goods, services, or both, and it includes such foundation and structural support. It means you will get the credit of the foundation and structural support also. Always remember, plant and machinery does not include land and building, any civil structure, telecommunication tower, or pipeline laid outside the factory premises. No ITC with respect to that. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. Everyone over here, how will you remember it? This guy wants a health service, or Baba, he needs beauty treatment, or he needs what? Plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery. He will go ahead and take motor vehicle, vessel, or any aircraft. He will go to the gym. Health and fitness center. Health and fitness center, no credit. Then he went to the club. Club membership also, no credit. He became a bodybuilder and he started doing conflict. C for construction. Whether you go ahead and do works contract service, get works contract service done, or you do own construction, you will not get the credit. O for outdoor catering. Outdoor catering ka no credit. NRTP, no credit except goods with when they are imported. F for food and beverages ka no credit. LI means life insurance and health insurance ka no credit. C means composition ka tax ka no credit to the buyer. T for Travel benefits, T for thief. And Baba, when you are taking the goods and going and you are caught, you are known as what? Total thief. Means you are a thief. But when you are caught, you are known as total thief. And always remember, total thieves also don't get the credit. Yes, everyone. Here we are done with your input tax credit card, section number 17.5, block credit. The next section over here is section number 18. Everyone over here now. Section number 18 says, credit in special circumstances. What are the special circumstances when you will get the credit? Number one, section number 18.1 says, 18.1a, if you have gone ahead and taken a new registration, everyone over here, you became liable, you applied for registration within, you became liable, you should apply for registration within 30 days. You applied for registration, registration granted will be valid from the day you become liable. 1 day prior, whatever stock is there, inputs which are there in your stock, input which is there in your semi-finished goods, input which is there in your finished goods, held on the day immediately preceding the date from which he becomes liable, you can go ahead and take the credit. If you have gone ahead and taken voluntary registration, the day you are granted registration, 1 day prior, whatever input is there in your stock, input is there in your semi-finished goods, input is there in your finished goods, you can go ahead and take the credit. Yes, everyone, from the date of grant of registration, 1 day prior. Can I go ahead, everyone? Next. If you are a composition dealer, now you become regular taxpayer. The day you start paying tax under regular scheme, 1 day prior, whatever input is there in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you can take the credit. Also, capital goods, you can go ahead and take the credit from the date you have gone ahead and purchased, basically from the date of invoice. 5% reduction you have to do per quarter or part thereof. Whatever ITC will come, that is your input tax credit entitlement with respect to that capital goods. Are we clear, everyone? Sir, exempt supply of a registered person became taxable supply. Exempt supply of a registered person has now become what? Taxable supply. Everyone, from the day it becomes taxable supply, you'll start charging tax. So 1 day prior, whatever input is there in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you can take the credit. Plus capital goods also, you can go ahead and take the credit. 5% deduction per quarter or part thereof. Yes, everyone. Sorry, I did not go ahead and apply within 30 days. I became liable for registration. I should have applied within 30 days. I did not apply. I applied after that. Always remember, in that scenario, you can't go ahead and file GST ITC 01. Means you can't go ahead and take your stock credit. Next, section number 18.2 says, whenever special circumstance may you are going ahead and taking the credit of your stock, or you are going ahead and taking input or capital goods, you can't take the credit if the invoices are older than 1 year. Section rule number 40 goes ahead and says, how will you go ahead and take the credit? Always remember, whenever 18.1c and D may, you are going ahead and taking capital goods credit, whatever input tax was there, minus 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of invoice, reduced amount of ITC will be allowed. Sir, how do I take it? You have to go online and file GST ITC 01 within 30 days plus any extension if granted. Are we clear? And in that declaration, you'll have to tell how much is the ITC you can go ahead and take. Declaration should clearly specify the details of input in stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods on the day immediately preceding. Plus, it should be signed by a practicing chartered accountant or cost accountant if the amount is greater than 2 lakh rupees. ITC under 18.1c and 18.1d will be verified with the details furnished by the supplier in his GSTR 1 or 4. Because when you purchase them, you are already a registered person. So you would have given him your GST number. He would have gone ahead and informed the government. So when you are going ahead and claiming the credit now, government is telling we will verify. Section number 18.1a told new registration. The day you become liable, 1 day prior, whatever input is there, you will get the credit. Second, voluntary registration, grant of registration 1 day prior, whatever input is there, you will get the credit. Composition person becoming normal person, the day you start paying tax under section number 9, 1 day prior, whatever input is there, you will get the credit. Capital goods, reduce 5% per quarter or part thereof. 18.1d, exempt supplies of a registered person becomes taxable supply. The day it became taxable supply, 1 day prior, whatever input is there, you will get the credit. Capital goods also 5% reduced credit you will get for per quarter or part thereof. Then we have section number 18.3 which goes ahead and says what? Section number 18.3 goes ahead and says if there is a change in business, for an example, there is a sale which happened, you sold your business or your business was amalgamated or demerger has happened, or lease has happened, anything. Whenever you transfer your business, you can transfer your credit also. Sir, how do I transfer my credit? You have to go online, file GST ITC02. The buyer will accept and the credit will get transferred to his e-credit ledger. Are we clear? Sir, if there is a demerger which is happening, how do I go ahead and distribute the credit? On the basis of the ratio of the asset. How much asset you transferred, that much ratio ka you can go ahead and transfer the credit also. Okay, everyone. Sir, we both were under single registration. We had one e-credit ledger. Now this other person have become separate. Means the other branch I made it separate. It has taken separate registration within the same state. Can I transfer the credit? Yes, Baba, you can go ahead and transfer the credit. How? You have to file ITC02A. He will accept and the credit will get transferred. Yes, everyone. This is what is being told in section number 18.3. It says in case of change in constitution, you can transfer the credit. Basically, whenever there is a sale, merger, demerger, amalgamation, lease, transfer of business, how will you transfer? You can transfer whatever ITC is remaining with you. You have to go online, file ITC02. The buyer will accept and the credit will get transferred. In case of demerger, how will you apportion the ITC? On the ratio of the how much asset you are transferring to the new unit, that much credit also you transfer in that ratio. No limit to file declaration, but CA square. CA square means chartered accountant or cost accountant certificate is mandatory irrespective of the amount. Rule number 41A, if you are going ahead and transferring to a distinct person credit who has taken separate registration, you will have to go online and file ITC02A within how many days? 30 days. Everyone listen to me very carefully. When you became composition person to taxable person, government gave you the credit. When you become taxable person, say composition person, government will take back the credit. You will have to reverse the credit which you have taken on your input and capital goods also. Sir, my exempt supplies became taxable supplies. Government gave me the credit. My taxable supplies become exempt supply. I'll have to reverse the credit on my inputs and capital goods. The only difference over here is you will have to reverse the credit on your capital goods with monthly calculation. Whatever is the ITC divided by 60 months multiplied by the remaining months you will have to do, and that is how you will reverse the credit with respect to capital goods. It is not 5% reduction. Sure, everyone. It says over here payment of ITC on switching to composition means your normal person became composition or your taxable supplies became exempt supply. You have to go ahead and reverse the credit. How will you reverse? Reverse the credit with respect to input in stock, input contained in semi-finished goods and finished goods. Whatever you have taken, paid back. In case of capital goods, go ahead. Whatever ITC was there, divided by 60 months, multiplied by how many months of life is remaining. Are we clear, everyone? Then it goes ahead and says amount of reversal calculate separately for CGST, SGST, IGST and UTGST. Sir, I don't have the invoice. Then do one thing. To calculate the reversal, you need the invoices. Take 2 days market price and then accordingly do the reversal. Sir, amount determined above, whatever you have to reverse will be added to your output tax liability and you have to go ahead and file GST ITC 03. What is the time limit? No time limit and no CS certificate also is required. But if you have taken the market price, estimated market price, if you did not have the invoice and you have taken the estimated market price, then Baba, it has to be certified by a practicing chartered accountant or cost accountant. Section number 18.5 goes ahead and says, please follow rule number 40 and rule number 44. We are already following. Section number 18.6 goes ahead and says, if you are going ahead and selling or supplying those assets on which you have gone ahead and taken the ITC, you will have to go ahead and pay tax, which is 5% reduced. Whatever ITC you have taken, reduce 5% per quarter or part thereof, you will arrive at a figure, or tax on the transaction value, tax on the sale value, whichever is higher. Are we clear? If you are going ahead and selling mold, dies, etc., you just have to pay the tax on transaction value if it is sold as scrap. There is a circular which goes ahead and says, everyone over here, if I go ahead, I went ahead and bought a shirt, gave shirt as free. That is not a, that is a supply. 71C, permanent transfer of business asset where ITC was availed on shirt. And hence it's a supply, I will get the ITC. Sir, I went ahead and bought clothes, made shirt and supplied the shirt free. Sir, it is not a supply under 71C and ITC also will be blocked. Okay, everyone. I went ahead and gave one soap ke saath, one soap free. I bought input, I took input services, I bought machine, I made soap. I am giving one soap plus one soap free. Officer went ahead and told the free soap ka credit I will not give. Government told, Baba, it is not free. It is two supplied at the price of one. Person shall be entitled to input, credit of input, services and capital goods also. Right, everyone? Here we are done with section number 16, 17, 18. I will go ahead. Okay, I'll go ahead and stop my discussion on section number 16, 17, and 18 over here. People, what did we learn? ITC, section number 16, section number 17, section number 18. 16.1, registered person is eligible. 16.2, TR condition. Section number 16.3, depreciation if you take, don't take ITC. If you take ITC, don't take depreciation. 4, maximum time limit to take the credit. Section number 17, I went ahead and told you block credit is the most important part. Section number 18.1, special circumstances when you will get the credit. 18.2, invoices older than 1 year, you will not get the credit. 18.3, ITC 02, how to transfer the credit. 18.4, reversal of credit. 18.5, total bakwas. 18.6, when you are going ahead and selling what? Capital goods and plant and machinery, how much to pay, that is being told. Yes, everyone, here we are done with your chapter of input tax credit. Congratulations, people. Can we go ahead to the next chapter, everyone? The next chapter is payment of taxes. Everyone with me over here. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be interstate or intra. Inter means IGST. Intra means CGST. Once GST is levied, it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect and pay? GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. He will go ahead and then raise tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. What will happen now? Now, liability will come. He will go ahead and use his input tax credit. For example, he was liable to pay 500 rupees. He used 250 input tax credit. Remaining, pay. Yes, everyone. So now is the next chapter. The next chapter over here is payment of taxes. If you are a taxable person, you will go ahead and take registration online on the gst.gov.in. 3 accounts will be opened by the portal. One is known as a e-liability ledger, one is known as a e-credit ledger, one is known as a e-cash ledger. Sir, what kind of a chapter it is? A graded chapter, everyone. Listen, sir, e-liability ledger, there will be a debit, there will be a credit. What are the things which are debited to the e-liability ledger? Things which are debited to the e-liability ledger are, sir, whatever self-assessed tax is there as per your return, which is furnished. Sir, whatever is determined by the proper officer in a demand order, any interest that may accrue from time to time. How are you going to pay your liability? First, you will use your credit, then you will go ahead and use your cash. See over here, everyone, payment will be through cash and credit. Sir, what are the things for which I can't go ahead and use my credit? Always remember, TTRCIPLO. You always have to pay these things in cash. TDS, TCS, RCM liability, composition tax, interest, penalty, late fee or any other amount has to be always paid in cash. Can I go ahead? Manner of discharge. Sir, how am I going to go ahead and discharge my liability? Always self-assessed tax and dues relating to previous tax period has to be first paid, and then self-assessed dues of the current tax period has to be paid. Then any other amount under this act which is payable under this act, including demand order, has to be paid. Can I go ahead, everyone? Then the next one over here is, what? E-credit ledger. Government goes ahead and says e-credit ledger ka format is maintained in PMT 02. Sir, e-credit ledger, what will be created to the e-credit ledger? Whatever is your self-assessed liability, that will be created in the e-credit ledger. Self-assessed input tax rate, input tax rate which you go ahead and self-assess in your return, means you are asking for it, government will give you provisionally in your e-credit ledger. Then what will you do with the amount which is there in your e-credit ledger? You will go ahead and use to pay your output tax liability. Amount may be used to pay output tax liability. Can you tell me how are you going to use your input tax credit? Everyone, IGST ka credit first should be used for IGST, then IGST should be used for CGST or SGST in any order, any proportion you can go ahead and use. Then IGST should be exhausted, IGST should be used fully, then you'll use CGST for paying your CGST, then CGST to IGST. Then Baba, SGST you'll use for SGST ka liability, then SGST you'll be used for IGST. CGST to SGST or SGST to CGST is never possible. Yes, everyone, the same thing is being told over here. Now, e-cash ledger. What is e-cash ledger, everyone? Whenever you have to deposit any amount, whenever after using a credit also you have to pay something, you will pay through your e-credit e-cash ledger. How are you going to deposit in the e-cash ledger? First, you have to go online and create a challan. Once you generate a challan, challan is valid for 15 days. Now, CPIN gets generated. CPIN is Common Portal Identification Number. Now, you have to go ahead and make the payment. Payment will be made through net banking, credit card, debit card, NEFT, RTGS, or over the counter. Maximum how much? 10,000 per challan per tax period. Over the counter means you can go ahead and pay in cash, check, or DD. Always remember, whenever you are making the payment, commission will be borne by you. Once you go ahead and make the payment, the amount will be credited to the government account. Always remember that amount, once it gets created, CPIN will become SIN number, means you will get a SIN number, which is nothing other than CPIN plus 4 digit, your bank code will be added and the amount will get credited to your e-cash ledger. Always remember one thing, what is the date of deposit of tax? The date of deposit of tax is the day when the amount gets credited to the government account. Yes, everyone? Sir, whatever you deposit, that amount will be, whatever amount is deposited towards tax, interest, penalty, fees, or any other amount, that will come to your credit of e-cash ledger. You can go ahead and use to pay what? Whatever liability is there. Always remember, what you have to pay, you have to deposit that amount only. Can I go ahead, everyone? I have to pay CGST tax. I should deposit CGST tax only. So I will go ahead and use it for making the payment towards tax, interest, penalty, or any other fees amount which are payable. Sir, I am an unregistered person and I am caught and I have to go ahead and pay some taxes. I have to go ahead and pay on the basis of temporary identification number. Sir, I went ahead and deposited some tax in cess account instead of CGST ka tax. What can I do? I can go ahead and transfer it from that account to this account. From means basically there is major head and minor head. What is major head, everyone? IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST and cess are known as your major head. For an example, if I go ahead and tell you over here, people over here, listen. If I tell you, for an example, sir, these are all known as your major head. Major head means CGST, IGST, cess, SGST and UTGST are known as major head. Every major has how many minor? 5 minor. What do you mean by 5 minor? 5 minor means every major has tax, interest, penalty, fees or any other amount. In your exam, remember, how many major head, everyone? 5 major head. How many minor head? Every major has 5 minor. So 5 into 5 is 25. No, Baba. UTGST is also there, no? If you are in a UT, it will be UTGST Act. But remember one thing, in your exam, you say every major head has 5 minor head. That's all you tell. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now listen, I went ahead and deposited some amount here, but I wanted it here. Can I go ahead and transfer from here to here? Yes, Baba, you just have to go online and file GST PMT09 and government will go ahead and transfer from this head to this head. Anywhere you can go ahead and transfer from here to here to here, wherever you want. You just have to go online and file GST PMT 09. When you are transferring from this head to this head, government will think I have given a refund and you have deposited over here. Internally, government will transfer if you file what? PMT 09. Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Always remember, interest on delayed payment. If you don't go ahead and make the payment of the tax within time, you will have to go ahead and pay interest. Interest how much? 18%. Everyone over here, every person who fails to pay the tax, for not paying the tax on time, you are required to pay interest. For filing the return late, you are required to file late fee. Can I go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here. Proviso says interest shall be levied on the amount which is paid by debiting e-cash ledger. Means on your net tax liability, you are required to pay interest. Can I go ahead, everyone? Interest shall be calculated from the day succeeding the due date. From the next day of the due date till the date of payment, you have to pay interest. Sir, I went ahead and took extra input tax credit or unduly I reduced my output tax liability. If you are caught, you have to go ahead and pay interest at the rate of 24%. Rule number 84 comes, which goes ahead and says, if commissioner, rule number 86A, commissioner or officer authorized has reason to believe that ITC available in the e-credit ledger has been availed fraudulently or you are ineligible, then he may not allow you to go ahead and debit such amount equal to the credit in the e-credit ledger for discharge of your liability or for claiming any refund of unutilized amount. They are going ahead and telling if commissioner or a person who is authorized has doubt on you that whatever credit you have taken is not entitlement, you are not entitled to that credit, then they will go ahead and block that credit. If they block that credit, you will not be able to use it also, you will not be able to claim a refund also. Sir, can you tell us when they will go ahead and block the credit? They will go ahead and block the credit when you have taken the ITC on the basis of a supplier who is only not existing, ITC you have taken without receiving the goods, services, or both. Sir, ITC on the basis of document with respect to which tax is not paid to the government. ITC you have gone ahead and taken without any document. Or one more point is there, if the recipient is not existing or not doing business from his declared place of business, then also the commissioner can go ahead and block the credit. Are we clear? Now, if the commissioner goes ahead and blocks the credit in your e-credit ledger, you can go ahead and talk to him. Basically, commissioner or officer authorized, if satisfied that the condition is no longer existing, he may allow such debit. You have to show him that, sir, this condition is not there, or this mistake with this, you are telling that, sir, this guy is not existing, that is not existing. It is not the case. You can talk to him and then he can go ahead and allow. Or if he is satisfied himself that the reason for blocking is not there anymore, then he will allow. But the maximum time he can go ahead and block is 1 year. Rule number 86A goes ahead and 86B goes ahead and says that we are going to impose, the government have gone ahead and restricted the use of e-credit ledger to how much? Only 99%. Whatever is your output tax liability, of that output tax liability, 99% can be paid through your credit, 1% has to be paid in cash. It says if you are a registered person whose value of taxable supply, excluding what? Exempt supply and zero rated supply, in a month exceeds how much? 50 lakh, he shall not use e-credit ledger to discharge his output tax liability in excess of 99%, means 1% has to be paid in cash. This restriction is not applicable if you are a registered person, proprietor, karta, managing director, or any two partners, or whole-time directors, or members of managing committee of association or board of trustee have gone ahead and paid how much? Greater than 1 lakh income tax in each of the last 2 financial year. Or you are a registered person who has received refund greater than 1 lakh in preceding financial year on account of unutilized ITC or unutilized ITC under section number 54, 1 and 2. Basically, section number 54, 3, 1 and 2 says whenever you go ahead and make zero rated supply, you will get the ITC ka refund. Or if it's an inverted duty structure, then also you get ITC ka refund. Are we clear? Both these two parts which are there, section number 54, it's a part of CA final. So you can remember, if you have got ITC ka refund in the earlier years, then got more than 1 lakh, then you can go ahead and tell the government, if I don't use my ITC, again you will have to go ahead and give me a refund. Then Richa, you don't have to tell. If you have gone ahead and received greater than 1 lakh in refund of your unutilized ITC, then this restriction is not applicable on you. You don't have to pay anything in cash. Registered person has discharged output tax liability through cash greater than 1% of the output tax liability applied cumulatively up to the said month in the current year, then also for the current month, this restriction shall not be applicable. You went ahead and saw from the starting till now, you are required to pay 50,000 only in cash, which is 1%. But you have already paid 70,000, then in the current month, you are not required to pay anything in cash. Can I go ahead, everyone? The next one. What is the next one? Registered person is a government department, public sector undertaking, or local authority or a statutory body, then also you are not required to pay anything in cash. Means 100% credit can be used. Next one, over here on the right hand side, Baba, everyone listen to me very carefully. What did I tell over here? You can go ahead and use what? Over the counter, you can go ahead and pay only 10,000 per tax period. Yes or no? Over the counter, you can go ahead and pay how much? 10,000 per tax period. But some cases are there when more than 10,000 is also allowed to be paid on over the counter. It says restriction of 10,000 over the counter is not applicable in the following case: on the deposit which are made by government department or any other deposit by person notified by the commissioner. If proper officer or other officer, deposit is made by proper officer or by other officer who is authorized to recover outstanding due from any person, including recovery made through attachment or sale of movable and immovable property, on deposit which is made by proper officer or other officer who is authorized for the amount collected during investigation, enforcement activity, or any other ad hoc deposit, whatever the proper officer is collecting, he will not take it home. He can deposit more than 10,000 also in cash. What is an EFPB? Electronic Focal Point Branch means branches of authorized bank which are authorized to collect GST. So every bank will go ahead and appoint one branch as the EFPB who will go ahead and collect all the GST on the behalf of the bank. For an example, you are going ahead and making the payment through HDFC Bank. HDFC will always have one electronic focal point branch which will have all the government accounts with it. So whenever the payment is made, the payment will come to the EFPB branch. Are we clear, everyone? Each authorized bank which is authorized by the GST Council to go ahead and receive GST ka amount will nominate one branch as per EFPB for pan India basis. Every bank which is authorized, for an example, State Bank of India is authorized to collect GST. State Bank will have one EFPB branch. HDFC Bank will have one EFPB branch, who will be basically that branch where all the GST amount will come. Right, everyone? Here we are done with your chapter of payment of taxes, A graded chapter. I'm telling you, manner of utilization is very important. Rule number 86A is important. 86B, Baba, this 86B is important. Interest to be paid only on net tax liability. That point is also very important. Restriction will not be applicable. Restriction of 10,000. When is it not applicable? That can be a short question. Right, everyone? I'll stop my discussion on payment of taxes over here. All right, students, the next chapter which we are going to revise is the chapter of returns. Everyone over here now. We started the business, we became liable. Okay, everyone? When you become liable over here, people listen to me very carefully. The last chapter is your returns. Basically, whatever is your liability, you entered and used your input, remaining amount you made the payment. All this information you have to give the government with the help of a return. Let's go ahead and start it. Returns. You entered and supplied the goods, you became the supplier, right, everyone? You started the business. Now, after some days, you will become liable for registration. You will go ahead and apply within how many days? 30 days. If you apply within 30 days and registration is granted, registration is valid from the day you become liable. Correct, everyone? Now, once registration is granted to you, within 1 month, you have to issue what? Revised tax invoice. All the revised tax invoice should be showed in the first return. Now, you will go ahead and file your regular return. Regular return is section number 37 ka return, and then your monthly return, which is 39. 37 is your outward supply ka detail, and 39 is your monthly return. Okay, everyone? You'll keep filing your monthly return. Once 1 year gets over, for that year, you'll have to go ahead and file what? Annual return. By what date? 31st December of the next financial year. Annual return goes in GSTR 9. For composition dealer, it is 9A. Now, one thing you have to remember, for 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, annual return for people with turnover up to 2 crore was made optional. If you are a person whose turnover is up to 2 crore, you are not required to file annual return. It was optional. For the year 2021 also, they went ahead and made annual return not applicable if your turnover is up to 2 crore rupees. Greater than 2 crore, you are required to file annual return. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, you went ahead and did all these annual return, monthly return. You told, I am tired, I want to discontinue my business, and you applied for cancellation. They are going ahead and telling, when the cancellation is proceedings are going on, your registration shall be suspended. Okay, everyone? And then once the date of cancellation comes or the cancellation order is given, within 3 months you have to go ahead and file one bye-bye return, which is known as final return in GSTR 10. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Sir, what are the other returns which are to be furnished? Other returns which are to be furnished by a composition dealer. For an example, a composition dealer is there. Quarterly, he will have to make the payment. Once he makes the payments, he will go ahead and inform the government in CMP 08. Are we clear, everyone? GSTR 4, which was required to be filed quarterly, now he is required to file it annually by 30th of April. And annual return to be filed by him is GSTR 9A. NRTP has to file GSTR 5 by what date? By 20th of the next month, after the end of the month, or within 7 days after the last day of the validity, whichever is earlier. And no annual return is required to be furnished by NRTP. If you are a UN holder, whatever refund you want to claim, for that you have to go ahead and file one statement in GSTR 11, which is statement of inward supplies received by them. Can I go ahead, everyone? Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. People who are going ahead and filing GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B monthly. But then government people went ahead and told, sir, please give quarterly GSTR 1. Government gave quarterly GSTR 1. Then after some time, people went ahead and told, sir, please give quarterly GSTR 3B. So government went ahead and told, you can file GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B both quarterly. And government introduced QRMP scheme. Government told, quarterly return you can file, but monthly payment has to be made. But government went ahead and introduced QRMP scheme from what date, everyone? 1st January 2021. So if you are a person whose turnover in the year 1920 is up to how much? 5 crore rupees, registered person other than OIDR, whose turnover is up to 5 crore rupees, then he will be eligible for QRMP scheme with effect from 1st January 2021. Who are the people who are eligible, everyone? If you are a person whose aggregate turnover in 1920 was up to 5 crore rupees and you had gone ahead and furnished your October month ka return by the date of November 30th, you had gone ahead and furnished your GSTR 3B for October by 30th of November, they told we will go ahead and migrate you to what QRMP scheme. Sir, if I have not gone ahead and filed my return, then they will not go ahead and migrate me. So what to do? Then, Baba, you have to go ahead and file your return for the month of October, and then you can online go and manually go to opt for QRMP scheme. Are we clear, everyone? Auto migration was done. Basically, they went ahead and told if you are a person whose turnover is up to 1.5 crore and you had opted for GSTR 1 quarterly, then Baba, QRMP scheme will be given to you automatically. Sir, if you are a person whose turnover was up to 1.5 crore and you are filing GSTR 1 monthly, then QRMP scheme will not be given to you. Your GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B will be monthly. However, online manual option you can opt. This was auto migration. If your turnover is greater than 1.5 crore up to 5 crore and you are filing GSTR 1 monthly, they went ahead and told we will go ahead and give you QRMP scheme. Okay, sir, always remember. Now you started QRMP scheme for January, February, and March. Always remember one thing, QRMP scheme is available GSTN wise. It is not PAN wise that one person for two registration, one he can take QRMP, other also he has to take QRMP, not required. One can be under QRMP, one can be not under QRMP also. Next, option exercise 1 shall continue unless you go ahead and revise. Now everyone listen to me very carefully. You are under QRMP over here. Can you go for QRMP next year? Provided this year ka turnover has not crossed how much? 5 crore. Then this year first quarter, okay, not cross 5 crore. Here also not cross 5 crore. You are eligible for QRMP. In October to December wala quarter, if you cross 5 crore rupees, then next quarter you will become ineligible. Are we clear, everyone? Yes, sir. Point is clear. Sir, how to go ahead and opt for QRMP scheme? Always remember, if you want to opt supposingly for the quarter April to June, you have to go ahead and opt 2 months prior and 1 month later. So for the option will be available from 1st of February up to 30th of April. You can go online and you can opt for the QRMP scheme for which quarter? For April, May, June. If I go ahead and tell you July, August, September wala quarter ke liye you want to opt, then when will you have to go ahead and apply? 1st May to 31st of July. That will be the frame within which you can go ahead and opt for QRMP for the quarter July, August and September. Next, sir, QRMP may return I will go ahead and file quarterly, but payment I will have to go ahead and make monthly. So, sir, government went ahead and told quarterly return, but payment should be made monthly. So, they went ahead and gave you option. Either it is fixed sum method or it is self-assessment method. What is self-assessment method? You are telling, sir, I will calculate my actual liability every month and I will pay actual liability to be paid. Okay, everyone? But if any short payment is there in your actual liabilities, then you will have to pay interest under section number 50. You told government, see, I am not filing my GSTR 3B monthly. How will I go ahead and calculate? Government told, don't worry. Last quarter, if you are under QRMP scheme, just do one thing. Last quarter, whatever you had paid by cash, of that 35%, pay for the month of April, means pay for the first month, and then pay 35%, and the last, when you are filing your GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, calculate and pay the differential. So for an example, I am talking about April, May and June. You are under QRMP. So they are going ahead and telling previous quarter also, if you are under QRMP, do one thing, just go ahead and pay 35% of the GST paid in the previous quarter using cash. What was paid in the previous quarter using cash, of that pay 35%. By what date? 25th of the next month for the month of April. For the month of May, how much will you pay? By 25th, again, you will have to pay 35% of the previous quarter amount, and then you will pay the differential. If you are going ahead and following this method, then you don't have to go ahead and pay any interest. If you are going ahead and previous quarter May, you are not under QRMP scheme, then Baba, see the previous month, whatever you had paid, the same amount you can pay for April and May, and Baba then later pay the differential. Pay the 100% of the GST paid, 100% of the GST paid, and the differential can be paid later. When you are paying the differential, you don't have to pay any interest. Why, sir? If you are making the payment on 25th, and on the due date of GSTR 3B, then you don't have to go ahead and pay any interest. But if you are not making the payment on due date, then interest shall be levied. For an example over here, Tax paid in the quarter January to March is 100, 550. Now you are going to pay for April and May. What will you pay? Of this amount, 35%, 35%, 35%, and 35%. For an example, the last return which was filed was monthly return. So whatever tax you had gone ahead and paid, 100% of that has to be paid in the month of April and in the month of May. Then, Baba, June ka when you are filing 3B, differential you have to pay. Is my point clear to all? Yes, sir. Point is clear. Everyone over here, come up now. Now, always remember, everyone, if you are a supplier who is not under QRMP, you will file GSTR1 monthly by what date? 11. Recipient will be able to see it in his 2A. So you will go ahead and give all the invoice, debit note, credit note card detail. It will go to the recipient in 2A, and the portal will go ahead and create GSTR2B, and on the basis of GSTR2B, the recipient will be able to take the credit. Sir, if I am a person who is under QRMP scheme, Baba, non-QRMP scheme, GSTR1 by 11 and GSTR3B by 20th of the next month. If you are a person under QRMP scheme, you can take QRMP only if your aggregate turnover in the last year was what? Up to 5 crore. Now, April, May, June, for an example, for April, you have to go ahead and do invoice furnishing facility. For May, you will go ahead and do what? Invoice furnishing facility, so that your front party can take the credit. In invoice furnishing facility, only B2B invoices are allowed, and up to a limit of 50 lakh is allowed. When you are going ahead and filing your GSTR1 for the quarter, then you can go ahead and show June month ka B2B and April, May and June ka, April, May plus June ka B2C invoices also. It will go to the recipient in his GSTR2A, and the portal will automatically create GSTR2B, and on the basis of GSTR2B, credit shall be taken. Can I go ahead, everyone? If you are a person who is under QRMP scheme, always remember, April month invoice furnishing facility, May month you will use invoice furnishing facility. It is optional if you want to pass on the credit, and June month ka you have to file GSTR1 when you will furnish B2B invoices plus B2C invoices for that quarter also. If you are a person under QRMP scheme, always remember, if you are a person under QRMP scheme, GSTR 3B ka due dates will be 22nd or 24th. For the lower part of India, it is 22nd. For the upper part of India, it is 24th. Yes, sir. Point is clear. Sir, whenever one person goes ahead and furnishes GSTR 1, or he does invoice furnishing facility, or an NRTP files GSTR 5, you know the details goes where? To the recipient ka GSTR2A. Okay, everyone? And the portal automatically goes ahead and makes GSTR2B. Baba, you will furnish GSTR1 by what date? 11. Invoice furnishing facility ka due date is what? 13. On 14, the portal goes ahead and creates automatically GSTR2B. Whatever is appearing in your GSTR2B, that credit you are eligible to take the ITC. Are we clear till here? Quickly tell me, everyone. If you go down over here, section number 46 goes ahead and says non-submission of return. If you don't go ahead and submit your return, you will get a notice in GSTR 3A and you will have to submit the return within 15 days. Section number 47 goes ahead and says levy of late fee. Late fee will be levied when? Levy of late fee. Late fee will be levied monthly return rupees 100 per day up to a maximum of 5,000, and annual return ka late fee is rupees 100 per day up to a maximum of 0.5% of turnover in state or union territory. This is under CGST, similar amount payable under SGST. But then later government went ahead and waived the late fee. Nil return ke liye it is 10 rupees per day. Other returns ke liye it is 25 rupees per day up to a maximum of 5,000 rupees. But then maximum late fee also was changed by the government. Now everyone over here, what will be the late fee? What will be the late fee for various returns? What I have gone ahead and done, I have gone ahead and drawn this chart. Right, everyone, over here. What I'm going ahead and telling, if you are a person who is other than composition, means a normal person, if you are going ahead and filing a nil return, that is GSTR1 or GSTR3B, how much is the late fee? 10 rupees per day under CGST. Under SGST also same amount. And maximum late fee will be 250 rupees. If you are a normal person, normal registered person, other than nil return, if you are filing, last year ka turnover was up to 1.5 crore for your GSTR 3B or 1, the late fee will be how much? 25 rupees per day up to a maximum of 1,000. If you are a normal registered person other than nil return, aggregate turnover greater than 1.5 crore up to 5 crore in the preceding financial year, for your GSTR 1 or 3B, how much you have to pay? 25 rupees per day, but maximum fees, it's not 5,000. Now it is how much? 2,500. Always remember this under CGST, similar amount under SGST. If you are a normal person, other than nil return you are filing, it is not a nil return, then your aggregate turnover is greater than 5 crore, then GSTR 1 or GSTR 3B. How much, everyone? Sir, rupees 25 per day. Maximum fees will be 5,000. If you are a composition dealer filing a nil return, GSTR 4, nil return rupees 10 per day up to a maximum of 250 rupees. Sir, if you are a composition person who is not filing a nil return, GSTR 4 and rupees 25 per day, but maximum will be rupees 1000. NRTP, other return or nil return. Nil return or any other return. GSTR 5 they are going to file. Nil return ke liye it is rupees 10. Other than nil return it is 25. Maximum will be 5000 rupees. Is my point clear till here? The next is annual return. Annual return ka always late fee is annual return is GSTR 9 and the late fee is rupees 100 per day. Maximum is 0.25% of the turnover in state or union territory. Right, everyone? Remember this late fee, which I've told you is under CGST Act, similar amount under SGST Act also. Sir, can I go ahead and file my return, which can be nil return, everyone? Yes, Baba, always remember, you can go ahead and file your nil return. Nil GSTR 3B, GSTR 1 and CMP 08 can be furnished through SMS using registered mobile number and the same shall be verified through OTP. Here we are done with your quick revision of returns. People, once again, hey, here. What are the cases when registered person will be debarred from furnishing details in GSTR 1 or invoice furnishing facility? What are the cases when you will not be allowed to go ahead and furnish your GSTR 1 or invoice furnishing facility? You will not be allowed to furnish your GSTR 1 if you have not gone ahead and furnished GSTR 3B for preceding 1 month. Baba, preceding month. Preceding month ka if you have not furnished GSTR 3B. Next, for your number 22, it is an amendment. Earlier it was 2 months, but now it is for the preceding month. If you have not gone ahead and furnished, if for the preceding month you have not gone ahead and furnished GSTR 3B, then current month ka you can't file GSTR 1. Registered person with aggregate turnover how much? 5 crore in preceding financial year and opts to pay quarterly return. You are under QRMP. Baba, QRMP mein invoice furnishing facility done, invoice furnishing facility done, GSTR 1 done. GSTR 3B you did not file. If you don't file next time ka, IFF or GSTR 1 will not be allowed. They are telling not allowed. Baba, 2 times it is not allowed to furnish details in GSTR 1 or use invoice furnishing facility if he has not furnished GSTR 3B for preceding tax period. Are we clear till here, everyone? Now, the third one has been deleted. Here we are done with a quick revision of your returns ka topic, everyone. Congratulations, people. Everyone. GST practitioner. Everyone over here now. GST practitioner means any person who has been approved under section number 48 to act as a GST practitioner. You have to be an approved person. Only then you can be a GST practitioner. Otherwise, anyone can be a GST practitioner. Sir, I have written my BCom exam. I will also practice in GST. You can also be a GST practitioner. But the GST practitioner under section number 48 is the GST practitioner, which is basically the actual GST practitioner. Sir, who are the people who are eligible for being a GST practitioner? Number one, they have basic qualification. You have to be an Indian citizen. Okay, sir. If I want to be a GST practitioner, I have to be an Indian citizen. Yes, foreign citizen cannot be a GST practitioner in India. You have to be a Indian citizen. Number two, you have to be sound-minded person. Number three, sir, you have to be not adjudged as an insolvent or you should not be convicted by the court. This basic thing. Number one, Indian citizen, sound-minded. Sound-minded means you should not be mentally unsound. So, sound-minded. Thirdly, sir, you should not be adjudged as insolvent and you should not be convicted by a court. Sir, if basic qualification are there, then you have to see educational qualification. Plus, you should satisfy any one of the following. Any one of the following educational qualification. Okay, everyone, see over here. Any one of the following includes experience also, or it includes education qualification also. Sir, experience. Based on experience, he is a retired officer of the commercial tax department of any state government, CBIC, where basically he was serving as a gazetted B officer, group B gazetted officer for greater than equal to 2 years. Then because of his experience, he can go ahead and apply for enrolling as a GST practitioner. Okay, sir, he has enrolled as a sales tax practitioner or as a tax return preparer. Baba, under the VAT law, he was already a sales tax preparer or a tax return preparer under the existing law, VAT law, which was there for a period greater than 5 years. Then because of his experience, now he can enroll under GST also. Okay, sir. Now, this is education qualification. If a person has passed a graduate or postgraduate degree equivalent in commerce, law, banking, business administration, business management from any Indian university, or a degree of any foreign university recognized by an Indian university as degree equivalent, degree basically, or any other examination notified by the government on the recommendation of council, have or has passed final examination, CA final का exam, CMA final exam or ICSI, basically the final exam has been passed. So basically he is already a chartered accountant or company secretary or a cost and management accountant. Then they can go ahead and enroll for a GST practitioner. Next, sir, what is the benefit of a GST practitioner? Always remember the benefit is GST practitioner's name would appear on the GST portal so that taxpayers can choose. Okay, sir, point is clear. Now, sir, my basic eligibility is there and I am also satisfying A, B, or C, say any one of them. I am satisfying my experience or based on my education, I am satisfying the criteria. Then do one thing, online go ahead and apply. When you are applying, you have to go ahead and give an application in GST PCT01 on the common portal. The practitioner ka form is GST PCT01. Okay, sir, I will go online and file the form. The verification will be done by your proper officer. The form will be allotted to a proper officer who will do the verification. Now, either he will grant you the enrollment or he will reject the enrollment. If he grants you the enrollment, he will give you a certificate GST PCT02, and always remember it is valid lifetime unless cancelled by the proper officer, or he will give rejection or he will reject the application with reason. If basically you are not qualified and you are telling, sir, I have only passed IPCC and I want to enroll as GST practitioner, he will tell get lost because we have told you are not qualified. You are qualified only if you have passed final examination. Done, sir, point is clear. Next, once you have enrolled, now I have enrolled as a GST practitioner, then people will start allowing me to do their work. So registered person will authorize me to go ahead and do their work. Now registered person will authorize me in GST PCT05. So whoever wants to authorize me as their GST practitioner, they will go ahead and authorize me by filing GST PCT05. Sir, what are the various functions that can be done by a GST practitioner? Very, very important for your exam. This can be not very, very important, little important. Okay? What are the functions of a GST practitioner? Furnish, they can go ahead and furnish outward supply under section number 36 and inward supplies ka detail under section number 38. They can furnish monthly, annual or final return. Okay, so basically returns can be furnished by them. Next, they can make deposit for credit in the e-credit ledger. They can go ahead and make what? Deposit in the e-credit ledger. They can go ahead and make deposit for me in the e-credit ledger. Okay, they can go ahead and file refund claim GST RFD01, which is my refund application. They can go ahead and file on my behalf. Sir, they can file an application for amendment or cancellation of registration. Who can do on my behalf? GST practitioner. They can furnish information for generation of e-way bill. They can furnish the information for generation of the e-way bill. They can go ahead and furnish the details of challan in ITC04, basically which is job work ka challan. Okay, sir. They can go ahead and file an application for amendment or cancellation of enrollment under rule number 58. Do you remember the transporter, owner, operator of warehouse had to go ahead and take enrollment? Now, if there is a transporter, owner, operator of warehouse who has gone ahead and taken enrollment and he wants to do some amendment in the enrollment, that can also be done by a GST practitioner. Sir, filing an intimation to pay tax under composition or withdrawal for composition. Sir, CMP02 to get inside composition or CMP04 to get outside composition has to be filed. That can also be filed by a GST practitioner. Always remember, these are the various functions of a GST practitioner. Next, sir, one person went ahead and authorized me
to be a GST practitioner, always remember you can do this work for that person. Now, sir, if person wants to withdraw his application, he's telling, no, 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 I don't want this guy, he's not doing a good job, then he can go ahead and withdraw the authorization also by filing GST PCT 05. Now, sir, not for everyone, but for the people who have gone ahead and enrolled, the sales tax practitioner or tax return preparer who have gone ahead and enrolled as a GST practitioner has to go ahead and pass an examination within 30 days from the appointment date of GST, which is 1st July 2017. You know what happened? The 1st July 2017, when GST came in, all the sales tax preparer, tax return preparer, government wanted hugely these people because they are going to file the return for everyone. So government went ahead and told, okay, sales tax preparer, tax return preparer, you can enroll as a GST practitioner, but you have to go ahead. Only sales tax preparer and tax return preparer ke liye government went ahead and told you have to pass the examination within 12 months. Then government extended the time limit for them 18 months. Then government went ahead and extended the time limit by 30 months, and they told from 1st July 2017 when GST came in, within the next 30 months, you sales tax preparer or tax return preparer whom we have enrolled as a GST practitioner has to go online and pass the examination which is conducted by NACIN. Who is NACIN? National Academy of Customs, Indirect Taxes and Narcotics. These people conduct an examination. That examination has to be passed by you. Basically, that is the GST practitioner ka exam which is there. Sir, extra gyan MCQ based exam it is. Pass percentage is 50%. Okay, sir. Only for whom? Sales tax preparer or tax return preparer has to go online and pass this exam. Okay, done, sir. Now, sir, if any GSTP goes ahead and conducts a misconduct, then show cause notice will be given by the proper officer to him. He will go ahead and be given opportunity of being heard, and representations have to be done by him, and then a order will be given in GST PCT 04 where he will be told, okay, you are allowed to continue or you will be thrown out of the GST practitioner. Sir, can I go ahead and surrender my enrollment? Yes, Baba, you can go ahead and make an application in PCT 06 and an order will be given in PCT 07 and you can go ahead and surrender your enrollment also. Here we are done with a short and sweet chapter of GST practitioners, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the revision. If you enjoyed the revision, please leave me a comment in the comment section below. Also subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. Right, everyone? Now, also, without wasting time, please share the revision with your friend so that your friend is also benefited. Baba, sharing is caring. Don't forget that. And now that you are done with the revision, I request all of you, please, please, please solve question answers. The more you solve question answers, the better you will write in the exam. Lot of question answers are there in the ICI study material. RTP is there. Sir, old question papers are there. Please solve them. Please write and practice. You will go ahead and score very good marks in the exam. All the best, guys. Take care. Write well. Signing off. Bye all. The best.